Slayers, they might have fallen off the horse this split, but they just might be able to play Kingmaker. If they can take out G2 Esports, they put Fnatic in the #1 spot for sure. We will find out as we load up onto Summoner's Rift for game #1.
Important series for G2 to stamp their temporary ability to get rank 1. Of course, it is determined by our second series of the day. If Fnatic is successful there, it would lock G2 out anyway, but still, G2, their fate is still somewhat in their own hands here, and as we group together in the early game, we're not actually going to see much action, but teams passing in the night.
And whatever Sven is trying to do. A little bit of fun in this game, of course. In Week 10, not every single game will have playoff implications, but for G2 it certainly does. And everybody's going to have a dance party in the middle.
Yeah, and mid lane is where so much of this is going to be dictated. You see Perks on this attempted to push Lucian, try and get the early game control, and then try and move.
What? Oh.
It's not gonna
What did
result in
wins
much.
the early game?
But I want to see what Betsy does around that level 6 mark with the first Weaver's Wall, get out of the lane, see if they can go down to the bottom lane for Hyun or towards the top lane. I think that is the difficulty that I have with this draft out of Roccat is I feel like you have tools to enable both top and bottom lane, but not both at the same time. And I think that is the danger here, is the Renekton. We've seen that Renekton can end up falling off. We've also seen that if you don't give emphasis over to Hyun and Wadid, a bot lane like Sven and Mithy are going to start taking control once they weather the early laning phase. I expect Hyun and Wadid to take over for the first 10 minutes of this game.
All right, well, we'll see if that prediction comes through, but I guess the question then becomes, where does Pride Stalker need to go and focus his early attention before Betsy can start getting those roams out to assist him?
I feel like topside is a likely place for that, as we see the trade. So when Sven in this bottom lane has that bomb available, he'll just throw it onto Wadid or Cannon if he can. In a cannon wave, normally you'll put it on the cannon to try and push the lane. But the problem is, Morgana has so much binding, the damage, the shield that comes through, that Sven, in prolonged trades, once that explosive charge is gone, actually will end up losing these exchanges. And he's going to rely on some of the heals coming out of Mithy's passive to try and weather that early phase.
Yeah, and he's mindful of that potential as well, because you see he's gone for the Doran shield start, wants to make sure he can sustain through a lot of it. Of course, we used to see this always on AD carries for some time, but there were a few changes, meaning you can't quite buy the same amount of potions as you could before to couple up with that shield. So Sven's playing it out very safe. It seems like that's the whole strategy for G2, though, is it's all about lane survival, because they know they have better macro in the later stages of the game.
Yeah, very rarely do you pick Alistar and go, we're going to win the lane! We're going to just go aggressive and kill everybody.
I have had some supports queue with me that have had that mentality.
I'm pretty sure Mithy doesn't have that mentality now.
He's a little bit more forward-thinking.
They know their place in this game. It will be a lot more reliant later on in the game. Up to this top lane, you can see Faxi will have the ability to push and expect for now. As this game goes later, he will be in more danger. He has placed a ward already because he's watching out to see where the trick comes to the top side. He cannot afford to get ganked and die early, otherwise they lose all pressure on the top side of the map.
Yeah, and he could get lane ganked too. I mean, one of the reasons that Zac is so consistently banned and considered to be such a strong jungler is that he can close those distances so fast and from so far away. You just don't expect it happening. Now, Betsy, he goes for an early roam, pops the Scryer's Bloom to make sure that there is no jungler in the bottom side, which tells Roccat, of course, that he's likely up to the top.
Trick is looking for it.
There's a hopping. He's got one goo on, pulls him back in towards the minion, and it is going to be barbecue. Faxi's still going to be able to make his escape. He's got a level advantage over expect and not enough damage to finish off the Croc.
If that is your idea of barbecue, Devin, I don't want to come around for a barbecue because that was really lackluster. Now, that's not Trick's fault, of course. Faxi playing around it well. Faxi was able to move back away from everything, and although the stretching strike hit, it's fine. Trading in the middle lane.
Yeah, Betsy, he's got no fear right now, but he has to pop his heal. Pride Stalker incoming. Perks was able to relentlessly dash away. Heals traded on both sides, and the mid laners are getting a little hyphy.
Yeah, you can see Trick is around, but Betsy able to dodge out on this one. And we spoke about how with the Zac you can gank for the Lucian as well, but Pride Stalker, good focus to make sure he can keep Betsy alive. Both of them traded their heals in that middle lane, but no real kill threat on top of it.
Yeah. It is nice to see a lot of trading in the mid because there's so many matchups we've had in Europe where they don't necessarily want to go all in on each other. Speaking of going all in, it looks like Mithy heads over to Yarnan right now, stopped up by the root, and in comes the Tristana. Sven wants to trade back, but he might have bitten off a little more than he could chew. The Ren stack pulled out of Mithy, staying alive, forcing the heal. Ooh. And let's see, it looks like G2 did not take as well to that fight as it looked like it was going to be.
As we said, these prolonged trades can be a lot more difficult for G2's bottom lane to keep on going here. Now, Trick getting pushed out a little from the jungle by Pridestalker. This is because Trick spent some time in the lanes, took a little damage, also has tried to now farm up even faster. Trick, you see, even with the time he spent, is a level advantage compared to Pridestalker, but Pridestalker is full health here with a smite, full mana. Well, Smite will be up soon. He would be able to contest if he wanted to, but the fact of the matter is he just wants the vision control on the bottom side. Betsy had recalled. He doesn't want to go aggressive over-eagerly.
Right, so he has a lot of that vision. You can see it panning around right now as that ward will expire soon. Still, they have eyes on what's going on in this G2 jungle at the moment. And Roccat, of course, their game plan, as we said, it's an early game. They want to make sure they can build up those leads. That's how they've had success against a lot of top teams. G2 needs to stop that from happening and needs to be able to show force.
And let's look at what else G2 needs. And this is what G2 needs for their standings implications. G2 can still finish first, but they need the stars to align. They need to beat Roccat in this series. They need NIP to beat Fnatic later today. And then G2 need to beat Fnatic. And that doesn't take into account the game differential. There are still a couple of outcomes that can change around here, but G2 need all of these things to happen if they want to get that semifinals bye.
That is a lot that they are going to need. But coming up with a win over Roccat, that's always going to feel good, especially because this is the team that last split gave them some trouble towards the end of it all. And you want to be as clean as you possibly can against a bottom team or against a team that's lower in the standings. You want to go into playoffs feeling like you've already done your best and maybe not show off a whole lot of picks, show off a whole lot of new strategies, but shoring up what has been in the past your weakness. And I'm wondering if that's maybe part of why they went back to the old G2 strategy in this pick and ban phase.
I think maybe just going back to what didn't work for them before, trying to rework on some of those difficulties, I think is a good thing here. I want to talk about a new strategy that's cropped up a little bit over the last few weeks. Has been annoying people, but we've got a Stoneborn Pact support on Wadid for that Morgana. You can see, typically not what you'd run, but the whole point of this, we've seen it on the Trundles, we've seen it on a couple of other supports. The whole idea of this is you're trying to rush Ardent Sensor. Now that's the bottom lane we're talking about. And we'll continue because, of course, Wadid is going to be able to give the crowd control over. We'll be able to allow Hyanan to proc the Stoneborn Pact, therefore getting the Ardent Sensor. Massive amount of extra on hit plus everything else that comes with it. The extra damage, the heal. And that just makes Hyanan so much more powerful in those earlier skirmishes than he really should be.
And we got to give Yarnan some credit as well, because this split he's demonstrated consistently that he can output quite a lot of damage. This Kalista is one of those champions he can carry on. Of course, a couple years back making a name for himself on the Sivir. And the synergy he has with Wadid is actually very impressive. So that is something that Sven and Mithy could have some trouble with if they don't watch their backs. We saw them trying to go all in and it wasn't traded well. And in comes Trick up to the top side, looking for Foxy right now. Equalizer's thrown down. The bounce doesn't land onto him, but he gets blocked up for just a second, dashes twice, and even Mithy has joined the party up top. Flash, followed through, headbutted right back into Trick. And expect that was close, but it's gonna be first blood.
First blood for G2. Trick has been all over the place. He's been in mid lane, top lane twice, and now Mithy comes up to the top side. Very difficult for Faxi to play that out. He was waiting for Mithy to try and use their headbutt, but Mithy already knew as soon as Faxi flashes, it's as easy as Q flashing on top of him. No way of Faxi getting out of that. He tried to play it well. G2 played it just that a little bit better, and we're in for a tower trade. Looks like it's going to go in favor of Roccat first of all, because G2 have had to back away. So overall, tower first blood will be worth, in Rockat's minds, that little bit more, but still, first blood goes on to G2, on to Expect, and I think that is the key for going later on in the game. That's where G2 will get the real value, is Expect ahead, accelerates his itemization, he'll be in team fights, he'll be stronger.
And we've seen, especially in the latter half of this split, that G2 can win through Expect. They know that he can be a large contributor to this team when he's put on a carry, when he's put on something that can actually do a lot of damage. And you see some of his numbers here. He's involved in so many of the team's kills.
Not only involved in the team's kills, but just as a whole, Expect has been having a great split. You can see his damage rating as well, the amount of damage you would expect him to do compared to what he actually did. And this is where plus 12% there or thereabouts. Expect has been overperforming when it comes to those expectations. And really, I think that's a key thing, because so much of G2's history has been, oh, their top lane is to use an old storyline that we don't use, is their quote-unquote weak point. I don't think Expect has been a weak point for a very long time now for G2, and I actually think he's somebody that they've been able to play around. We saw at MSI, believe me. I think Expect has been a key component of keeping G2 steady over the last few months when it's looked like they've been dropping down a little bit, but they are back on form.
Absolutely. And the fact that we know he was so able to contribute to the team's calls at MSI, the fact that we know he's such a vocal person in the team as well as contributing in the form of damage is a really valuable thing. I think a lot of people really underrate when a team picks up a Korean, especially one that's not super well known. There's always a lot of question marks. Like, is this guy going to be able to overcome the language barrier? How well can he contribute to the team? Expect has proven beyond a shadow of doubt that he is able to fit into this team extremely well over the years.
Absolutely has gone from strength to strength, but I want to turn our focus into this game once again. Look at the bottom lane AD carries. Sven, Hjanen, their CS difference. Sven is starting to catch up because he had some time out on the side lane while Hjanen wasn't farming, but look at the amount of farm Hjanen will get in response to this big wave pushing in. It'll re-establish the difference. Now, we said we expect Hjanen and Widi to be doing well in the early game. We also expect Sven and Mithy not to be playing for the early game. That's one of the whole reasons why G2 moved towards the top side and pushed the tower down. Roccat now have to find a way to get Hjanen into this game. I expect when that Ardent Sensor comes through for Wadid, plus the Blade of the Ruined King, Roccat will actually look to fight. Early on, they'll have the Renekton, they'll have the Talia, they'll try and find a Perks or a Sven caught out and go for a skirmish when G2 aren't ready to react.
And G2 have to know this too, right? Like, they've definitely been able to read this team well. Picking very safe laners. The Lucian, preferenced over the Orianna, giving up a little bit of that late game damage so they have a very safe laner that has some self-heal. But Tristana, much the same way with the rocket jump. So Sven feels like he can definitely push up a little deeper right now. Of course, Mithy is there to have his back. And yeah, it's good that you point out a lot of the CS differential and how much gold that should result in, because the gold is actually bang on even right now. Roccat got first tower blood. You got to wonder, where is that difference starting to come from now? You take a look across the board, and to be honest, it does look like it's up in the top lane. Expect outperforming Foxy.
He got that first blood as well. That attributes to some of this gold lead. Now, I want to look at, again, what G2 have done since this tower first blood to actually slow Roccat down. We know Roccat will be looking for an engage, and look at the vision control through topside. Yes, it gives G2 the Rift Herald, but it also denies Rockat's ability to engage. The reason they're focused topside is because Hjanen and Wadid will never be on the bottom side. There is no objective to take, and they know that Lucian, Perks, in the middle lane can clear the wave with his ultimate, with his early game presence. So what it means is G2 just say, okay, we want topside. We've now taken Rift Herald. There's nothing up here for Roccat to take. All they can do is try and make a player on top tower or on mid tower, and we can see them coming. We should be able to react to it in time.
And it's clean, right? If you're able to execute this, you can shut down what can be an early game powerhouse very easily. And you can see that, again, it's all itemization towards that end. Obviously, champion choices affect this much. Perks goes in, Blade of the Ruined King popped. Ooh, looks for a couple double taps, forces out the heal. Coling comes in, Perks, he needs a few more shots, but he won't get it. Trick was waiting in the wings instead. They will just go for the Rift Herald. Betsy is very, very low here, and Pridestalker is coming in for some relief.
Yeah, Roccat are all coming down as well, so as good as G2 are trying to push this advantage by chunking down Betsy, Roccat actually were reacting to it in time. G2 will take a consolation prize of looking towards the dragon here. Typically what teams would do is make that play onto Betsy, try and kill him. If you don't kill him, you back away for maybe 20 seconds maximum, then go back in for the Rift Herald on the next wave. The difficulty is Trick was already there, Mithy was already roaming down, so G2 actually anticipated that they'd get more of that play, and now they're back to relying on this Lucian to just push the tower with a little assistance from Trick when it comes to that wave after wave after wave. But that is difficult. To weather through a Talia is almost not going to happen.
Yeah, but as long as Betsy is locked up here trying to hold onto the wave, it means he can't really make a whole lot of plays up in the top, down in the bottom. And it does seem like, unless Roccat start changing their game plan, they're going to be stymied this game.
For now, at least. We need to see one of those big skirmishes. We've only had the one kill so far.
Does that count as a big skirmish? There was like 3 people up top for G2.
That's why I said
Stealth Cow coming out of nowhere.
Nope, that's not a big skirmish.
All right.
If you put the CGI budget of a big film on that, that would be like one of those minor scenes where there's one guy, they go and zoom in on that. Not a full-fledged battle. We want to see the full-fledged battle between G2
well,
and Roccat, but it won't come for a while.
You know, you need to wait. Sometimes you got to establish the build-up. Of course, there's always going to be like a little bit of downtime in between things, and that's when you get to chill. You kind of tune out for a while.
Filler episodes and filler points in films are like the worst. I hate that. That's why I don't watch anime. I actually don't watch anime.
Hold on, there is an exception to this, Stress.
Okay.
Sometimes the filler episodes are when the writers get to have fun, and if you're paying attention, you get to notice all little call-outs and references and things.
Okay, I can understand that.
Yeah, just gotta pay attention, see what happens. Some filler episodes suck, I agree. I don't know if Roccat versus G2 is going to be a filler episode at this point.
Well, for G2, they don't assume it's a filler episode right now. This is their quest to first place in the group.
It's a long quest, though, right? Like they're really going to be cheering for NIP if they win this series today, which is honestly a tall order. Even though we have seen some improvement on NIP, Fnatic is so good, man.
They are. Fnatic have been looking insanely good. G2 on the rise as well. But look, we can't count Roccat out themselves. They're getting to that point we were talking about. Ardent Sensor complete. Blade of the Ruined King complete. Now I want to see Roccat make that play.
Got 2 words for you. Black Cleaver. I want to see them sit behind Foxy, have him charge down the line, but they're just settling into tower trades right now, and Sven on this Tristana is going to be able to demolish these a little bit faster as Trick was tanking through. Foxy holding in the bottom side. Yarn and Wadid are going to be a little behind the 8 ball on this one, and I'm a little worried for Roccat. They seem to be slow on the uptake.
I mean, they're slow on the uptake in the sense that G2 recognize where Roccat are likely to play around next, and then just say, okay, well, let's make a play the other side of the map. Let's avoid them. This is the point at which they're strong. And now G2 are even looking for an inner tower. Now, Pridestalker is coming down to the bottom side. There is also a trade happening in the middle lane here.
Oh, Perks behind enemy lines. Getting a double tap on defense. Trying to dodge, flashing forward, calling, and Perks gets the solo kill. Welcome back to Lane Kingdom.
There was only one challenger he hadn't taken down in summer, and now Betsy falls. We're up to the top lane.
Oh my goodness, that Ren was nasty. Pulling the sticks out of Expect. Okay, we started to get some action here as Foxy's going to get caught on. Sven gets the blowback, flashing forward, dash and slash, and Mithy coming in for the relief effort. The bully's getting bullied here. It is 3-on-1 once again. And Mithy gets himself a nice pair of croc skin boots.
What do you know? It was the time that the items just get completed and G2 say, okay, we'll make a play. Roccat try and react to it, but come out short all across the map. Solo kill in the middle lane in favor of G2. I believe they just got the kill in the bottom side. They didn't get a tower that stood behind them, but look, this solo kill out of Perks, he knows he can already win these trades against Betsy with this Blade of the Ruined King. And Perks flashes out of the minefield so he doesn't take the extra damage so that he's not still under the tower to end up falling. Hjanan, we saw him equalize a kill up on the top side. Expect has a lot of damage, but was not anticipating the damage that came out of the Rend. And then G2 just say, okay, well, we can kill Foxy bottom side as well. It's all okay. We see Pridestalker heading towards the middle lane. They're trying to defend there.
Ooh.
And then Foxy tries, but Mithy is there. Trick is there as well. Foxy, you can't really disrespect his damage early on, but Sven's good at kiting back. He was just able to get clear and make sure he could keep himself alive.
Yeah, so now the ranks have been bullied down, taking 2 deaths in this game, and of course, Mithy was the one who actually ended up with a kill on that, but he'll be perfectly happy with it. Sven is already starting to do some serious damage, having completed the Infinity Edge. And it's starting to look a little rough for Roccat right now. 3-1 in kills in favor of G2 Esports. But once again, the gold is dead even in total.
But we, like, the point of Rockat's composition hasn't been felt yet.
Exactly.
Because
that's the problem.
You're right, they're even on gold, but everybody has seen the amount of additional gold that Ardent Sensor, yes, people measured it with Janna, can give over to an 80 carry. The massive amount of stats it gives. We need to see that fight come from Roccat, where they actually use the damage, use the Ardent Sensor procs that comes through, the massive amount of stats. He is so far ahead. 2 items to the 1 item, and we said that should happen in the early game. It should be that Sven is behind, but Hjanan has been focused on farming. Roccat have given the farm to Hjanan, and he is in a very strong position, so we cannot underestimate that despite the fact G2 have come out ahead in the last 2 skirmishes, the Roccat are just going to go quietly into the night now.
Yeah, and also Roccat are very, very fixated on giving Yarnan the opportunity to carry. You can see some defensive items being picked up. Pridestalker completes a Knight's Vow, presumably to give him that extra bit of protection. So I want to see where they decide to send him. Obviously, in 30 seconds, Baron will be a reality. And normally we don't talk about Baron at a 20-minute mark, but when there's a Callista on one team, that's another story. Perkz looks to check over into Betsy, decides maybe he doesn't want to go that deep.
G2 have got the advantage when it comes to Baron, though, for now. The vision control around middle lane, around the top side, is in favor of G2, but what Roccat are doing here is seeing Perkz in the top side, seeing Expect in the bottom side, Roccat say, okay, well, we'll just push onto the middle lane. Now, they're going in.
Yeah, oh, trick. Okay, that was a little bit of bouncing around, and Mithy tries to get a bit of it as well as he flashes away from the rest of Roccat. They might have run out of steam here as Betsy finally takes down the last few shots and finishes off Trick here. Harden getting fired down as Expect, who actually charbroils him down to nothing. But did everybody melting through. Sven gets a hop, a skip, and a double kill to compensate. 20 minutes now, it's G2 turn their attention to the mid lane.
It's a reaction from G2. Trick took enough time out of Rockat's play. Roccat weren't able to push down the tower because they were focused on defending themselves. He dragged Wadid into the backline, which forced Wadid to flash out. Now, Expect maybe caught on the tower.
He's got to be a little careful here. Okay, trying to dodge up the front volley. Mithy will tank up a few more of those. So for the time being, G2 won't be able to secure that next tower. But yeah, critical move and Trick. He jumps in. It looks like it was going to be bad, but all of a sudden, the rest of G2 just came out of the woodwork.
And that's what another thing we were talking about. This mid lane, Lucian can move from lane to lane quite quickly. Level 2 boots completed. You, of course, have the dash as well. So Perkz moved over in enough time. Then came the teleport out of Expect and Faxi, and Expect just roasted Hjanan alive. Hjanan didn't have his flash for that fight. Tried to heal his way out, and it just wasn't enough.
But this is the thing, too. Expect, once again, getting that gold. Let's see this fight and how it all unfolds one more time.
Trick jumps in. Pride Stalker tries to block him, gets a good block off, but Wadid gets caught. At this point, Wadid can't actually get some of the procs off to get this Ardent Sensor working as well as he would like, and it means that Wadid's on the way out, backing out all of the time, and Hjanan can't quite get the ult. Hang on, Roccat around the Baron.
Yeah, and they're going to be able to smite it down. It's actually rended as Yarden secures this one. A fast move to juke everybody, even the observers here. Sven gets one kill to start off things onto Wadid. G2 do not want to let Roccat escape with this Baron. Double knock up for Mithy right now. Pride Stalker, everybody's caught inside the pit. He's going to be able to dash his way out. Sven following through. Perkz, relentless pursuit right into the face of Betsy. Expect even following forward. A calling full channel comes out, but it's not going to connect exactly where he wanted. Betsy trying for some trickery, shoving, but Perkz was able to get the dash off back. Unfortunately for Pride Stalker, nowhere for him to go. He dashes back in and Sven blows him right back. Aha, a kill. And all of a sudden, Roccat, they might have got Baron, but it's only on 2 members.
A desperation play out of Roccat to get the Baron. They knew they could with the Kalista. You discussed it a couple of minutes back, Pyra. Past that 20-minute mark, you've got to respect that. Now, they get out of there with Baron on 2 members, lose 3, and that will slow G2 down. They lost the tower in the bottom lane as well, did G2, as that was Faxi taking the tower during that exchange. But that was a quick response out of Roccat, knowing if we get there, we can actually beat G2 to the punch. They had spent so much time pushing on the mid lane that when they recall eventually, Roccat end up just rushing to that Baron. You can see how little vision now there is. There's only the 1 ward or so. Betsy tries to wall off the rest of G2, and it's successful enough to get them to the point where that Ren comes down to secure it. From here, the problem for Roccat is Wadid is trying to just take up as much time, protect Hjanan for as long as possible, that they don't then see Expect coming through from the top side. We talked about how good Expect has been. The rest of the fight is Sven plus Perkz. Expect boxes the rest of Roccat around the corner, delays them even further from recalling out, and then in come Perkz, in comes Sven to clean up the rest of the fight.
Yeah, a bit of a messy one on the latter half of it, but at the very least, Roccat, they still have a few members with Baron buff. They're going to utilize it to try and finally knock down this mid tower. It was 3-3 in towers. It's now going to be a tower lead over to Roccat. Let's see if they can get another. As the blue trinket comes down to spot out Pride Stalker, or a Trick, I should say. In goes Mithy. Once again, Black Shield on, keeping Yarden safe for the time being, and in comes Trick. They're trying for the engage to cut them off, shoving the Zac back. Ooh, can't quite get it the root. Betsy's going to be able to finish him off.
Yeah, Roccat taking good exchanges around this Baron buff, and of course, their side lane still has it. Now, Faxi forced to flash out of the over the wall.
Dominus on, though. It's key ultimate's burned. Expect already put down the equalizer, and that's going to open up just enough time for Roccat to finish off the tier 2. So they're already making use of this Baron buff. 1 minute remaining on the duration. Sven's got to be careful. He is the linchpin to this G2 fight. 5-0 on the Tristana. He does not want to add a death count here. Perkz around the side. The wall is being built straight through the G2 base. It's probably not the most convenient place to put a wall.
through another wall at that point.
It does go through walls, though.
Well, it's Roccat trying to just get out of this situation. You can see Faxi manages to get safety. Roccat have just done a significant amount of damage, considering G2 have a 5-0 Tristana just cleaned up after the majority of a Baron fight. The fact that it was still on Faxi and Betsy was enough to push through 2 lanes at a time, and that allows Roccat to kind of play around this skirmish. Trick gets caught out, ends up dying, used his ultimate as well, doesn't have flash still, and that means Roccat could look to pick up another fight if they can. That's how they have to win this game. Roccat have to win this game now through getting another clean fight against G2 and being able to deal damage off that side lane. Problem is, look how quickly Faxi ends up shredded down.
Yeah, I feel like his role in this game is probably going to be meat shield, to be honest, because it seems like all the team is playing around Yarnan. Betsy, of course, is contributing, but it is more of a utility role, right? All the protection seems to be put on Yarnan, the Black Shield, the Knight's Vow, all that stuff, there to keep him alive, and that was a key part of them winning that fight.
A massive part of them winning the fight. Now for G2, however, they're making a play on the bottom side because they know Roccat can't respond in time themselves, so they get a tower out of this, trying to even the gold back up. And G2 know that they can fight effectively when they have everything available. Once you got the flashes, once you got the ultimates up, which they are close to, Roccat shouldn't be quite as difficult to fight against.
Let's throw the Morgana in. What did, though, he's getting knocked up right now, and there is Expect going golden for
Sven.
just a second. Sven, he might get caught. No, he's got the pullback. Jumping forward, shut down by Yarnan. A double kill for the Kalista, and they will clean house under the G2 turrets. This is the Roccat team fight.
Roccat able to take the 3 versus 3 in the top side. Sven jumped into the fight, I think, then used both summoners, couldn't get himself out alive. Wasn't anticipating quite that much damage coming out of Roccat. We said that Sven needs to be on the backline behind this Alistair, behind the rest of the team. Well, Perks and Trick were still committing on the bottom side of the map to that tower play. They were trying to kill Betsy. They didn't manage to get the kill from that, and Roccat ended up taking over the lead. I mean, so let's watch Sven in this fight. He's desperately trying to get the damage down because he knows if they kill Yarnan, the rest of Roccat end up dying. So he jumps in, tries to get the damage down, but has to flash immediately out. Tries to jump in, and Yarnan in midair rends Sven down. That was so unbelievably close. And you can see just how Yarnan is getting from this combination with Wadid and Pridestalker. They were so low at so many points in that fight that you can absolutely see why G2 wanted to take that. Sven thought he had that in the bag, and Yarnan was able to just rend him out of the fight and take complete control.
That man you just saw on your screen, Grabs, he tweeted at the beginning of the day that even though it didn't matter for Roccat, this game was still going to be an important one. They still wanted to make a statement. They still wanted to play full try hard. I don't know if that's the actual phrase, but they definitely were coming into this one just as serious as if playoffs were still on the line, and they are taking it to G2 Esports right now.
And it's happening again, although the results haven't always gone in Rockat's favor. Even last week's Fnatic series was a back and forth close series. Roccat, G2, Fnatic, like all of these teams when they're playing up against Roccat, seem to struggle because Roccat come with a better early game than we normally see out of them. Yarnan is having a magnificent game once again. From the laning phase through to the early skirmishes, like Roccat have shown up exactly as we don't expect them to. But
I
now
feel like
we
we should at this point.
How does that work?
I don't know. You know, the thing is, at the very beginning, G2 were giving Faxi a really hard time. And it seemed like this Renekton just wasn't going to work the way they wanted it to.
Right.
But they didn't need the Renekton to be good because Yarnan is huge. Pridestalker, we thought that he would maybe go the carry route that he's shown some success on and evolution on, but he's gone for a standard tank. The Grog,
Right.
It's working fine. Roccat are making this playstyle work.
But that's exactly what we said coming out of Champion Select. There's some essence of disengage with kiting around here for Yarnan. If they can provide safety, if Wadid and Pridestalker can provide safety for Yarnan, then for the majority of this game, Yarnan's damage is going to be almost uncontestable. Almost. Sven is in a fantastic position at 5-1. Here comes TP.
Yeah, but Trick is already almost down to 0 right now. Oh boy, Redemption. I don't know if you will be redeemed. Perks does finish off Faxi, but Yarnan does the same thing to Expect. Trick leading incredibly low as Yarden looks to throw in the Morgana. Instead, they find Mithy. Point blank, dark binding around the backside is Perks, but it's Pridestalker tanking up the full channel of the calling. In comes Betsy, throws a couple of rocks, but now it looks like G2 have the damage. Pridestalker turns back in again. They find Sven to lead him out of the fight, and that could be the difference maker. Perks is isolated. Mithy says, sorry, bro, I am out of here, and Roccat win a huge fight.
Pridestalker and Wadid play bodyguard for Hyanan, one on either side, and as soon as a threat steps up from G2, Roccat turn around and just deal with it instantly. They find Sven again in a fight, and for only the second time they kill him, but that might be enough to end the game.
Death timer's still ticking right now, 20 seconds on that Tristana, and Roccat show no signs of stopping. Will actually quit while they're ahead, and there is a Baron. Nice and available, just shy of 30 minutes here. It has been a bloody game with 11 to 11 in kills. Roccat getting the better of them.
Well, it was 1-0 for 14 minutes in this game. And then Roccat get to the point, they say, okay, play the Rune King. We got the first item, we got the Ardent Sensor, we got the Gragas past level 6. That's all we really needed. Start fighting. Get Hyanan into the fight. They got the Baron play, which was great the first time, and now the second Baron. Doesn't even matter that it was Wadid that ended up getting that at this point. But look, Roccat, this fight, once again, was Trick starting the engage with this Zac. You can see why they want to fight. And Faxi even looked out of it, but here's all the damage off screen for G2. They are so far away from Hyanan, and then it turns into the bodyguard, the Secret Service Wadid at this point, because look, Pridestalker and Wadid just separating G2 away from them, pushing Perks back away. Suddenly, Hyanan realizes after binding, Pridestalker is already casting Body Slam as the binding is flying because they're convinced it's going to hit Sven. It locks, the crowd control hits him, Sven has no chance to escape. You can see he tries everything, but Roccat are on the verge of winning in game one.
Looks like it's happening again. We saw it all the way back in Spring Split, and Roccat, maybe they want some revenge for losing to the G2 sub-squad. Now they're up against the real thing. 10 weeks later, at 31 minutes, on the lead, marching in the front door. G2 have just not been able to find these fights. Sven, very critical, deleted twice in midair, it looked like. Expect. They gave him tools to carry early on, but also the Roccat target selection. They just found them exactly where they needed to. And this is so incredible to see Roccat fighting this way, this well.
The Thresh was banned, Rakan was banned. We saw some of these big supports taken away from Wadid. He moves over to the Morgana. Different playstyle. Yes, okay, you can get thrown in by the Fate's Call, but it's about a little bit longer range, more protective, using the Black Shield, and the bindings have been fantastic. Now, Trick is looking for one last team fight, but Hyanan has the Guardian Angel completed already. The win condition is just protect Hyanan. Faxi has the Guardian Angel as well. He can play that frontline role in these team fights, and Roccat are just going to carefully, cautiously walk this in. As I say that, Pridestalker dashes in.
All right, well, there's the collapse right now. Full calling comes out from Perks. So it looks like Sven's going to start the fight off with a kill onto Betsy. They get Pridestalker right into the back, and they weren't going to be able to finish him down. However, Yarden is staying alive, and he takes out Mithy, Trick, Expect, Perks, Sven, all running for their lives as the first inhibitor of the game is going to fall down. Even though Roccat lost 2 for 1, looks like they were the ones coming out ahead here. A lot of key ultimates already down. Sven will have his Buster Shot up and available. Perks dodges out the binding. Ooh. Sven hopping forward. He's got a flash. Will he use it? The answer is no.
No real reason to flash forward there because it leaves him committed as Hyanan would have been able to get in position to defend. A little sloppy out of Roccat in the sense that they go aggressive when they perhaps don't need to. They had the Baron buff. They were waiting for the next wave of minions to come through to the middle lane, and they end up pushing the inhibitor. You can see Sven and Perks still have a significant amount of damage in this game. You cannot disrespect him, and Trick goes in, tries to get the fight started, and is able to do enough. It's a very difficult fight to get work for G2. They need the engage, otherwise Roccat will just push him with the Baron buff, but they also need to somehow find a Kalista that has the GA, has a Morgana, a Gragas, a frontline with the Renekton. Like, even Betsy, when you look at the Seismic Shove, the Minefield is doing a significant amount of damage and defensive work for Hyanan.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter how many metas and years you go through in League of Legends. Protect the AD carry tends to work a lot of the time if you're able to execute it. And right now, Roccat are definitely showing that off. Now, Sven, critically, he stayed alive in that last fight, and I think that was a big difference maker as well. So they are very important players in this game right now. Expect is also pretty important, but I haven't seen his impact since the mid game, in all honesty. I feel like he's not been in the right position. more often than not.
Expect has been able to get a couple of equalizers through, has done good damage in the team fights as well. It's difficult, though, when you're trying to find the likes of a Kalista in the backline, where you're trying to hop through, and you've got to keep them at arm's range, though, because that Kalista will shred right through you at the same time. I think the difficult thing for G2 is their front line, as strong as it has just always been a little behind the damage of Roccat, but that time is starting to run out. Hjanen is going really not to be too much more effective. He can sell boots, maybe for another item, maybe we'll see a Phantom Dancer come through. Deficio with his 2 cents. Yeah, that's the win condition at that point. What he's saying is he wants to see Mithy build the Ardent Sensor, just get as much as he can. It is funny how much Ardent Sensor influences games. You can speak to pros, not even just bot lane pros. You can speak to mid lane pros like Paravival about how frustrating this item is because of just how much it gives over to an AD carry in terms of damage, survivability, all of these things. And we've seen Hjanen be safe time after time because Wadid has been able to get that Ardent Sensor in the fights, and Hjanen just ends up not dying.
Which is a pretty critical thing if you want to be able to win these fights. So for G2, they need to overcome that if they want to stay alive here. Otherwise, they are looking at definitely being locked out of that first spot. Let's see, it's a duel. Expect actually not taking that one very well right now. It's Foxy who comes up ahead, play the Rune King, active popped. He's getting fairly tanky. He had a Guardian Angel from before. He also has the Bramble Vest, so he's dishing back a few more shots.
Both flashed, and that Bramble Vest comes out because you look at the rest of the damage threats. You've got a Lucian, you've got a Tristana. Those are the ones that are going to start taking over, specifically that Tristana later on in the game. And with a Last Whisper completed, Sven is very close to the point where he just has to sit behind his front line. Look at how much damage he just did to Betsy. But Pride wants to go in.
All right, he's got Goo for just a second. Here comes the redemption here. Pride Stalker and Betsy need to get healthy. It looks like they'll be able to do it, and there's a ceasefire for the time being. Or is there? Pride Stalker turns on to Perks. Wadid is going to get the finishing kill. A hop for Sven, but he's dark-bound for just a moment now. Foxy, meanwhile, was chipping away at the tower up top. There's some minions here. Expect is trying to burn them all to a crisp. But meanwhile, the rest of the G2 base is in shambles.
Of course, that binding locks Sven as he reaches the destination, since he'd already started jumping at that point, and that meant that Roccat weren't able to capitalize fully, but again, Sven got found by a binding. He was safe on this time. It was Perks that ended up getting taken down by Pride Stalker, and G2, they were trying this double AD carry style. Roccat closing in for the win.
Trying to take this one in game number 1. Trick decides to go bouncing, but Faxi says, nah, I don't want to. Sven is going to be able to pick up one crucial kill here onto Betsy, and that will stop the Roccat push for now.
But the binding, again, buys Roccat the time to get out of the base. Mithy cannot afford to chase on his own, but they're trying to slow down Rockat's recalls here. Look, Baron is just about to respawn as we pan up towards it. Remember, Kalista, this will be Baron number 3, 37 minutes on this game. Roccat are looking for a third Baron. Roccat are looking to get enough here to close game 1 against G2 and put one nail in the coffin of G2's hopes of getting first.
Trick, he's going to try to say something about that as he hops in. It looks like the fight's already been turned. They look for Mithy. Expect those goals. They knock Sven in! And can they take him down? Yarden says, yes, we can. Perks around the side, a triple kill, just like that for the Kalista, and it's gonna be the Quadra!
Only one remains, it's Perks. They don't know where he is, but Perks shows himself.
Oh no, flash and dash, and you know, they don't even need the Penta. Roccat say, we are going to win this game.
Yeah, Roccat just want to win the game. They don't care about the Penta. Hjanen's like, okay, let's just get to game 2. Let's do this again. Let's beat G2. And again, Pyra, we're in week 10, the last week of the split, and Roccat, they're putting themselves 1-0 up against G2.
Oh, and it's 38 minutes of redemption comes in, and it feels like redemption for Roccat. They may not be going to playoffs right now, but they are certainly starting to put a damper on G2's dreams. And wouldn't you think it looked a little dire this week, but Roccat can prove the Kingslayers are alive and well.
1-0 on the series for Roccat. And it was a good way to come back into the game. Now, they had the early game advantage through the bottom side. The Ardent Sensor comes out. They lose one skirmish in the middle lane from overcommitting themselves, but go, okay, we've got Kalista. What do we do with Kalista? Go to Baron as soon as we can. Early Baron rush pays off for them. They get that gold influx from the bottom lane tower that goes down, and then they just back-to-back fight, knowing all they've got to do is protect Hjanen, and he will win the game for them, and they do it beautifully.
Absolutely. Insanely solid execution, and Roccat once again playing up to the level of their opponents. These guys always give us a show, but sometimes it boggles the mind that they can lose to teams at the bottom of the standings, and then they can put on a performance like that against the likes of G2 Esports.
The same team gives NIP their only series win so far, and yet beats Fnatic, the game up on
You never know what
G2.
you're getting with Roccat. I feel like they are one of the most unpredictable teams in the European LCS.
Which is why when the analysts say, hey, is the upset on the cards? And people say no, you go, okay, that actually makes sense. This matchup should be G2 favored. But again, every time you underestimate Roccat, they seem to just find that playstyle in the early game that works for them. And they were running a difficult conversation.
It was a difficult conversation.
It is a difficult conversation. They're running a difficult composition. You got to play disengage. You got to try and protect one member. That's tough to do against a Zac, who basically wins every game he's been let through, and against an Alistair who engages fights so very well. Kudos to Roccat. That was a great performance.
Yeah, and especially Bodyguards, Pride Stalker and Wadid. Let's see if they can do it again. Roccat took down G2 in game number 1, so let's check in with Analyst Desk to break it all down.
Thank you very much, Pyra. I do want to break down exactly how Roccat did it, because this wasn't a cheese victory or anything. This was very well played. Before we get to that, though, I asked Venius if the upset was on the cards. A very resounding no, and I don't think you were wrong in that prediction. But damn, you were wrong.
I was wrong. It seems that Jaime Lannister has been reborn in the form of Roccat. The Kingslayers remain true to their title as they get a pretty convincing win against G2.
Yeah, before we get to our replays, I want to update you guys on the race for first place in Group A. Now, we said beforehand, G2 has to win versus Roccat to keep that dream alive. However, even with dropping this single game, G2 is in dire straits, because this now means that Fnatic has to lose 0-2 to NIP. And on Saturday, G2 have to beat Fnatic 2-0 in order to get that first place. In other words, that is not good for G2. But with that, I do want to focus on the game and on what Roccat did correctly in this game, because there was a lot of that.
Well, we have to start by looking a little bit at the early game, because it didn't go amazingly well for Roccat. They ended up losing first blood. Betsy ended up dying in a 1v1 in mid. There are a lot of early kills that were going heavily in the favor of G2, along with a lot of early fights. And when you looked at how the game was developing, especially with the Zac comp, Tristana Rumble, things looked dire. But the one shining light was this Kalista down in the bottom lane for Hyun. And this Kalista was holding his own in the laning phase. They were able to trade fairly evenly. And as the game progressed, he was getting stronger and stronger, eventually having a massive impact on the game.
The spotlight this weekend has been on Reckless versus Sven on Saturday, but turns out that Yarnan versus Sven is also a hype matchup. Let's take a look at our first replay, because this is one in which Trick engages. He does die off the back of it, but still looking pretty good for G2, seeing that they get a couple of kills on Sven.
So this is one of the initial mid lane fights that we were talking about, where things looking a little dire for Roccat, because while the initial fight looks good, things very quickly fall apart, because G2, they get a fantastic flank off with a really good TP from Expect with a follow-up from Perks. The resets from Sven looking good, and even though a Baron goes in the favor of Roccat, G2 still come out with a convincing team fight win. So you're thinking now, G2, they're still looking poised, they're still looking good enough to be able to win this, but this Baron has a lot of impact later on.
Well, that was going to be my question, even though they are on the back foot, knowing that the Kalista is pretty farmed already, which is also in part why they can take that Baron so early. The decision-making of going for that, making sure that G2 is not going to be able to take it, and the fact that Roccat will be able to dictate the pace a bit more of the game, how much did that, well, come into their victory later on in the game?
Oh, it certainly did, because once you have that Baron, what it means is, as you already said, you now control the tempo. And one of the big things is, for when you're having, when you play with a Lucian, his wave clear is surprisingly low when he doesn't have his ultimate up. And when you're playing against a Morgana and a Gragas, there's a huge amount of pick potential that you always have to respect. So we saw a lot of towers going down in favor of Roccat, which slowly gave them a bit of a gold advantage, making them more confident coming into these later fights. And that's what we really want to highlight, some of the strengths that Hyanan demonstrated, because he had a massive teamfight victory over in the top lane, which translated into a massive teamfight victory going in the favor of the mid lane for the side of Roccat. So as we bring it up, you can see that the goal of Roccat here is to start off the Baron, but Trick and Expect coming from the flank without really knowing what the rest of their team was doing. And that's because the rest of their team were dealing with a Faxi TP in from the side lane. So you're thinking, okay, this is still fairly okay. Both top lane is full, but this is where we're seeing a breakdown in communication from G2. They don't fully know how to commit onto this fight. And Hyanan, his positioning and his strength at this point in the game is too good for you to just disrespect it, along with a great initiation from Bright Stalker, and you're just seeing fantastic team fighting coming out from Roccat.
That you do, and I can only imagine the oh, Yarden was looking at his own replay and said, yes, that was me, and it was great. And Roccat is not playing for anything. To repeat it again, they are in a safe spot. They are about to go on vacation. They have a couple of games left to play here, so maybe that works in favor for them. You know, they noticed it's going well. We have a lot of kills on Yarn, and our engages are going good. We have absolutely nothing to lose, so let's just force those fights time and time again.
It's one of those shifts in mentality that you can have, right? When you know you don't have to play your best, like this game doesn't matter, you just want to play against G2. There's some value you can get from it on an individual level, maybe as a team level. But it seems like they didn't have any restrictions on themselves. They were just like, let's do this, let's do that, let's do this. And they just play League of Legends, I think, without thinking too much about it. And that seemed to benefit them a lot more. Pride Stalker made a lot of really good initiations, which the rest of the team followed up on, or did with a really good mechanical outplay. He had really good Dark Bindings, and he had really good shields at just the right time to set up his team for success. And overall, we just saw a lot of good players stepping up for Roccat, resulting in a great team performance.
That we did. We were very positive on the side of Roccat because they did win. But is there anything we can point out at the side of G2 of someone who dropped the ball? Not wanting to point it out, but Zach has only lost now 3 games the entire split when he was able to be picked. He's usually not a pick that we associate with not being able to put a lot of pressure on the game, right? Not that I want to call that out, but there definitely wasn't too much going in their favor across the map early.
I completely agree with you. I think that Zach pick really was a big question mark, because something that you and I were saying in the game was, ooh, Trigger's died a lot this game. And he was dying a lot. He was getting caught out many times. He was engaging without proper follow-up from his team. And when I saw the composition coming together, I was a little bit concerned when they had the Rumble and a Lucian, because it's not the easiest follow-up on top of a Zach engage. And we saw multiple times how that came to be, because the Zach went in, he'd get bursted, and then the rest of the team would come, resulting in a teamfight loss for G2.
So for a team that's going to go up against Fnatic in an important match, we want to see more. Quick riddle before we go. In that deciding Game 3, which you casted of G2 versus Roccat in Week 10 of the Spring Split, there was only one champion player combo that was identical in this game as to that game. Which was it?
Was it Renekton and Gragas?
Champion player combo.
Oh, champion player combo. Ooh.
Hint, it was very impactful in both games.
It was very impactful in both games. By any chance, was it Kalista?
It was Yarnan, and it was Kalista indeed. We'll see if he gets his hands on that again. G2 in dire straits, and Roccat are looking to do it again and stop G2's winning streak. Game 2 is coming up after the break. Don't miss it.
God.
Slayers, they might have fallen off the horse this split, but they just might be able to play Kingmaker. Even Nifty has joined the party up top. Flash followed through, headbutted right back into Trick. That was close, but it's gonna be first blood.
Here. First behind enemy lines, getting a double tap on the bench.
Trying to dodge, flashing forward, calling, and Perks gets the solo kill. Welcome back to Lane Kingdom.
Yeah, by the way. Yeah, we can win 2v2 now. Yeah. There's someone.
A double kill for the Kalista, and they will clean house under the G2 turrets. This is the Roccat team fight. Looks like G2 have the damage. Pride Stalker turns back in again. Then finds Sven to lead him out of the fight, and that could be the difference right now, but they are certainly starting to put a damper on G2's dreams. And wouldn't you think it looked a little dire this week, but Roccat can prove the Kingslayers are alive and well. right, welcome back everybody to the EU LCS. G2 are in a must-win fight here in Game 2 against Roccat, as another loss is going to put an end to their hopes to get first place in Group A. And Roccat, when nothing is on the line for them, Stress, they show up and they smack down G2.
They do. Good win from Roccat. A hard-earned win. And they have selected blue side. They're like, let's play the side of our team colors. Everything will be great. Put G2 on the red side.
This time, at least, it won't get confusing to look at in-game, right?
Exactly. Don't know quite exactly how that's going. But for G2, the last game wasn't necessarily dictated by Roccat having the counter pick. When it comes to the last pick of the draft, it was a lot more to do with that Kalista, which was in the first rotation that G2 let through. Now that might be why why Roccat selected blue side, because they're expecting to now have G2 either let that open or Roccat get the Zac themselves.
Yeah, well, the Kalista is going to be banned by G2 right off the board, so that is clearly what G2 are recognizing as the major threat. But, you know, kudos to the performance overall of Pridestalker with did, keeping Yarnin alive. I think they could substitute a hypercarry elsewise. Now the Lucian's taken off the board and the Zac is banned as well. I
like these two bans. I think you'll also probably see the Thresh come through. That'll leave likely the Rakan available for Roccat later on in the draft if they want it. Roccat, looking at what they banned in the last game, also took the Elise off the table. One of the picks. Did he always have to ban on red side? I like that Roccat are banning it on blue side just because they're not prioritizing it as a first pick for themselves.
All right, G2. What is their last choice? Remember, they banned Rengar previously against Pridestalker, but then he takes a Gragas, stock standard tank jungler, and is able to set up insane fights. So G2 aren't going to try to go down that rabbit hole. Instead, they ban the Rakan away.
Okay, the Rakan's gone. That leaves Thresh available if Roccat wants it. Cho'Gath is up as well, but we've seen less priority on the Cho'Gath on 7-15 as a first pick.
Do it, Roccat.
You're getting very excited about the Rengar. Now, that might get locked in because it is where Pridestalker's namesake comes from, but I'm more expecting that Gragas as a jungler.
All right, he played it really well last game. I can't get mad, but man, when I see Pridestalker and Rengar, I'm just like, flashback to solo queue montage moments. I just want to see it, but that's okay. Play it meta, play it standard.
The guy years ago when he was like 13 or 14 was saying, hey, I'm a challenger Rengar player. Look at me. There's a one-trick, but
then he did an AMA and said, I can't just one-trick forever.
Right, and then he's not one-tricking forever anymore, which is good because he's seen growth as a player. Now, G2 lock what they believe to be the best AD carry that hasn't been banned, and that is the Tristana. I think Roccat, although they wouldn't get the Xayah Rakan combo, may still look towards the Xayah. We're also expecting Roccat at some point to start picking the Sivir up a whole lot more.
I was going to say, that was kind of the thing that Yarnin honestly made a name for himself on last year. And we could very well see it again. Now, it's back over to Rockat's pick as the J4 was locked in. Some noise on the comms right now.
Yeah, Roccat are being very excited. I want to see, actually, I think Nasus is a pick that Roccat are likely to pick up at some point.
Oh, it's a Sivir.
Oh,
and the Janna.
Sivir, Janna. Wadid is excited about playing Janna. Might be the only person.
Well, you just insulted like all 5 of the Janna mains out there.
Well, no, I just mean that Wadid is excited to play Janna in the LCS. A lot of supports don't playing Janna, but so fun now on the disengage style. Look, you've got a Jarvan wants to engage. You've got Tristana is going to try and hop forward. Now you've got the on the hunt with Sivir. You've got yourself the Janna on top of it. I'll explain the Nasus when it gets banned away because it's very likely to get banned. Ooh, last second change.
Okay, so they swap it up to the Gnar. So Expect manages to grab that one. It's once again a takeaway from Foxy. So unfortunately for him, you know, there won't be a taxi ride. He might have to take an Uber instead to the top lane.
Maybe he'll just walk. It'll be a long road to walk at this point. Okay. Mid laners are available. The Syndra is there. We had the LeBlanc banned in the last game. Now, the Jace is a matchup that you can play into the Gnar, which is one reason why we're seeing it banned away. Other matchups that you can at least survive through. We see people try and do the Rumble matchup, but again, can be difficult.
Cho'Gath is still up and available, but we have seen Gnar play well into it.
We've also seen Cho do well into Gnar. Like, this is a back and forth I've been trying to track a little bit. Until that matchup is completely figured out, that Cho just has a lot of sustain in the lane and eventually gets tanky enough. It's only when you gank the Cho'Gath a significant amount that you actually can put him behind.
And you know, Foxy has not actually played the Cho'Gath, but it's left up and available. Alistair banned out by Roccat on one of their last choices. Of course, G2 focused with LeBlanc on mid.
Braum is a possibility here for the Tristana combination, looking at others. Thresh found his way all the way through the ban phase, but kind of difficult into Janna. That Braum is, I guess, easier, quote-unquote, because you can sit further back and play defensive. With the Orianna now, Betsy may go the Syndra route, which is a lane matchup. Might see the Talia come through as well, another pushing matchup in the lane. I want to see the Nasus. He's been playing it in solo queue in the mid lane.
Got banned the last time around.
Yeah.
It's always possible.
You can push in Orianna with it. I don't think it's an amazing pick, but it's certainly something I was watching at. Oh, do it! He's playing the Aurelia matchup.
Oh, Foxy
Okay.
has just locked in Aurelia. Oh,
He's like,
I love it.
Okay, you want to play my champion? Now let me show you the matchup that beats it. Aurelia, good matchup into Gnar. You can stick onto Mini Gnar and kill him, basically by dashing to him at almost any point, and just take over the side lane. Gnar suddenly doesn't have as much presence as he normally would. And I like that because of that, they end up picking up the Syndra alongside it. You want that early game as well, because you've got to supplement the fact that Sivir, you're waiting for later on in the game. There's a decent amount of Roccat wave clear in this game on top of it all, and they're trying to play the disengage game again. And what goes well with the disengage? A side lane split pusher like an Aurelia that can take control over the Gnar.
Well, I think Foxy is going to be looking for some revenge, because he got turned into a pair of boots multiple times last game and ended up being just a big meat shield for the Roccat lineup. This time, they put Aurelia in his hands and expect we'll have to tangle with that up in the top lane as Gnar. Mythic gets the last lock-in. It is going to be the Thresh that did make it all the way through. We'll see if they're able to make that one work. G2 Esports, though, do seem to have a pretty potent team fight. A lot of targets for that Orianna ball.
Yeah, if they can get that. That's the key thing. Big team fight presence out of G2, whether it's pick potential or Javan plus Orianna plus the Gnar follow-up, but you've got the Janna on the other side for Roccat. You've got the Syndra to disengage. You've got Sivir to at least give a little bit of movement speed, get the spell shield through. You've got the Gragas to disengage, and all the while, Foxy will have control of the side lane.
Big stakes for G2 Esports. They are, of course, locked into playoffs, but if they lose this game, they will be locked out of that #1 position. The 3-time defending European LCS champions heading into playoffs. They need to shore up those weaknesses. Roccat showed them up last time around, and they might just be able to do it again. We don't call these guys the Kingslayers for nothing, Stress. They know how to put the hurt on top teams, and they are going all in here. The Aurelia locked in. Pride Stalker on the Gragas. Was able to protect Yarnan last time around, and Yarnan on a signature Sivir. It is the Roccat team composition, and the crowd is pumped for this matchup. We will see how it all unfolds as we get ready for game #2 between Roccat and G2 Esports.
I'm very hyped about this game now that we got the Aurelia, we got the Sivir that we wanted to see. This is exactly what we wanted out of Roccat.
And I love that last time in the spring split, Roccat nearly knocked Fnatic out of playoffs with their miracle run. If you think all the way back to that, I know it was a long time ago in spring. And now they're on the verge of giving them the first seed. It's like they swapped sides in this war. They just like showed up at G2's house, like put a knife to their throat, and were like, Fnatic, send their regards.
What you're telling me is Roccat refused to bend the knee.
Yes. They kill kings, they do not kneel to them.
Well, we'll see how this one ends up going. This game has a lot of interesting components to it now. The most standard one of the game, I think, is the Syndra versus Orianna matchup. To reiterate, it'll be Syndra pushes the early game, Orianna will be able to take control after a few levels at least, and it doesn't have the most amount of kill threat unless you get ganked. If Pride Stalker goes mid lane for Betsy, that can end up working now. If Mithy comes in, he's got Flay available. Flash Flay would be a difficult one to get a kill because there's no hook follow-up at level 1.
Yes, they decide not to pull the trigger in. That mid lane matchup, as you said, it might be a little bit slower. However, I like out of lane for Perks because last time around, he picked up that Lucian. He tried to stay safe, and I don't know, I feel like it just didn't do enough.
It didn't, and I think it's a pick that a lot of fans watching at home will say, G2 should just never pick the Lucian. And that isn't necessarily correct. They haven't had success with it, but it's not been about the Lucian itself. Perks had a great game in the last game when you look at it, actually solo killing Betsy. If he can do the same, that would actually be a little counter what the matchup should have now. If Betsy should be the one, if anything, having kill pressure. And now we get to watch a Janna lane in action, which is basically Janna shield Sivir, and damage comes through, but it'll kind of end up being okay because through Hyanan's ability to sustain through the lane, everything will be fine, and Mithy, without landing a hook on Wadid, will struggle to actually get any damage down.
I'm wondering if this isn't an opportunity, though, for Trick to have some early presence on this Jarvan going down to the bottom side. We'll talk about it in a moment because Faxi was trading out with Expect. This matchup, of course, is going to be a pretty interesting one to watch, and that might be where we see the jungle pressure as well.
Yeah, so Faxi hits level 2 early, is able to Q onto Wadid, hit him as well with Equilibrium Strike, and is able to kind of go, okay, I win this trade. And as long as you're minion R, I will continue to do this. I'll kill a minion, jump onto you, just make sure I get all the damage down, and then suddenly, at some point, pretty much around that, after you've got Sheen towards Trinity Force, Faxi will even be able to solo kill Expect, if Expect misplays.
As always in there. Okay, so Pyjamas, he gets the smite down, but Trick actually, instead of going to lanes, opted to try and harass him out of the jungle. Gets a speed boost courtesy of the Scuttle Crab. Perks was there for defense as well. So there won't be the fight.
Faxi was heading down. Now, Perks has actually been able to push Betsy in more than you would anticipate, but here's a trade in the middle lane.
Thunderlord's proc still throwing some clock pieces. Faxi going under tower, just outside the range, actually. As he trades out with Expect. It's going to be push city for all of these players in all of these lanes, pretty much. Betsy's the only one who's forced back.
Right, and I'll touch that in a second. Perks, Expect on the top side is going to have to farm out under tower. Bot lane, we have an exchange coming through.
Okay, Tornado comes out the hook. It's spell shielded by Yarna. He still takes a lot of damage from Sven, so this lane is actually starting to push back against Roccat. Back in the mid lane, Betsy taking another Thunderlord's proc. He's got to respect the ball.
Right, and he's got to respect the Thunderlords because Betsy isn't running it. He's running Storm Raiders to try and move around in fights. He's going to do damage to Perks and then be able to move back away. The problem is Perks will out-damage him. Of course, Orianna with the empowered auto attacks using the Clockwork Wind-Up passive plus that Thunderlords actually means the trading potential for Perks is significant when Syndra's not running it. But top lane, Faxi, oh, the recall just came through from Pridestalker.
Yeah, Trick is here. Of course, that flash and the dash already burned. Boomerang on the backside, so Faxi's forced back. And we do get an answer to the question I posed a moment ago, that Trick is going to send his attention up top to try and give Expect a little bit of relief.
It makes sense. You want to try and give that losing matchup the edge, and now without Flash, Faxi has to play a lot safer in the lane. Can't afford to push up. Speaking of safer in the lane, Faxi TP'd back into the lane to make sure he could get everything from that big wave. Hyanan as well didn't recall, but Wadid did recall back, and now Wadid's gold generation is going to be off the charts. Wadid is running what first emerged in LCK, and now most Jannas are running across the world, and it's the gold per 5 build, where you take gold per 5 quintessences and yellows. It means you can trade a little less effectively when it comes to your masteries because you have less mana regen, you're a little bit squishier, but your gold escalation through the game is just insane. You rush towards Ardent Sensor, when you get it, you basically win the lane and almost win the game with it.
Yeah, definitely going to have a lot of money in his pocket as this game unfolds, so for Yarnan and Wadid, they honestly can be happy waiting it out for a little while. Sven and Mithy, though, have done their best to try and counter-push a little bit. Yarnan, of course, on this Sivir is going to push a lot. He can clear through many ways pretty well, the Boomerang, but Wadid, he's going to be holding this lane while the Sivir did go back. Early Berserker Greaves finish up, and it's going to be answered by Sven taking himself a BF sword, so he'll have more damage to trade with, but Yarnan is more mobile.
Yeah, Hyanan doesn't really want to take the trades, and you can see top side now. Faxi opted for the double longsword, but is actually going to lose this trade. No flash, remember?
This is trouble. Oh, no. Blind first blood, Expect. Cool guys don't look at solo kills.
Oh, Faxi had got the CS lead, he got himself double longsword. I wonder where he was going exactly with the double longswords. Traditionally, Aurelia has built Trinity Force, and it means that he doesn't have anything like a Ruby Crystal in there to help himself, whereas Expect had gone double Ruby Crystal and was like, I just have more health than you, and now I'll win this trade because you don't have Flash. I'd be interested to hear from Faxi his own opinion on that trade. We won't get it right now, because this is a matchup that Faxi should be in control of, and ends up losing the solo kill. That's against what we expected.
Yeah, it's a little bit of trouble up in the Roccat top side. I wonder if this isn't the time for Pridestalker to maybe come and make an appearance. Trick, remember, was already up there, but these junglers have been focused on power farming out and beating each other rather than their laners, but we got to check back in at the bottom side because there's a trade going between Yarnan and Mithy. Wadid sends out the Tornado. It's dodged out by the G2 support. G2 continue to be a terror in this bottom lane.
Decent damage comes out from the G2 bot lane. Hyanan does soak a lot of it through that shield that Wadid had, but of course Sven with that BF sword out trades heavily. And that's something that we have to look at. Both of these AD carries are later game AD carries, in the sense that Tristana wants 2 to 3 items, Sivir obviously late game team fights will crit through. This is bad timing, Faxi.
Still no flash. Unfortunate. He tries to get the kill, but he gets dunked on instead. Expect grabs number 2. And they did not expect the trick to be hiding in the jungle.
It feels like Faxi is playing the matchup instead of playing the game. He had no flash, trades aggressively first time, trades aggressively the second time, and both times now gets killed. This time, because Trick was there. As you said, they didn't know he was up in the top side. That means Roccat kind of playing, can't really play around this Faxi winning lane. Remember, he has to be the split push threat. He has to take over this matchup. The win condition for Roccat is disengage the rest of the fights and have Faxi push the map until he wins the game.
You know, and obviously, hindsight's 20/20 here when you're sitting at 0-2, but last game, he wasn't able to make that happen on the Renekton. He got camped mercilessly. Lo and behold, in game number 2, he takes another winning matchup, at least it should be, once he starts to get up to those items. He goes over-aggressive without any backup. And G2 easily punished right now. You gotta question this. As Pridestalker gets caught out by Trick, it's a barrel back, but there's his team right there. Pridestalker, what was he doing?
This has gone a little crazy out of Roccat. Pridestalker invading when his mid lane looked to be in a neutral state. His bot lane wasn't really in a position to move either. And Sven, Mithy, Perks were all closing in on that blue buff. We can take hopefully another look at the setup here. Betsy does get shockwaved in.
That's a lot of burst. He flashes forward and the power gets unleashed. It's not enough to finish off Perks. All summoners down on Perks right now. Betsy had his heal. Didn't need to use that one, but trading on the ultimates. Perks is going to be able to grab a blue buff before he heads back to base to heal up. That was close.
It was very close. Perks, maybe a Thunderlord's far away if it had been Betsy running Thunderlords. But hey, the Storm Raiders will likely save Betsy's life at some point in this game as well. So, actually, mid lane, to be fair to Pridestalker, was starting to push. You can see Betsy opening up the trade. Bottom lane, on the other hand, doesn't have the ability to react, but there are enough wards around. Pridestalker knows he's in trouble and is trying to get out. It's the fact that bottom lane actually move up in time. And Perks pushed mid lane super hard after that to make sure that they could get there for that kill. Perks picks up the kill, and this looks a whole lot more convincing for G2 this game.
Yes, it does. And now Perks, him getting a kill is definitely going to help him out in the later stages of this game. We saw last time around it was maybe not the greatest level of late game damage he was dishing, but normally Perks has done pretty solid.
Yeah, Perks in the laning phase, remember, got the solo kill. This is looking more holistically at their performance after Rift Rivals. Of course, Perks at Rift Rivals, Betsy wasn't. You can see that Betsy's actually been doing better himself than a lot of people give him credit for. They move towards the Syndra style, where it's a little bit more about focusing on the lane, and you can see he's generally been ahead in a lot of the metrics, specifically in that early laning phase. I think the best thing for Roccat about that is they showed struggles initially at closing games using the Syndra, but actually adapted, looked more towards how you control objectives like Baron, like Rift Herald, utilizing the strength of the Syndra, and then going aggressive. But unfortunately, he's found out 2 versus 1.
Yeah, Trick has been all over him right now, but Pridestalker is here. Unfortunately, he flashes over the wall as Expect was coming to join the fray. And he is able to make it out, but at the cost of quite a lot of summoner spells. I think it is impressive, though, to look at those numbers from Betsy, considering the fact that we are in Europe, a region that is known for strong mid laners. It's not just a meme, it's often the truth, and he's not always one that comes up in that conversation, but
TP coming
conversation, we got to talk about this bottom lane right now. Knock the Tristana back! He's out! And he's out, but Foxy wanted to finish it. Mithy says, get back over here! And now it is a brawl in the bot lane. Expect comes out on top. 3 kills on the Gnar.
Oh, so close and yet so far is the story of this Irelia pick. Roccat just have been inches away from kills. Perks now closing in.
Oh boy, you're trying to juke, but that's not going to happen. Jonas Shield not enough. Expect still Mega Gnar. Perks gets kill number 2. They're going to knock down the towers. Everything is coming together for G2 in this game.
Well, you wonder whether it's download complete for G2, because we've seen this before where game 1 looks very rough in a series out of G2. Their opponents are playing against G2 fantastically, and game 2 starts, G2 say, okay, well, we know how to win from here, and they turn everything back in their favor. Hjanen doesn't get hit by the hook initially and the TP comes through, Sven just buys enough time. He has flash, he has heal, and Mithy, as soon as the TP comes out, Mithy knows he has to play on the back line here because the Lantern should be enough to get Sven out. Sven jumps out, only barely flashes out away from that trailing shot from Faxi using his ultimate. Expect had matched the pace on the TP, and from there, Perkz has roamed first. Betsy was recalling under his tower, wasn't prepared to roam out of the lane at the same time, and Roccat heavily countered in their early game play.
Yeah, I think you said it. Download complete. And it's borne out in the results for G2. Since Rift Rivals, and even honestly a little bit before that, like they haven't lost a series ever 2-0 in this split, to be honest. They've only dropped a handful of games. Last game was just their third in their last 6 series. Like, it's so incredible to think that that is G2's performance when you look at like dominant teams like Fnatic and you think, maybe G2's not quite at that level. They really have demonstrated a whole lot of growth in the second half of this split. And now they're taking the lead in this game in a big way.
Yeah, massive way. They have delayed Rockat's composition completely. They needed to play, Roccat needed to play the side lane threat. They needed to have Faxi ahead, and through Tricks visiting twice in the early game, plus some misplays here and there out of Roccat, G2 are closing out the map against Roccat, whereas Roccat didn't need the room to move. No outer towers remain for Roccat anymore, and that means no split push threat is available. Because look, mid-outer, top-outer still stand in favor of G2. This Aurelia is going to have no room to move on the map.
Yeah, and so far away from completing any meaningful items, right? Double daggers turns into a stinger, right as I say it, but the rest of the team is still struggling. You need an Infinity Edge on the Sivir, you're still out your Crit Cloak.
But Pyra, is it enough? Is Wadid's Ardent Sensor enough to turn the tide of the game?
Well, it's 1-0 in this series so far, Stress. I don't know if it's going to be 2. Now, they caught Perkz, but Mithy was there to save the day again.
If you believe the memes, you believe in the dreams of Ardent Sensor right now. I don't know whether it's quite enough, but hey, Roccat, they do have a composition that can do well past this point. They need a lot more damage on Hjanen before it actually gets to that point where they can take team fights, and G2 are likely not to let up on engages.
But there's a window, there's a chance.
But you're telling me there's a chance.
Yeah. Don't tell me the odds, because they're probably really small. But at the moment, Roccat are pushing up the mid lane. Perkz is going to need some backup here. Trick is around, but there's a wave. Pride Stalker, okay, in goes the Dragon Strike. Flag and drag, enough to push them back for the time being.
So Expect has made a minor adaptation to his build in order to compensate for the bad typical matchup against Aurelia. Instead of going Black Cleaver first, he goes Frozen Mallet first. Betsy has flash.
Pride Stalker's there though, they can turn this as he flashes away. Also gets the heal off, he's strong enough and just taking the edge of the damage off the ball. Pride Stalker pushing them back and away. What did is here. G2, they can't make the big play happen. Expect has found Foxy.
Sorry, Faxi.
He's got to turn it.
Although when Meganar kicks in, Expect actually can't get the kill. That's why Mithy is here.
Oh, get back over here. Foxy throws some Transcendent Blades, but he's surrounded by G2. And he is having a bad game.
That's the thing, is Expect is heading towards Meganar. It doesn't even matter, the rest of the team are there. They can come down. I say he can't get the kill. Yes, he can get the kill. It's just a lot harder. The Mini-Na is the one that will whittle down a low health target, and that's why you go Frozen Mallet rather than the Black Cleaver, because, look, Faxi has only got Ninja Tabi for armor, so if you can just stick on him, you actually get the kill, and suddenly Na has the advantages that Na normally has against the melee matchup, because Faxi is so far behind, he can't take the advantageous trades. Thinks he's walking safely up the river, and Expect just finds him, and this is painful. Faxi knows he has to flash to try and get himself out of this. Tries to get the stun, utilizing the fact that Expect was a higher hit point value than him. And then it all goes wrong, because in comes Perkz, steals away the kill from underneath Expect's wallop.
Well, everybody was there, but I got to give some big credit to Mithy, because it seems like he's been there every single time that anyone from G2 has come even close to going down, and he just says, no, I'm going to hook you point blank, I'm going to flay you away, you're not going to be able to close that gap. He saved Sven's life, he possibly saved Expect's life. He's been all over the map on this stretch.
He has. Mithy, we know what he can do on the Thresh when given it. Thresh is a significant champion on the pick threat. Speaking of pick threat,
Yeah, it looked like we were going to have something unfold pretty quickly there. Now,
Mithy's coming
Perks
through,
takes some
though.
damage with Betsy. He's going to get locked up in the pit. The barrel goes in, but it's not going to matter. Perks on a rampage with his 4th kill of the game. We're 17 minutes in now. All of G2 eyeballing that tier 2 turret. Roccat desperately trying to hang on here as they've been blanked in this game. 0-7. Yarden looking to change. That nearly takes down Perks, but he lives. How much HP is that? Mithy might be left for dead. He burns the flash. Roccat aren't done. They turn over to Trick. The lantern. He's staying alive. The ricochet Trick. He's one more shot. Yarden's gonna do it. And G2, they are scattering as fast as they can, but that was some close health bars.
yeah, Yanin has a lot of damage, supplemented again by that Ardent Sensor. It's not the major turning point. The fact that G2, they commit, they get the kills, don't stick around too long, but they don't quite respect the amount of catch potential, the chase that Yanin and Wadid provide there.
Yeah, I mean,
That's what turns the tide.
you got to think that this Aurelia split push threat is not really going to be a huge factor, but when you forget about Yarnin, that's not a mistake you should make more than once.
Well, I don't think G2 will make it too much more. You can see Perks getting chunked down by the Sivir. Of course, 7:15, Sivir did get some buffs.
And then they were mostly
reverted. So maybe if the buffs had stayed, this fight would have been over by now at this point. But you can see Trick easily picked off from there. Yanin doesn't have any other ability to catch up after the flash, after the heal, after the ult has gone down. But it's still enough to get the first kill from that. And a fight like that happens again later on isn't necessarily so G2 favored.
I mean, you look at the scoreboard, you look at what G2 have been doing this game, and you think, oh, no, they're going to be able to close this one out. But then that happens, and you can't help but thinking, well, this is Roccat, this is Yarnin on Sivir, this is the Ardent Sensor. If there's going to be a comeback, that's the beginning of it.
It's okay. I got a pro strat for you, Pyro.
All right,
This
hit
is
on me.
completely
I
not
need to get better
condoned
at
by
solo queue.
anybody. What we need is a moment where Wadid goes out to the side lane, puts a shield on Faxi, and suddenly the Ardent Sensor is no longer just the AD carry. Keep being buffed.
Well,
in
they
a
call
winning
it protect the
matchup
pair.
at that point, yeah, just put it on Faxi. It's okay. Don't care about mid lane. It's fine. Pride Stalker can disengage that.
That is very true.
I don't think that's what's going to happen. But
Wadid
Wadid
is
is
on the
going to
side
die.
lane,
That
but
is
he's
what's
a little too deep on this one. And he gets his ultimate, but he's going to be left for dead. Perks was even covering the rest of this, and now you can see Trick actually going in off the screen on the minimap. Wadid is trying to survive for a little while, but meanwhile, the rest of his team is not faring so well. Yarnin falls. G2, they just collapse.
Well, G2 might be looking for potentially the fastest Baron of 2017, but they're not grouping for it, so it won't be. G2 on the 20-minute mark have full control over the jungle. They're pinging it. Perks is saying, do the Baron with me. I'll take it myself.
Might start. Here we go. They've
It
got
won't be the
Sven.
fastest, I don't believe.
No, but it's definitely going to be very quick.
I'll get the
spawns
stats
are on
team to
top
tell
of it.
us.
Well, you're getting that all confirmed up. We'll see if this fight is going to go down. Yarnin's still ticking on the death timer. Betsy trying to distract, so is Pride Sucker, but he's caught on a hook. Teleport in for Faxi right now. It's a shockwave, but not going to be where it needs to be. Unfortunately, for Roccat, Expect was right there with the backline. Baron is still up right now.
Here's
Faxi's trying to go for it. It gets taken out by Perks. It looks like they're not going to finish this fight, though. Faxi, oh, nowhere for him to go anymore. It was a valiant effort, but they lose out big time. Baron goes down, 3 members fall, and only Trick. That's a consolation prize.
Yeah, G2 get the Baron for themselves. It was Perks that ended up getting it. I was a little excited about the prospect of an Aurelia turning up in a team fight where everybody's low health already, because look, Expect has found the engage, Pride Stalker and Betsy kind of forced away, and I'm like, okay, this is the time. Faxi, look, you can get Mithy, you can get Perks. Perks just manages to get it. Unfortunately, forget that this Aurelia is like 1 and 4 at this point in the game. And Faxi doesn't quite have too much more. Good job of killing Trick, but the rest of G2 were there and able to take down the Baron.
Yeah, I mean, and Perks started that fight off by just total sombreroing the shockwave, and then he makes up for it by like securing the Baron when both junglers are down. Pride Stalker, he's caught. Trying to get to that blast cone. Oh, he just can't get there. It's not fair, man. Oh, now he's got it. Maybe
Mithy gave him a hand. They were 15 seconds off the earliest Baron, I've been told.
Fnatic looking on. If Roccat, of course, closes this series out, which is looking very unlikely at this exact moment in time, Fnatic will be locked to that first seed. And I think for the time being, they're having fun ahead of their match against NIP. G2 marching down on 3 lanes. See if they can close this out and send us to a game number 3.
And of course, Roccat getting even the 1-game win does make it more difficult for G2 on game difference to get that first place spot. really, Fnatic will be looking at their own series, as nice as it would be to close out first place by having Roccat do the deed for you. Fnatic will just say, okay, all we got to do is beat NIP. That should be, in their minds, easy. And in goes Trick.
There we go. Double shockwave. That's a lot of damage on Pridesucker and Yarnin. What did is trying to keep everyone healthy, but Mythy is still going to get a finishing blow onto his opposite number, onto Pridesucker, I should say. Now, Expect is looking to go in. Narvar nearly complete here. Trick, Mythy, Perks all a little low, but they are all staying alive, and they've cracked open the base, turning onto this inhibitor. Roccat desperately trying to respond. There is a chance to fight it out. Expect is going to get that fadeaway boulder toss, and they won't be able to finish inhibitor just yet.
What a different game to game one. Game one, a game where Roccat had the earlier game. They had the Renekton. They had themselves the Kalista, looked to be building major leads. Game two, G2 say, okay, no Kalista for you. We'll pick the Gnar ourselves in this game, not ban it away, and you play the counter matchup, and that's great. We'll camp you. And we're 23 minutes into the game, and G2 look on the verge of closing it out already.
Yeah, it's a 9,000 gold lead. You've got 13 kills to the 2. And yeah, we have seen in the past, when Faxi dies a lot, sometimes Roccat still win.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Get to 13 deaths, and the 13th one's the charm.
Hey, the win conditions are starting to pile up. You've got Faxi approaching that death count. You've got the Ardent Sensor. You've got Yarnin having one of the team's
Civet.
2 kills.
He's
50%, yeah, like all the tools are there for Roccat. So as unlikely as it seems, Stress, there is always that possibility.
That still goes down in history as one of the silliest games I think I've watched. Watching Faxi on the side lane, like a 0-12 Jarvan, take in Soaz and Reckless of Fnatic, and then suddenly the rest of Roccat pushes through the base, and Faxi's like, I did it. That was my job. Done. You won the game. Let's go game 3.
Yeah. Now it's Expect who's on that side lane. The rest of Roccat
they want to go.
Chase down. They know that there is no Gnar here. However, stun is out. Let's see if they can take down Trick before it all ends. The hook comes in. Oh, 3. Perks is a monster. And it looks like G2 might be able to turn this on. Trick goes forward. He might die for it, but he takes down Pridesucker in the end. But did Yarnin both low. Flashes, and it's scattering right now as Roccat are trying desperately to get away, but the teleport is coming in for Expect. G2 trying to cut them off, chasing them back to the wrong tower. Sven doesn't even care. He's on the base right now. Uncontested. They can just stop these backs by sending them back to Found the Fast Way. Perks is going to get 2 more. Looking for Wadid to make that a triple. The Gnar into the wall. Nowhere for him to go. There is the triple, and it's 25 minutes. G2 looking to close it out.
Sven's been pushing the entire time, looking to just push for the win here, waiting for the rest of his team. Doesn't want to commit to it himself, as Faxi is alive. G2, that shockwave was disgusting.
Faxi, he is desperately trying to keep
3-level
going right
advantage.
Yeah,
for
that
Sven.
shockwave that Perks has is insane. Sven is big on this Tristana as well. But the carries have started to fire on all cylinders. And this does not look like a 25-minute game. This looks like the kind of thing you see with double that time. Foxy is not going to give up, though. Not that easily. He's got 1 kill and 6 deaths. He wants to make it 2.
Sven giving them the old chase here at this point.
Oh, he took the wrong way.
He might actually just kill Pridesucker here, and then kill...
Oh, my goodness. Okay, belly bop. Sven. Wait. No, don't end it now.
Well, Sven doesn't want to get killed. He's got his heal. He knows that all he's got to do is try and stack up some Warlords and jump out.
Oh, no,
he's dead.
2v1. Okay, so that's
Sven's
a 3rd
having
kill for Roccat.
flashbacks to game 1. He's like, it's not a Morgana this game, but they found me.
Yeah.
They got me.
The Janna gang.
The
All right.
Janna gang.
Okay, they're back on Baron, or Dragon, I should say. Jesus, I can't get my objectives right this game because it's just been all over the place.
Neither can Roccat, I'll be honest. They have struggled to get into a position to do anything with a composition, and I'm not trying to fire shots here. I'm just saying this composition is a difficult one to pull off. We all the way through a tank meta, we have talked about disengaged split push compositions are reliant on a side lane threat and the ability to disengage from the fight, and neither has been able to happen in this game. Roccat have constantly been engaged upon, they haven't been able to disengage, and their side lane threat was shut down early on. Betsy, he's trying to push out the side lane. He might get a tower here.
This is
Betsy
exactly
will
what you're
think that's a
talking
win
about.
in his mind.
I mean, when you can't push out anywhere, it's hard to get those objectives, so he does get one, but he gives his life for the effort anyways, tries to stay alive as Mythy takes the kill. But there's not a whole lot else Roccat can do in this situation.
Only the second tower that has fallen in favor of Roccat in
They're on
this
their way.
game. They're getting there.
They will not be perfect games, Stress.
Well, no, we're a long way away from a perfect game, Devin. 2 towers.
3 kills.
Return of the King at this point.
Great movie. Both of them.
Apart from the long ending, it didn't need to go on that long, much like this game. It just, you keep getting the bit
It's
where...
27 minutes. Calm yourself.
I know.
All right, but G2 are looking to grant your wish to push this one in. We would be going to game number 3, trying to make up for what happened in the first. And Jarv in, Jarv out. Trick does not want to fully commit to that one. On the hunt is popped by Yarnin, but they're not going to fully commit to it just yet. The tornado catches no one. Foxy looking for a flank around the side. Shockwave almost deletes Yarnin. The spell shield comes in a smidge too late, but he is going to be able to save his own life as Trick goes in, and it looks like Roccat are still pretty excited about this.
Indeed is actually shouting at Yarnin, I saved you, at that point, using like everything. Roccat are having a little bit of fun with it. They know at this point this game is likely out of their reach, but we must keep in mind, Rockat's performance in game 1 was stellar. Roccat looked very strong, and in a game 3, if they can get their hands on a similar composition, this is by no means a joke of a series. Like, this is still G2 need to close this out. Roccat have been a formidable opponent in game 1.
Yep, they're trying to stay alive, even in game 2. Despite the fact that the odds seem stacked against them, G2 are unable to really find this ending fight. Base in shambles, Roccat, hang on. Now the Baron is on the menu for G2, though. That might be just the thing the doctor ordered.
And this is why it's difficult for Roccat to come back, is somebody had to clear that wave in the bottom side. That somebody ended up being Hyanan, getting farmed, trying to desperately get himself to one more completed item before a fight. That allows G2 to get the Baron, and G2 will recall, buy items, and just run back down towards the base of Roccat and look to make one more team fight play to win the game. They got a 13,000 gold lead. There is one fight that separates Roccat from a loss in game 2 and resetting going towards a game 3.
But despite how big that difference is and how far behind Roccat have been throughout this game, it always feels like they just might have it in them to turn a fight. And there are tools there. You talked about the Ardent Sensor. It is, of course,
I guess
the biggest win condition.
It makes the effective gold lead for G2 only 9,000 when a shield is active from China, right? There's that 4,000 gold efficiency.
There's some key things that have to happen if Roccat want to win, right? Like, Sven is a target to shut down, but I think the real threat right now is Perks, because Shockwaves are looking monstrous.
Yes.
He's 10-0.
He's 10-0. He's going to have the locket with the stone plate from Jarvan. We haven't touched much on the item since the early game. This is the point where Maxlaw says Trick has already won the game because he got stone plate locket the fastest. Maxlaw basically goes to the school of jungling thought on tanks that it's whoever just gets those items fastest wins the game immediately.
What does he think about Ardent Sensor, though?
Probably hates it. Probably hates it.
All right, Expect wants to go in. He does get the Meganar, gets a few hops. Gets pushed back, though. No more inhibitors, really, for Roccat in this game. The last one being fired down, but Trick finds himself isolated. Roccat still has this unit, trying to hold strong.
The bottom inhib did respawn as well, so G2 will need to go and take that down. But I mean, it's a matter of time at this point. They can move down through the base. Roccat gonna go one last fight!
Prime goes on in, and it looks like Trick's gonna tag his way. The jungler's having a massive impact in this fight. Shockwave flashed away from Yarnin, still takes the damage as Trick deletes Betsy off the map. G2 are looking to close this one out. All they need to do is finish off the Nexus turret, and the Nexus itself. Roccat are tenacious. They will not go down without a fight, but they have run out of time. And at 30 minutes, G2 looking for redemption. G2 still hunting for that #1 playoff seed. G2 smashing everyone against that wall. And Perks is definitely a legend in this game, as G2 with 23 kills will finish off the Nexus and take us to game number 3.
The even series is where we find ourselves between Roccat and G2. I think that's the G2 people were expecting in this series. Expecting a strong performance out of them in game 1. People will question what went wrong with G2. It was actually Roccat playing well in game 1, but G2 playing well in game 2 of this series. And they played well around the game plan of Roccat, and that's the key thing, is camping the Aurelia top lane to turn the matchup in their favor, getting key victories on the bottom side of the map as well, and denying any objectives out of Roccat. But you can see Roccat unfazed by a loss here, will go back, reset for a game 3. Looking quite happy despite a loss.
Yeah, I mean, well, again, there's nothing on the line for these guys. They can only really ruin G2's day. But so far, so good. Even if it's 1-1, we've got a 3-game series.
Yeah.
It's going to be a very exciting finisher.
And you have to wonder, like, there are very few negatives to come from a series like this for Roccat. You now get another game against 3-time champions. You get a Game 3 scenario where if you do the same as Game 1, everybody suddenly remembers for 2 times in a year you beat G2 in the last week of the split.
Going to make the playoffs, everyone's still gonna love you.
And, yeah, exactly. That's why I actually think the Game 3 is beneficial for Roccat. I want to see performance like Game 1. G2 looked very strong in Game 2.
Well, we will find out. But G2 came back with a dominating performance in Game 2. So we got to ask the analysts, what do you guys think about their win?
I think their win was phenomenal, Pyra, but it might have been a little too late because they lost Game 1. They kind of gutted their own chances at still getting that first place spot in the group. However, good bouncing back from them in that second game, and we want to take or put attention on the top lane because there was the fabled Irelia counter pick to Gnar coming out of Faxi. However, it didn't play out quite that way.
Yeah, so I want to take this opportunity to break down some of the stuff that happened. So the thing about Irelia into Gnar is she has a lot of mobility, and because of the stun that she has available to her, that's what makes her a really strong trader in the 1-versus-1 matchup. Now, what you're seeing on your screen is Faxi using his Q to jump onto Expect. And for any Irelia players at home, this is a very dangerous thing to do because while your Q is a gap closer, it's also one of your escaping tools. So typically when you're trying to trade against someone, you want to jump onto a minion rather than onto the enemy champion unless you can go in for the all-in. Now, what you'll see here from Expect is as we start to run out the clip, Faxi's already used his Q into a wave full of minions that are all hitting him, and then he uses his E, the slow, which he can't stun Expect with because he's lower health than Faxi is, to only slow him while he's underneath the tower, so he ends up taking a tower shot. Now, Faxi's just taken a full minion wave of damage, he's ran out of escapes, he's ran out of CC, and Expect is really good at chasing targets because of how Gnar works. So as we run the rest of the replay out, what you're going to see is things that you should not be doing on an Irelia. And when you pick an Irelia champion and your whole goal is to be able to win out on this 1v1, making these kind of mistakes really isn't acceptable.
Not acceptable. I would go even further and say mistake you don't want to make on any champion is trade into a whole heap of minions plus take some tower shots because you're rarely ever going to win that trade. If we look in the big picture of things, how much do you think that this single kill and the advantage for Gnar very early on directed the rest of the game?
I don't think that this was the turning point that started the snowball for G2. I think it really hurt because, as you heard from the casters, one of the win conditions was relying on this Irelia side lane, but it became harder then, right? Because Irelia has a big spike once she hits Trinity Force. She has a very powerful side lane threat against the Gnar, and once they lost that, you're now relying on mid or bot to become a big snowball factor. But as we bring up the next replay and you're looking at another potential win condition lane, that's where things really start to fall apart for Roccat. And
G2 wasn't messing around.
No, G2, this is what happens when they're angry. Sven and Mithy, they realize that the TP is coming in. Roccat did the best that they could to get the damage down, but clutch shielding with clutch flashes and jumps allows Sven to get away. Faxi overcommits once again, and that results in Expect being able to get the counter TP along with the counter gank. Along with the fact that mid was pushed in by Perks and he's already roaming down with Trick, you can see that the whole team of G2 were ready for this kind of a play and were reacting to it much faster than Roccat were, enabling them to not only now have a winning top lane, but a winning bottom lane as well. And it doesn't matter what Betsy does at this point because you're now against 2 losing side lanes.
And night and day difference from G2 that we saw in Game 1 in terms of reacting and in terms of being ahead of the play. Although it was relatively even in Game 1 for the early game and Roccat then slowly took the lead in this one, G2 was just very, very far ahead from the start of the game.
Yeah, I was impressed with how G2 played overall. They knew exactly what to do with the lead. The moment they took bot tower, they moved it top. It was just tower after tower. Their objective control was clean. Trick wasn't overextending and dying. And I think that Game 1 was just a bit of lack of respect from G2, a common trait that we are seeing from top teams against Roccat. But at the same time, they cleaned up the mistakes they made in Game 1. They didn't give Hyanan a comfort pick, and you can now see the difference between the two teams.
Yeah, I do want to come back to that possible lack of respect in just a bit, but let's take a look at our last replay because, as you said, the snowball was started, but this is where it stopped or it completely rolled down the hill and, you know, hit everyone in its path because with Baron, and the team fight win after. There wasn't much for Roccat to do.
Yeah, you summed it up nicely, Sharks. This was pretty much the end of the snowball for G2. There was very little that Roccat could really do to answer it. G2 is so far ahead, and the best they could hope for was try and steal away the Baron. They were able to get one last game with a bit of a clutch play, and unfortunately for Roccat, they could not make it happen this time round. And one of the men you do have to highlight was Perkz. You can definitely see what happens when he has a bad game 1, but then shifts his mentality going into game 2.
They almost seem more sad, even though they're playing around a bit, than after game 1, which they lost to Roccat, because maybe now it's sunk in then, damn, we can play so clean, we can play so well, but we've made it so difficult for ourselves to get that first place spot. By dropping that first game, it was like they weren't completely there in their mind or something in game 1. And that's something that you do have to critique G2 for.
I think that G2 are a vocal team that when they make mistakes, they're extremely communicative about like what went wrong and how they can fix it. But when they have such a convincing victory, I think they feel a lot more relaxed about it. And they're like, okay, that's what we should be doing. We just need to keep this consistent now moving into the next few games. And I think that for a while now, having chatted with Sven, they were pretty convinced that they were locked in for second. The fact that getting first was there, but extremely unlikely not in their control. I think they accepted the reality that they're in.
Buddy, I do have to contest that, because now it's very difficult, because Fnatic has to lose 0-2, G2 has to beat Fnatic 2-0, but the chances were more palpable beforehand, so why would you not work to give yourself that chance?
Of course, yes, they want to give themselves, but having Mithy on the desk last week going, I think it's impossible for NIP to beat Fnatic, along with the fact that G2, based on their recent performances, I think that they can gain a lot of value from playing in the quarterfinals as well, playing a few extra games and all that jazz, but I think...
you make valid points.
Yes, I think that G2 are not going to be too upset about their first game loss, and I think that, as Carlos loves to say, a loss is another opportunity to climb the ladder of success.
That it is. Well, we'll see what happens in game 3. G2, they managed to strike back. They do need to win the next game to stay in the fight for the top spot. Meet us back here for game 3 after the break.
Got team composition, and the crowd is pumped for this matchup. We will see how it all unfolds as we get ready for game number 2. This is trouble. Oh, no. Blind first blood. Expect. Bottom lane right now. Knock the just not a back. He's out. And he's out, but Foxy wanted to finish it. Mithy says, get back over here. For Denny burns the flash. Roccat aren't done. They turn over to careful. Ricochet around the ricochet trick. It's one more shot. You heard it right now. It's Foxy. Go for it. It gets taken out by Brooks. It looks like they're not going to finish this fight, though. Foxy, nowhere for him to go. Still hunting for that #1 playoff seed. G2 smashing everyone against that wall. And Brooks is definitely a legend in this game, as G2 with 23 kills will finish off the Nexus and take us to game number 3.
Keep moving on. And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
Welcome back, everybody. It has been a long series between G2 and Roccat, but like all awesome series, it's going to come to an end eventually. We're going to be in game number 3. The players are gearing up for a decider. This is a fight that could very well determine the winner of Group A.
At this point, G2, they've selected blue side. That was the side that let them down in game 1.
I feel like they might be feeling a little bit blue right now. That game 1 still hangs over their heads.
It does, but game 2 looked way better out of G2. They looked so much more consistent, and we'll now head into the draft for game number 3. See whether Roccat end up with that Kalista again. I don't think so. G2, they'll probably take it first rotation if it's available, but it's Thresh that goes off the table first.
All right, Thresh banned over to Rockat's side. Let's see what they can leave open. Caitlyn is the thing that starts off by being banned.
Caitlyn taken away, so Rakan is going to go. Very similar to game 1. Which means Elise from Roccat. Then we go Rengar, Shen. But I think that Shen ban will change to a Zac. And G2 might change their Rengar to a Kalista.
Ooh, the Zac, they banned themselves, actually. I wonder what G2 are thinking on that one. Okay, so
Probably
Roccat.
that they want the Kalista for themselves. Which means Roccat now have to ban the Kalista, which means G2 at that point will look elsewhere. Gragas has been very high priority this series, and just in general has been a high priority pick.
Right. Might be a good takeaway from Pride Stalker. Played it 2 games. Excellent at setting up some of those fights, but instead G2 might be opting towards a little bit more conventional stuff for them. Jace was left open. I'm not going to talk too much on the hovers, but expect us having some fun. And he locks in the Jarvan once more.
So we know it can be a flex up to the top side. Mostly expecting this to be Tricks in the jungle. Worked well in the last game for them. Had good engage potential. Where does that leave us now? We've got to look towards AD carries. Tristana if Roccat want to take it away. The Janna, another high-profile pick to deny that engage that we saw.
Oh, but looks like as the timer ticks down, they're toying with the idea of the Karma. No, they do lock that Tristana. They could still fill it out with the support. Might see them picking something else, though, if you want to pick an early jungle choice.
So take away from Sven. We now get to see where Sven will go with his champion pool after this. He's played a ton of champions. We've seen the likes of the Xayah. We've seen the Varus prioritized by G2 quite heavily.
Timer's ticking. Ooh, okay, so Roccat decided maybe we don't want to go the Kayn route. Didn't work for us the one time we did try it, but Pride Stalker goes back to an old favorite, and he's looking to unleash the Hound.
And Warwick's a good pick for Pride Stalk. He's been able to get into the lanes early, had that kind of hybrid of a carry and tank potential that comes through from a Warwick. You can get a lot of damage down, but if you fall behind, you do struggle with the Warwick, and this seems to be less of a disengage focus out of Roccat, at least so far, not prioritizing the Janna. I want to see where they go with the rest of their draft.
Yeah, if they do try to keep themselves up in the early game, that has been where they have found their levels of success, so maybe that plays into the plan. For G2's side, they decide to go back on the utility pick. For Sven, it is a Varus locked in.
I wonder whether we'll see an Orianna come out in this rotation from Roccat. That is, unless they want to look at the support like the Janna to come through. Braum is another option. The reason I would say Orianna here is if you've already got some sense of engage potential with Warwick, you can then take the safe mid laner, you can then ban out any other responses, but the Janna I think is the safer one overall. Very strong. We've seen it have impact here in this series. We saw it in Challenger Series. We've seen it all the way through 7-15 and 7-14, and it doesn't look like there's going to be an end in sight for the Janna emphasis in the bottom lane.
Absolutely not. So with that locked in, it is over in to ban phase 2. Roccat, they're going to have the first as they take their time down to the 5-second mark. It is Lulu that gets removed from the board, so they target Smithy's champion pool as it's back over to G2 Esports.
I selfishly don't want G2 to ban the Nasus because I want to see the full AP Nasus that Betsy played in solo queue a bunch a couple of weeks back in preparation for 7-15. Of course, the buffs to Nasus makes him a viable champion, which is the reason I'm even talking about it.
G2 respected in one of those games, but this time there is still a chance for Roccat to take that lock, and of course, this would be their last game against G2 in this split. If they go out with that, it's one hell of a bang, that's for sure. Now, timer's still ticking down for Roccat to ban their last.
Lulu was banned in the last game. One of the reasons, again, another Ardent Sensei user. Decent slow, plus you've got the ultimate that comes through.
Right.
a matchup that can at least output damage in the laning phase as well, push potential into that Janna.
So Roccat ban away the Lucian to follow things up, and G2 keep it similar. Jace, LeBlanc, both off the board. It's back over to Roccat.
Syndra is there for Roccat if they want it. The Orianna is as well. I would be more expecting Roccat to go Syndra, G2 to go Orianna from here. They're going to try it again.
Okay. This time I want to see Pride Stalker heading up to the top. Faxi is a very confident man. I will give him that.
This time, the audience are not quite as excited about the Aurelia lock-in. Like, they saw the last game and they're like, oh, fool me once. Shame on me.
This is like when you get into game and you're like, don't worry guys, I'm an Aurelia main. And then they're like, wait a minute, there's a... Never mind. I'll go back to this in a minute because...
That could be support Kennen.
I think that is support Kennen.
We have seen that. If this Talia gets logged in, that's exactly what the support Kennen would be.
Okay.
So we have seen support Kennen rearing its head over in LCK quite a bit. You have good lane focus, and alongside of Varus, you have good poke, you have good damage, you have good crowd control. So that's a very interesting setup that we'll talk about in-game.
It's all on to see what Roccat get their last lock-in. Need themselves a little extra tankiness. Why not? Go ahead and take that Galio.
Yeah, it can assist either the Aurelia on the side lane or the Tristana in fights. Really quite surprised at how underwhelmed the crowd were.
Yeah. Well, so what I was going to say with the Aurelia, it's kind of like when you get into game and the guy picks something you're like not 100% sure about, and then you look at his OPGG and he's like 1 in 50 with it. A little feels bad, man.
It does. So
I'm not saying Faxi's that bad at Aurelia, by the way.
No, I want to see him play the matchup differently. So Roccat going for a similar setup to the last game using that split push threat. You've got the TP on the Galio, allows you to control the third lane a little better. Plus the Grand Entrance allows you to get over to the middle lane, be able to protect that AD carry if you need it. G2 on the other side, winning bot lane matchup, pushing mid lane matchup, losing-ish top lane matchup. It's not that hard to win, apparently, for Expect. So Trick is likely to stay top side because Perks, Sven, and Mithy should be okay.
Game plan for G2 set. They need to win this one to have any chance of possibly contesting for that first seed. Roccat still can play spoiler here, as they're sitting pretty in the 4th place spot, having some fun, but it's all serious faces on the side of G2 Esports. Will Roccat be able to commit Regicide once again? They earn their nickname as Kingslayers, and they have one more chance to prove that true as we load up onto Summoner's Rift for the 3rd time today. What a match to open up Week 10 of the European LCS. And it's going to be a big finish.
G2 wanting to close in on that 1st place spot. A difficult road ahead of them, but if they can do the same as the last game and then have a little bit of fortune, it is still possible. So we get into this matchup, we say Expect. In a tough matchup again, Aurelia can do very well into Mininar, but we saw Faxi misplay the matchup. Vedius broke it down on the analyst desk, a few of the micro plays that Faxi playing very risky with, and got punished hard for it. Now, if Trick goes topside again, that's again the opening that G2 can build from.
You hit that right on the nose. It was the jungle focus that really enabled him. Now, he did play it out very well compared to what Foxy was dishing, but maybe things are different this time around. Sven and Mithy charging into the jungle, forcing Yarnan and Wadid to back away. And now they know, at least for the time being, there is no dog here. Perks even wanted to get involved in the action, trying to make a level 1 play. Instead, they'll just settle for vision.
I'm interested to see how this Kennen support works. So one of the things Kennen support has in its favor is a decent laning phase. You have a decent amount of AP, AD that comes through. Mithy is running predominantly AP plus a mix of defensive stats and then magic penetration. I've seen a few different builds where you also take some additional AD in your masteries. It allows you to contest buffs early on quite well, like this that we see, because Mithy is actually a damage threat early on. And in lane, between a Varus and a Kennen, if you step close enough that the trading comes out, G2 can take control of the bottom lane. But for now, Trick is trying to take control of the jungle
Perks runs face first into the Winds of War from Betsy. He's able to return a few auto attacks. Got to be careful there with the damage dishing out. And you can see the junglers eyeballing each other right now. Trick wants to steal this one away from Pridestalker. If they can set the Roccat jungler far behind, there is a smite fight, but looks like Pridestalker gets the better of it. Now he's got level 2. Trick could be in trouble. Mithy incoming. Throws a Shuriken. That's going to be enough to back him off. And I feel like that play from Trick backfired.
Oh, Pridestalker spamming laugh throughout his own jungle, even when Trick can't. There was a ward there, so he's just, in case Trick was still looking. Now Trick slower on the early clear. Has his flash, he'll be able to get the red. It means he will be a little lower, a little bit slower as well. So if Pridestalker can get topside along with Faxi to try and get that lane working for them, we might have the opposite of the last game. And if they can get a kill onto the Irelia, Expect will struggle to get into the game himself.
Yeah. We've seen what happens when Expect is able to get ahead, is able to play well in lane. But he may not get nearly as much help this time around because Trick is going to be set far behind. As you said, Foxy might have some breathing room. It's level 3-on-3 though. Up in the top, we'll check back in as that one unfolds because meanwhile, Ben and Mithy are actually keeping Yarnan and Madrid locked up under this tower.
Yeah, this is another strength of the Kennen support. Look at how much damage has already been done to that tower. You basically push up, you're holding the electrified Shuriken just in... Why did I say Shuriken? Shuriken just in case you ever get the opportunity to trade and you can get the stun and damage down quickly. But you just auto the tower for a whole long time. You push, you ward up, you make sure you don't get caught out. And from there, you're able to take a tower early. You've got team fight presence that comes from it as well. Because, of course, Kennen can just pop his ultimate, lock down multiple people.
And he's going to have more AP than what we see with the top lane Kennen as well, so he can dish a bit more damage in those fights to some extent.
Unless you watched that one game where Vitality played top lane Kennen and tried it AP.
We pretend that one didn't happen.
You'll have a little more AP, but you also don't have the AD at that point. But what you do is you'll end up having the Spell Thief's line quest completed, so you just put some damage down and rush towards people with Lightning Surge, pop the ult, lock them down, easily.
Speaking of lockdown, Perks is having a little trouble trading out against Betsy here on this Galio. Throws a few more rocks. Doesn't really matter when you're made out of stone.
And Perks is basically trading his health and mana in order to push mid lane. And this mid lane matchup has looked less influential, but the last game was so important for Perks. Dominated the lane. Like, Betsy didn't have the opportunity to get into that matchup. And remember, Betsy was playing Syndra into the Orianna. 0-5-0 on Syndra. Couldn't really keep up with Perks in anything other than farm, which is a far cry from game 1 of this series. So it is important for Roccat to kind of invest some around Betsy. The problem is he's on Galio. If you invest anything in the Galio, all that does is kind of assist everybody else. Probably more beneficial to invest in the Irelia or the Tristana.
Ooh, well, Betsy forces the cleanse out of Perks. Actually, nice play there. But now Trick is coming, and Betsy's a little low. Might have to pop his flash. He is going to run smack dab in Pridestalker. So they know that they are safe for the time being. Betsy feeling bold enough to actually go back in.
Look at the movement
They're going to find Trick here. Oh, insta flash out of Perks. Turns his attention over to Trick. Does not find any extra damage. So really bold move by Roccat in the mid lane, and they get a summoner out of it.
Yeah, Pridestalker was looking to use the movement speed of Warwick to get into the lane, try and get you know, that crowd control down so he can jump onto Perks. Problem is now Pridestalker still quite squishy in the early game. Trick forced to flash. G2, everybody flashing in the middle lane.
Yeah, it's a little bit strange. There's so many summoners being popped like that. Now everyone's occupied in the mid. Of course, up top, things have continued to actually go well for Foxy. As he looks to trade it on the Meganar, he's able to dash away.
Yeah, but as soon as the Meganar is actually transformed in the lane, Foxy goes, okay, I don't want to trade for now. I'll wait until it's about to time out, so that some of your cooldowns you can't quite utilize. And then back to Mininar, and we go back into that dance of a lane matchup that in Mininar, Faxi can play out carefully and can actually look to win. Oh, Roccat on the bottom.
He's stunned. Oh, they've got the damage. He's going to have to hop. Oh, cleanse utilized. I hadn't actually talked about that one, and first blood comes in as Pridestalker finds Trick out in the river.
Faxi was able to roam down, didn't get involved in the kill, but Trick looked to be pushing through to the opposite side of the map, trying to open up some objective control up on the top side, because look, G2 are preparing for a swap. Oh, Janna shield.
That is...
Who said it was uncensored?
Always very frustrating.
Made Janna OP.
They look to chase through a little bit harder, but it looks like it was going to be a flash for a dash. Mithy not able to find the kill onto that one, but G2's bottom lane has honestly run train on Rockats this game so far.
Yeah, that massive CS difference that you're seeing, 66 CS to 35.
And the Varus hasn't backed yet.
And it's, as you said, because this is a difficult lane to deal with, you either try and take a trade against the cannon and you lose because you have worse trading in the lane when your shield isn't there, or you don't trade against the cannon. The Varus helps cannon push up to the tower. You have no engage potential from a Janna and a Tristana, and when your jungler is being forced to come to the middle lane because Perkz and Trick are basically setting up a campsite in mid around Betsy, then suddenly you just get the tower.
Looks like they might get more than that right now. Foxy gets pushed back into the line of minions, throws the Transcendent Blades, and now Mininar is coming out. Mythy joining the party. A couple of Yordles chasing him back and away. It's forced to flash, and now the pressure is on up in the top lane.
And here's where the top lane starts to not matter anymore. Because of G2's incredibly fast push on the bottom tower, now they swap up to the top side and say, okay, Expect will come and help you push this down. Varus, Kennen, Gnar push towers quickly. They're able to now take Foxy out of the game for a while. There is nowhere for him to farm. Look, top side, he has to wait patiently for this wave. Bot side, his lane, his duo lane are pushing out to try and get damage down on the tower as well. And Faxi's just going to sit here for a bit. Can't do too much because, look, oh, even Trick comes up to the top side. Faxi's no flash. So if Faxi stays around, Cataclysm's coming out, and Faxi's going to die.
Faxi has just not been able to catch a break from this series on this Aurelia once again.
Roaming.
Perkz is coming on up. No, he actually decides to head back towards the mid. Yarnan does manage to finish off this turret, but there are still 4 members of G2 Esports with a few minions still left to push, and they should be able to actually finish this one off. Not a whole lot of response that Roccat can give here.
Faxi can't stay too close here.
But this is going to go, and Foxy, yeah, he just gets caught up, tries to turn it around, but the Cataclysm is on. Trick, he gets caught up in that pit and gives his life, but Foxy falls down. Betsy coming in a little bit too late, trying for the shield of Duran. No, he gets a knock-in onto Mythy. Price Stalker tagging his way in, but he can't find an opening, and now he might be the one going down. Expect forward, and he's able to get a kill. Hyper Proc coming in.
This is so good for G2 early on. They picked up kills, once again neutralized some of what Foxy has aimed to do here. And they've got the map advantage for themselves. 3 towers to now 2 in favor of G2. And the next focus is likely to go towards that mid lane tower where Betsy, the Galio, will have some sense of wave clear, but it's not going to be enough. So this is how the engage goes. Foxy steps too far forward, ends up getting engaged upon, but the problem is Trick locked under the tower for long enough is enough for Foxy to be able to pick up a kill there. In came Betsy, tries to get the taunt off. Good amount of damage comes through, but it's 4 versus 2. And that's never really going in the way of Roccat overall. Luckily, the bot lane, with the shield on the Tristana, plus the Tristana amount of damage that comes through from her E, is able to take down the tower in response, but still G2 lead.
Still the gold in their favor. A lot of it off the farm differential because it's 2-3 in towers, and of course 2-2 in kills. Yarnan did definitely trying to secure up some of this vision. They do manage to get themselves a Stellar Crab, but Mythy throws down Control Ward to be able to spot out the last of a couple of towers, and it's just going to be Ward Wars for a moment. Sven back on the bottom side to look and push things out. And meanwhile, Foxy is alone in the top, so he'll get a little bit of breathing room to try and farm things out. But G2 Esports definitely the ones controlling the tempo of this game.
Yeah, they have been, and that's to be expected with this Varus-Kennen combination. Fast push now into having ultimates available makes it treacherous for anybody on Roccat to be stepping too far forward. Basically, if the Chains of Corruption land, Mythy is just going to hit E, maybe even flash in and just get the ult going.
Yeah, and this kind of calls back to what you were saying in the pick and ban. There's just so many CC options on the side of G2, and the team fight is there. It's ridiculous once again, between Mythy, between Sven. Perkz has got a little bit. Of course, Trick's got the Cataclysm. There's so many ways to stop Roccat from actually doing anything for most of this fight.
And this is a difficulty because Roccat are playing a difficult disengage style, trying to get that same thing to work for them, where you kite and work around the Tristana. Without a Gragas, you've only got the Monsoon to push people away from the fight, and now you just mentioned all of that crowd control, all of that engage from G2. Monsoon isn't going to stop all of it at once.
Certainly not. However, Foxy's definitely having a little bit better of a game, despite the fact that G2 put a lot of pressure up there in the top. He gets himself a kill early on. He does have the Phage. I feel like he'll complete his Trinity Force a little faster this game.
Yeah, he absolutely will. Of course, he's in a better spot.
A low bar to set.
The difficulty is, though, so Phage is going to allow you to survive the matchup a little bit better. It'll allow you to soak up a little more damage. The difficulty is you're not going to win the trades when you trade into a minion line like that ever. Even if you had a Sheen, it wouldn't work that way because, yes, you'd get that upfront damage, but so much of what makes Gnar a difficult laner to play against is that you trade on him, and then on your way out of the trade, he just autos you. Gets a hyper proc, suddenly you lose your health, and it's the back end of the trade that makes Gnar devastating to play against for melee champions. He just survives through whatever you throw at him, and then punishes you a lot from that ranged position.
Yeah, it's definitely difficult for Roccat to try and fight it out against this team. And G2, obviously it was a disappointing start to the series for them. You know, still a far cry from being able to lock in that #1 seed because it depends not only on this victory, but also quite a lot more, including Fnatic losing to NIP later in the day. But at the very least, they seem to have found their footing, and it does seem to be such a typical G2 thing. Lose the first game and then crush the series.
Yep, that seems to be the case. Now, we have to look at the way Roccat can win with this. You waiting for that Trinity Force. I'm interested to see where Faxi goes after Trinity Force in this game. We've seen some people in solo queue going the Titanic Hydra route. We've seen other people that have tried building a weird mix of like lethality with Duskblade and that in solo queue. We don't see a lot of Irelia in competitive play because it has been basically a versus Gnar matchup, and very few games on record, very few successes. Vizicachi, the only other European player, I believe, to have played it here, and it was a loss up against the Gnar. Tough matchup to make work, even though it's supposed to be favored.
Yeah. Well, sometimes the matchup just isn't always exactly what they needed. They need to play sometimes more for the team. Now, Faxi, he really has had a rough series.
He has.
In all honesty, so, you know, I definitely question that a little bit, but in one sense, this is also practice time for Roccat, right?
It is, and the matchup itself, remember, is only 1/5 of the total matchups in this game. So even if it is going your way, if everything else is not going well for Roccat, then it's not normally enough to build around. But this game is a different factor. Faxi isn't camped, or hasn't been camped. He got pushed away from the tower, and that was about it. So he is working his way back into this game.
I do have some serious hope, though, for Roccat fans here, Stress.
Okay.
One of the critical win conditions has been fulfilled. We got an Ardent Sensor.
We did get an Ardent Sensor. Woodid has it. I guess Woodid has an Ardent... Yeah, okay, that was a terrible joke. But look, Roccat will be able to...
Shame.
Somebody likes
Shame.
terrible jokes
Shame.
in the audience. It's great. I've been waiting. I'm not going to get to do it because... Unluckily, there aren't many Fox champions outside of Ari. I'm waiting for... I can do a what did the Fox say, but
Lord.
it's... Like, it won't
We had
work.
a mid laner named Fox, and we did that a bunch.
There's some groans, there's some claps. I'll take that, that's fine. Exactly, if SK were here and Fox was in the league, that'd be great.
Let me offer you a little bit of advice. Don't quit your day job.
That's good advice. I mean,
Fortunately, it's also talking, so that works. Okay, 15 minutes into this game, we're checking back in. G2 still holding this lead. And now the theater where Foxy has been trying to make things happen is shifted from top to bottom. But it feels like they're just running out of room here. This Rift Herald's been popped on the mid. Roccat, I feel like they really need to find a big fight, but it's hard to flank when all the vision is G2's favor.
G2 using this Rift Herald now, plus the Tilia wall. That's how it's going.
Oh, and so is Pyjamas. Wait a minute, no! He's able to get away and taunted in his trick as he tried to get the finishing blow. What did, though, is caught out. The Galio's coming just in time for a heroic entrance. The tower finishes out Perks, and this just might be the start of the turnaround.
Roccat, okay, they lose the tower. They do lose health. They don't actually lose any members of the team there. They get 2 kills, and Faxi was on the bottom side getting some farm. It's still an overall gold game for G2 when you look at how they got it. But look, Roccat are now in the lead. Faxi got the farm on the bottom side. G2, yes, they got the tower. That is probably the big objective to come from this. But G2 not expecting Pride Stalker to get away with his life here. I want to see exactly how it happens. I believe... So the wall comes across. He holds his flash. I think he tries to ult away at that point. Yeah, tries to ult, flashes instantly on Trick before the damage applies from Cataclysm. Mithy can't catch up on him. Wadid was protected by Betsy's ultimate that comes through, and then Hyanan and Betsy managed to push away the rest of G2. A little bit of a backfire from G2 there.
Yeah, sometimes you push a little too hard, and that now buys a little bit of time for Roccat. They find themselves actually ahead on the gold game despite being down in towers. And yeah, Pride Stalker's entire job was to soak damage in that fight.
The audience are murmuring at how Roccat basically managed to get 2 kills with like 1/3 of the damage. That's the best 0 damage team fight Faxi's ever going to be involved in. He's like, I didn't need to be there. We still won.
This is why we have damage rating, because it accounts for when you are in range to actually do damage. If you're not, then your damage rating is unaffected.
Unfortunately, Irelia wouldn't be a champion that we'd have an accurate damage rating for.
Yeah, as you said, not a whole lot of plays.
Our stats wizards have a lot of metrics that go into our damage rating that requires a certain number of games to have been played on a champion around the major regions, but Roccat don't care about damage rating, Pyra. They care about the fight.
They're getting frisky, and they caught Trick. The chains came down on Pridestalker, but that dog was off the leash.
Oh, it looks like start of game 1 and the turnaround that happened where G2 looked like they picked up a fight, but over and indexed on one exchange, and now Roccat are turning back around.
A little over-aggression. It can go a long way for the other team to start turning things. Now 10 seconds on this Infernal Dragon.
He's got the Trinity
Foxy
Force.
with the Trinity Force.
Going on to Expect. Transcendent blades are flying. He dashes in for the Blade Surge, and Expect is trying to cut away. Flash followed. Expect is able to hop away. But he definitely doesn't take the better end of that trade and opens up Infernal Dragon for Roccat.
Faxi didn't have enough to dash to keep it up and couldn't get through the exchange. You can see how he wins those trades the later the game goes on. When Minina doesn't have the ability to trade the damage as effectively, and you get Trinity Force proc after Trinity Force proc, Faxi is going to get stronger in this matchup, and if Expect doesn't correctly read where and when Faxi will trade on him, it's very difficult to survive in this when it's in Faxi's favor. The way you stop it is much like the last game. You deny Irelia ever getting into the matchup. Now we got to play on a footing where Faxi might just have the advantage.
Yeah, starting to see G2 making some of these mistakes, getting punished by Roccat. That's worrying heading into the playoffs. But of course, Roccat are always a bit of an anomaly. They are the one team that consistently makes life hard for the top teams here in Europe.
And it feels like Trick is maybe susceptible to Rockat's, not baits, but atmosphere the most. Like, this hasn't been a great series for Trick in game 1 and 3.
And we were giving him credit coming into this series because he did seem to have kind of, along with the rest of the team, really leveled up, evolved his own playstyle. But now we're seeing the old tendencies that sometimes emerge with him just going a little too aggressive. And speaking of aggressive, Expect is on top of Faxi, who turns around. The teleport is coming in for Betsy, and Perks is already here. We went to the 2v2, but it looks like it'll be disengaged.
Yeah, so a couple of things happen in that trade that once again highlight how this matchup goes. Faxi lets Expect trade 2 autos at least on him, so that when Faxi jumps on Expect, he actually gets the stun. That's the important part that allows him to cycle through more of his damage. We're even
counterintuitive. You want to take damage as Irelia sometimes.
Just up front, so you get that stun, then you can stick on them. The problem is in the long lane, Nas still can get away. The reason Betsy had to TP Perks was roaming down. They used the Weaver's Wall in exchange for the TP. That now means Betsy has the advantage with the ultimate still there. And G2, they're going to be struggling for these team fights. We mentioned how much crowd control they have. Trick is 0-4. He has tried to get the engages to happen, and they have backfired a few times already. If he starts slowing down on his readiness to engage and doesn't get successful engages at the same time and they backfire, G2 are in quite a lot of trouble.
Yeah. Putting all your eggs in the CC basket, sometimes you don't have quite enough damage, and this is where you can see the plan start to come apart as they get the suppression on, and Trick is deleted off the map. Pridestalker howling with happiness right now. Betsy taking up the front as Miffy wants to go in and try to get at least one revenge kill. The Winds of War are there. Shield up the ran. And they're going to be moving right back forward. Another teleport. Heroic entrance coming in. Expect is isolated from the team. Justice punch away. Roccat are trying for the disengage now. Expect with a nearly full Narbar. Fancies his chances, but he gets knocked back from the buster shot of Yarnin. And Roccat staying alive.
Miffy playing with a little bit of fire here. Yes, G2 were around, but the rest of Roccat were there and nearly turned it back in their favor. But G2 had to commit to that because they lost Trick from Roccat getting the catch. They did not want to let Baron go down. We are past the 20-minute mark. It would be just like game 1 if Roccat could secure that Baron. And I am having deja vu from the spring split, Pyra.
I think G2 are going to have that one right now as well. Roccat in the lead.
Wow, I actually was about to say Roccat in the lead. I mean, it's obvious. Faxi wants to go for the trade.
We're on the same page, and I think Roccat are all on the same page as well. Looking for Perks, not able to find him, but Foxy is playing
with a whole lot more confidence than he has been the rest of this series.
G2 have set themselves up a little more cautiously around the Baron, though. You can see double control ward plus wards all the way through the top side. Even a third control ward now down through the river is allowing G2 to see any attempt at that Baron from Roccat. Faxi's on the bottom lane with no teleport. G2 are just going to start it. They're going to start because there is no way for Roccat actually to commit to this. Roccat have just lost this Baron. It's the reverse almost of game one. This is just good read from G2.
It is game one, then it's reverse. Yeah,
Well,
I mean, this is done. I get
this
what
is
you're
great
saying.
read
This
out
is
of G2.
actually fantastic that they've now managed to find this in a blind spot for Roccat. So the Baron comes in. That will definitely help them out to try and keep these waves pushed in their favor, and Roccat kind of caught with the pants down there.
Yeah, at that point, Roccat just not having a teleport available and showing on the bottom side is a near unforgivable mistake because you know they're going to do Baron. You don't have vision over that area. You know they're going to be there. You can't get there in time. Now Roccat have to play up against it. G2, to some extent, can avoid engages and just push using this Baron buff. Try and get that mid lane tower. Roccat looks like they're going to commit some resources to the top tower to try and get it in response, and just try and keep any gold gain from G2 neutralized by taking their own objectives in response.
Yeah. They do have Yarnan's Tristana to be able to shred through towers quite effectively. He's joined up by Wadid. A couple of rapid-fire shots is going to be all he needs to get tower number 4. But meanwhile, Svenimithi already hard at work with the Baron buff on the bottom. Expected getting dashed into. Has to hop his way over into the chicken pit.
Chicken pit. Faxi is looking for the Blade of the Ruined King as a potential second item coming through here. That, of course, gives him a little bit of extra sticking power. And just the ability to trade against a high health target. But G2, they're the ones that push on the side lane. They're just trying to push using this Baron buff. Look, Hyanan had been in the top lane and had showed, so Roccat might need to commit something here to try and start this fight. But
there's the wall.
They don't really want to go in blind.
No, but they're going to be able to find one target just like that. They take down Sven. It's Pride Stalker that gets it. Mithy's trying to disrupt with his ultimate, but it's not going to be enough. Betsy finding another. No, it's Yarnan that gets the finishing blow. G2 overcommitting once again, and they get turned back around.
Oh, but expect crosses over to the middle lane, knowing he can drag some members of Roccat in response. So G2 crack the bottom lane inhibitor tower, now turn towards the Ocean Drake. They have still advanced their lead, but Sven and Mithy getting caught out basically removes any emphasis of this Baron buff for the next minute and 20 seconds. Expect we'll be able to push out topside, but when it comes to actually fully formed pushes, G2 are unlikely to get another opportunity after this. They use the Talia wall to try and deny any kind of engage. A Janna shield may have just been enough to hold G2 for a moment or two longer. The Galio ultimate comes through, damage reduction comes out, and Sven was dead before this fight really even started. Expect you just saw him peek into vision at the top side of your screen. He had been pushing mid lane, had to retreat back, couldn't get into the fight. G2, it's another time where they just overstep a little bit and get punished for it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of going to show, right? Like, it doesn't matter how big you build the wall, you're never going to get the other team to pay for it. That was not enough.
G2 definitely paid for that on that attempt at a wall. And Roccat have been good at actually denying anything G2 wants to put into action when it comes to these fights. And so much of that is the fact that Pride Stalker has just been ready to go, okay, I'm just going to ult this person. We talked about the Warwick being a comfort champion for him. You can see he's got the Titanic Hydra, the Cinder Hulk. He's tanky enough in his mind to just jump in with some of the damage reduction he'll get as well. And then all of a sudden, Sven ends up dying.
Yeah.
Yes, he's got a mortal reminder to try and neutralize some of the health that's coming back on Rockat's side, but it's not enough.
I mean, he's reminded that he's mortal a couple of times this game, but the damage that Yarnan can do to follow things up.
It's okay. The same guy clapped you. It was fine.
This person has a very, very good sense of humor. I like them.
Sorry, you were saying.
I was saying, they can lock people down. We talked about CC on the G2 side, but Roccat have a lot of it as well. You've got Pride Stalker's ult, you've got Betsy shielded Durand, you've got Faxi can stun one target if he chooses it right. And then Yarnan's damage is just going to keep coming. Like, I feel like we've understated him a little bit in this game because he's a 3-item Tristana. He's now in don't get anywhere near me, I will kill you territory.
Yeah. It's as simple, the team fight for Roccat is as simple as get the shield of Durand to lock. You'll be hungry like the wolf with Pride Stalker. And Hyanan, that's not part of any song title, so I've not got anything on that one.
That would be a really crazy coincidence.
Yeah, somebody would have been psychic at that point.
All right. What a way to go. Now, Roccat, they are marching down the mid. They're keeping Faxi at home on the top. Remember, there is no inhibitor tower here. I feel like this game, it slows down for just a few minutes. It's going to heat back up as soon as that Baron becomes an option once again. That's still some time away.
Right, Roccat have now taken control of the jungle around the Baron area. There are a few wards still left. A control ward behind Roccat that has been there since that initial Baron play. So that little bit of skipped steps out of Roccat themselves. Haven't been able to deny all of the vision.
And we've seen that little mistakes have had big consequences in this series from both teams, in all honesty. And it's insane how close this actually is. 27.5 minutes. I mean, we're dead on even gold. I feel like I've said that a bunch this series because it's consistently true.
You need synonyms then for dead on even. Bang even's an old Joe Miller one.
There you go.
That's a good one. You can always use that.
How about there's nothing odd about it?
There's nothing odd about Oh, that's a terrible one.
I know, I shouldn't quit my day job either. Trick,
Oh!
Pride Stalker jumps on him, the infinite suppress. Now he's fleeing away. Oh, Yarden with the buster shot, but it looks like Pride Stalker might go down as well. No, Betsy comes in for the defense. Justice punch, and he is out of there. A quick pick, hit and run for Roccat.
And now, Gnar on the bottom side pushing up is going to be the only real thing that G2 can try and use. There's a minute still until Baron, so that pick doesn't actually impact G2 in the way that they lose the Baron from it. But Expect has to be careful. He's got some vision control. You can see the wards through the jungle. Will spot every one of the paths that the enemy will come through. But Roccat, finding a pick will slow G2 down. 0-6 for Trick.
Yeah, that's a little unfortunate for him in this game. Perks, though, he's trying to make up for lost time here on Betsy. He's throwing some rocks. Once again, in comes the rest of G2. Oh, Betsy caught it, but now it's Roccat that tagged their way in. Meganar, everyone's flashing away, and now it's Faxi looking to hunt down Mithy, but they're going to be pushed back for the time being. Betsy going into the Justice. Pride Stalker follows in and takes a bite out of Mithy.
The last play didn't hurt them on Baron, but that one certainly will. G2 almost looked like they started that fight. It looked like G2 were wanting to go aggressive, not respecting the teleport that can come from Faxi to even up the numbers. 10 seconds just under for this Baron, and if they can get a pick in mid lane, that would even crush through what G2 would have left anyway.
Roccat has taken advantage of these mistakes, and they're pushing in now on this Baron. There's teleport for Betsy back in the base. Faxi's holding the line. They want this fight. The wall comes in. Woody is isolated from the other side. Pride Stalker, he just hops right over it, and down goes Perks. Teleport coming in, right behind for the flank. Meganar, I don't think it's going to get there in time. Looks like they don't even need this Baron stress. They're just going to push in. Double kill for Yarden onto Trick. He's looking for that triple. He's got a flash. He doesn't take it.
It's happening again. Pyra Roccat, they are going to beat G2 at this rate for the second time this season in the last week of the regular split. I don't know what is in the water right now, but Roccat, Kingslayers is absolutely true.
Not once, not twice. These guys just keep on doing it. They get themselves the Baron. Oh my goodness, in this third game, in 30 minutes, they are looking like they're going to shut the door on G2's hopes of a first seed.
So Perks, Expect, and Trick know they have to try and close in, but Sven gets cut off. He has to move out around the fight. Never does he get in because he can't commit to it. He cannot commit to a fight that G2 have already lost, and that means G2 just concede the Baron from it. Trick again caught out. This Jarvan was the first pick in this game and has not had the effect that G2 wanted it to. Pride Stalker has found Trick multiple times with his ultimate, locked him down, earned objectives off it, and Roccat, again, a second game in this series, are earning a convincing victory over three-time champions G2 Esports.
And for G2, this has to be nightmare scenario. They locked themselves out of that first seed, and well, they're still playoff bound. They have still been looking good since Rift Rivals. We don't want to make too much of it, but Roccat are doing it, Stress. I cannot believe it.
What if, Pyra, what if, like, Roccat, what if they were in playoffs? They can have performances
what
like
if
this
they
against
beat
G2?
NIP? I don't understand anymore.
Like, this is going to be devastating mentally-wise to win this game.
This is going to be where it goes right now. They're going to knock everybody away. Mithy just can't quite get in with the ult. They're going to clean house. Down goes Mithy's Fed. Expect Perks all bleeding out right now as they run away from this fight. Inhibitor falls. Yarden
He's hopping and looking to take down number 2 as they just keep on opening the doors, busting down G2's base. And they're looking to end this one.
Roccat with perhaps the gift to Fnatic and a big win for themselves. Roccat at the end of the split gonna win another victory over G2.
And that is going to be it. That is the final fight. Down goes the last Nexus turret, and Roccat recognize no royalty. They bow to no one.
Oh my goodness, Pyra.
You can never count these guys out. Truly the dark horses of the European LCS, and you know what? It's a damn shame we don't get to see them in playoffs.
So unfortunate for Roccat. 2 splits in a row. Amazing performances like this. Wins over back-to-back champions. Roccat have shown us they can have these performances. They beat Fnatic earlier in the split. They had a close series with Fnatic in the middle of the split. They beat G2 now.
And they lost to the sub-squad, by the way. I don't understand this
How does
team.
it happen? Congratulations for today's victory, Roccat. Great win.
Yeah, honestly, you just got to be lost for words when the way this team plays up against the top teams. GG.
Yeah, absolutely GG. I'm at a loss for words. If this Roccat showed up every time they hit the stage, I don't even know. They beat all of the top teams when it comes to it in moments and through good, clean play as well. Like early game advantages, maybe not so much in this game, but look, Hyanan and Wadid didn't die this game against Sven and Mithy. They find the catches around Pridestalker. They showed us growth throughout the split. And this Roccat is such a perplexing team to try and predict.
Well, you know, it's kind of like they say, they're the ones setting the rules. I feel like it's really hard to play by Rockat's game. And, you know, they did it once again on their second to last game of the regular split. When it doesn't matter for playoffs, Roccat just say, we'll take you down, G2, no problem.
It was good to watch. It was fun to watch. The first game was great. The second game, they went back and said, okay, it wasn't the Aurelia matchup that messed us up. We can go back. We can play it a different way. Expect couldn't quite contend with it. And they found Trick every opportunity. 0-7-3.
Hey, Pridestalker, though, man.
Yeah,
this
exactly.
series, it just emphasizes how much growth we've seen out of this guy. Young player, was known as a Rengar prodigy when he was very, very young, but he comes up huge in this series. Even the game they lost, he was still setting up solid fights for the team, and we've seen some diversity in his picks, playing this Gragas tank, and then just coming out with the comfort Warwick and deleting people.
Looking very strong for Pridestalker. We started the Challenger split all the way in spring saying, hey, Pridestalker wasn't looking so great, didn't seem to know how to read the map. And that was months ago. That was a long time ago. But now you look at the growth, out-jungling Trick, catching him multiple times. Like, he and the rest of Roccat looked superb in games 1 and 3 of this series.
Absolutely. Now, Roccat lived up to their names as Kingslayers as they took down G2 in a huge upset. Here are Shox and Vedius to wrap up the series.
Thank you very much, Pyra. They do it again. God damn it, Roccat. And the way they did it, we just have to commend them for their play in Game 1 and in Game 3. There was no funny business. There was no cheese picks. There were no unexpected picks. They just played well.
Yeah, you can only but praise Roccat. Sure, there were a couple of mishaps in the early game, but they never gave up. They always punished, in particular, Trick. In this game, but also in this series, who, while he didn't have the strongest performance, you really have to highlight how often Pridestalker was able to land that ultimate, able to set up his team for success. And whenever things looked dire for the side of Roccat, it was always Pridestalker or Hyanan or someone finding that pick and finding that great play to give them windows back into the game.
You mentioned Trick. He died a total of 14 times over the 3 games. That is definitely not his best performance of the split. But aside from that, it seemed that if he wasn't really going off, the whole team of G2 didn't seem to be on the same page because they played a near perfect or a very good game in Game 2. But if it didn't work at all in Games 1 and 3.
No. Unfortunately for Trick, I'm not entirely sure what was wrong. Maybe it was just a bad day. People have bad weeks. Or maybe Roccat are just his kryptonite. You know?
Yeah.
This is not the first time that G2 have lost to Roccat right at the end of the regular season. And this will also lock in Fnatic for first place.
Yeah, let's take a look at the standings last split. If you cast your mind back, it was throwing something in the water for Fnatic to get to that first spot in lieu of G2. But this time around, it's G2 locked into the second place with this loss. So anything can happen basically in the Fnatic NIP series or in the Fnatic G2 series. Fnatic will have the semi-final bye and is locked in first. In terms of conclusions, you could say, is this now worrisome for G2? The fact that they are going up against Fnatic obviously on Saturday, possibly further on in the playoffs. They have to play quarterfinal. Or is it, as you said, they had already cast their mind to the fact that they would be playing quarterfinals and it might be good practice up until then?
I think it is concerning that Trick played the way he did. We've been giving him a lot of praise for his growth throughout the regular season and the fact that he's been more active as a jungler. He seems to be communicating better and improving on what was a poor MSI performance during the group stages. Given his performance today, yes, I would be a little bit concerned. Does that mean I'm going to count G2 out? No. I still think that they are favorites right now to make it into the semifinals and to make it to Paris. But I still think that that G2 versus Splice quarterfinal will lead to an exciting series for sure.
That it will. We do have to crown a player of the series for this one before we get to the interview with Roccat, and that is Hjarnan. Absolutely fantastic Kalista game in game 1. His Tristana was flawless as well, and he has been a man that has been putting up the numbers for Roccat the entire split, if not the entire season. Vedius, if I was to tell you there was a team in the LCS that in 2017 has beaten G2 in series twice, has beaten the Unicorns of Love, and has beaten Fnatic twice, and they still didn't make it to playoffs, would you believe me?
No. It's extremely bittersweet for this team who always seem to perform extremely well against the top-end teams, but struggle against the bottom-end teams, and they couldn't get enough wins during the regular season. It took them too long to get to this point, and it's too late for them now.
Well, too long. It just seems that when the pressure's off completely, it works for them, so they're going to have to find a way to retain that in the offseason. Well, Roccat, they kicked off the week with a great win. Let's see what their bot lane have to say after that series.
Thank you. Questions for you. We'll get rid of that, and we'll think of some questions on the fly. Congratulations, guys, of course. What is it that makes you, as a team, the Kingslayers? Because every time you meet up against these big teams, you seem to win.
I think it's mainly like against worse teams, so to speak. We are a bit more pressure on ourselves because we feel like we have to win. And against better teams, we know like, okay, they are better than us, technically, but so we just play without pressure, I think, and that's a big thing, I guess. That's why we win a lot of games against them. And
not practicing as well, apparently. What you were saying?
Well, yeah, to be honest, yeah, because we are already out of the playoff and then out of the relegation, so we just chill and keep chill, traveling somewhere and then looking for some funny games and yeah, just chill, you know.
Well, you gave all of us a lot of fun watching that series. As a bot lane, when you guys face up against these big teams, you seem to be able to match them, like Sven and Mithy, Reckless and Jezz, you guys are their equals. What is it that makes you such a good duo?
I don't know, actually, but we are just on the same page, I think, on a lot of times, and we know both what we want to do in the lane. And yeah, I think we just match pretty good together. That's like the biggest thing, I guess.
So you're in each other's minds, you know what you're both going to do at the same time?
Kind of, yeah, you could say that.
Well, we are just crazy, so yeah.
It seems to work for both of you. I want to talk a little bit about support. As a support main myself, I do not like the current meta of supports. So, Ardent Sensor Rush, you have to play Janna, you have to play all these boring supports. How do you feel about it?
Well, you saw that I go Ardent Sensor and Coin every game today, and then yeah, that's why I win, because I think Myth is one of really good support. I still think he's more better than me, but one thing he missed today is didn't go Ardent Sensor, so that's why I think.
So build Ardent Sensor and you win the game. Speaking of Mythy as well, G2 are now into the playoffs. They go in a second spot. Do you guys have any teams that you think are going to take it all? Do you think Fnatic are too good for everyone else in Europe?
You can go.
Well, I don't know. I feels like right now, Fnatic and HTK looks really strong. So I just predict that Fnatic and HTK will win a lot.
Hjarnan?
Same.
Okay, so H2K, not the Unicorns of Love from Group B.
Well, we beat them, so.
You beat G2, you beat everyone. I don't think we can judge it.
I'm kind of joking.
Not H2K, though.
Yeah, we're kind of joke, but I still think HK is really good at just basic rotation, and if they don't mistake, I think it's really good. And also Fnatic know the meta, know how to use their veteran player, so I think they're really good.
Right, so final question, guys. You've got Misfits left as your final game. Are we going to see anything outlandish? Are we going to see any cheese picks? Grabs tweeted about it, saying that you guys had something prepared.
You will see a lot of shit, yeah. You will see a lot of stuff.
Yeah, and also I'm Korean, so you can imagine some Korean mechanics.
I'm looking forward to it. Thank you very much, guys. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes with Fnatic up against NIP. Make sure you tune in.
They earned their nickname as Kingslayers, and they have one more chance. Utilize. They hadn't actually talked about that one, and First Blood comes in. Taunted in his trick as he tried to get the finishing blow. What did, though, is caught out. The Galio's coming just in time for a heroic entrance. The tower finishes that Perks, and this just might be the start of the turnaround. They're getting frisky, and they caught Trick. The chains came down.
They want to go in blind.
No, but they're going to be able to find one target. Just like that, they take down Fnatic's Pride Stalker that gets it. Mithy's trying to disrupt with his ultimate, but it's not
Mithy's
going to be enough.
And a big win for themselves. Roccat at the end of the split, and another victory over G2.
And that is going to be it. That is the final fight. Down goes the last Nexus turn, and Roccat recognized no royalty. They bow to no one.
Welcome back to the LCS studio and this matchup between Fnatic and the Ninjas in Pyjamas. Now we want to take a moment to put the spotlight on Fnatic, who are playing one of the best splits in their entire LCS career.
They have been looking spectacular, and if Fnatic go 4-0 this week, they will end the split with the second best record in EU LCS history. But right now they'll be happy because they have secured first place in their group. Now the only team historically to do better in Europe than Fnatic is Fnatic.
It's Fnatic. Well, if we take a walk down Fnatic memory lane, that 2015 lineup where they so successful in recent memory was the Huni Reignover era. They dominated Europe. They took SKT to 5 games at MSI, and they made it to the World semifinals. However, the current lineup's international passage at Rift Rivals wasn't as fabulous, but the team's performance in Europe is phenomenal. If we look at the stats across the board, the highest first blood percentage, the highest goal difference at 15, but at any other time in the game, the highest dragon percentage, so they're definitely as a 5-man unit showing up.
The team are incredibly strong, and so are the individuals as well, because all of the players of Fnatic are one of the best ranked players in their position. And we wanted to break down the Rift a little bit into some of the different sections. First of all, Soaz and Broxah up on the top side of the map. Soaz, the veteran that everybody keeps trying to count out, saying, okay, this is
been around since season 1.
Yeah, this is the split Soaz isn't going to perform. And look at that, rank number 1 for just about every stat. I think the real highlights here are the first blood percentage and first blood participation and kills plus assists at 15. These numbers are so incredibly high, not only for top laners, but for players in the entire league. And you see, Broxah has been involved in the majority of them, and it's that synergy that has worked very well on the top side for Fnatic.
That synergy between top and jungle is on point. Broxah is a relatively new face in that lineup, as well as Caps in the mid lane here pulling out that Kayn and just putting up great numbers and helping the team across the split.
I think the important thing about Caps is he hasn't just been about the Kayns, the Kales that we saw out during some individual games. In only 1 year, he has gone to being one of the best mid laners here in Europe. We know he can play the standard meta things, the Orianas, the Talias, and I think having that edge of the Kayn, and you never know really what he's going to do, is one of the best things about Caps as a player as well. Very exciting to watch.
Caps holding his own, and we have to also look at the bottom lane, Jessis and Reckless. And Jessis, a guy that's been around for a while, he's been a player, he's been a coach, and there were some question marks if he could still put up the performance on the Rift, and the answer is a resounding yes.
Absolutely. Everybody underestimated him, saying, hey, maybe this is the weak link of Fnatic, but he has not been any kind of a weak link. From the Thresh engages, we've seen the Camille, in recent times the Morgana as well, coming out for Jessis, has played a vital role of empowering the Fnatic AD carry.
Well, that is, as you say, 4 out of 5 players, and now for the most talked about player in the 2017 summer split here in EU, Reckless, and what he's done for that team.
He's been on a mammoth season as a whole. I mean, these stats, rank 1 at everything for AD carries, is such an important role for Fnatic. First of all, he dictated the Ken and the Tristanas early on in this split. Then when it was found out that that playstyle didn't work for Fnatic, he spearheaded some of the meta picks that they've picked back up, and really that is why Reckless to me is one of my shortlist contenders for MVP for the summer split.
Well, there you go. I can only agree with you. And we just had to highlight some of the standout performances of this team because, in short, Fnatic are playing one of the best splits in the organization's history, and they hope to finish strong in Week 10. Let's send it over to the casters for picks and bans.
Thank you, Shocks, and good evening, everybody. I'm Aaron Medic Chamberlain here with the Welsh wizard himself, Andrew Vedius Day. And Vedius, NIP feel like they need a little bit of a magic spell. Do you have anything up your sleeve to provide them with?
Yeah, I've heard the classic Wingardium Leviosa works pretty effectively.
Pretty sure it's Wingardium Leviosa, Vedius. NIP will definitely need some magic tonight, though, as they're up against Fnatic, who are on the red side in Game 1. An incredibly stacked roster. We've talked about it already on the analyst desk, and you could pull stats from any portion of the game and highlight one of these Fnatic members.
Yeah, really, you have the pick of the litter when it comes to the Fnatic squad. They are a very talented bunch, and this has been their best performing split for a very long time. And they're going up against NIP, who have not had the best performing split of all time. The organization, this is their first return to the split since many, many a year ago. And so far, the organization's roster has not had the best of times. But they can end on a high. They are locked into the promotion tournament. Currently, they only have 1 series win, but maybe they can cause the upset. Maybe they can do what Roccat couldn't last week and get the victory over Fnatic.
You never know. We saw Roccat beat G2 earlier on, of course, and that does mean Fnatic are first place in Group A, kings of their group once again. NIP, on the other hand, as we say, very weak across the course of the split, but their early game has been a point where they have looked strong at times.
Yeah, for sure. The thing about NIP is you can always count on Shook to kill you. The thing is they have this very solo queue mentality playstyle, which is very much about getting ahead in the lane, making sure that they can kind of build this early advantage, which they can then transition into some kind of snowball later on into the rest of the game. But often where they've fallen short is when the game stagnates, when they have this lead and the map is kind of open for interpretation and what you want to do, that's where they end up getting picked off. That's where they get punished. And so far, Roccat is the only team they've been able to have that clean performance against. But against some of these upper-end teams, if you leave that brief window, if you don't keep the pressure on at all times, then it becomes very easy for you to come back and challenge, even if you're at a goal deficit.
And that actually is something NIP have done better in the last few weeks. Their early game hasn't been as strong as it was at the start of the split, but when they have a lead at 15, they tend to be able to close out the game and take a win. And we'll have to see if they're able to do that once again today. They are facing up against the #1 team in Group A, Fnatic, and we are into picks and bans.
1-11 scoreline versus 10-1. Definitely the odds are stacked against them, but regardless, they will give it their very best. So Gragas going to be taken away from Broxah, something that Fnatic put a lot of priority on last week. So far, pretty standard staple bans coming out from Fnatic. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw things like the Elise, Caitlyn, Kalista coming out from the red side. Ninjas and Pyjamas, though, have a little bit more freedom, so they're just going to focus on taking Fnatic away off some of their comfort or power picks.
And I think the question becomes now for Fnatic, you know your first place. You don't have to show anything. Do you just stick with the normal meta? Or do you experiment a little bit and try out some new strategies against the team you expected to beat?
Fnatic spent half a split trying out new strategies, Medic. Then when they went to international competition, it did not go so well for them. So I think they should just keep it meta. They should keep it try hard. They want to guarantee themselves a win. They do not want to be upset like G2 was, because you don't really want to end your split like that. And bear in mind, Fnatic still have G2 left to play against, and I'm sure that both teams will want to be in form going into that series.
Coming off a win is definitely better than coming off a loss like G2 did. Ninjas and Pyjamas will lock in the Tristana as their first pick. Not something we always see prioritized.
Tristana raises in value when so many of the other AD carries are banned away. Some AD carries have chosen to go more towards the Xayah, but it seems like that with Tristana being used as a possible answer for Kalista, her ability to siege, and her surprisingly strong pushing power when it comes to laning phase, and later on when sieging against towers, it just adds a little bit more value that teams seem to consider of higher importance.
Does mean Fnatic can lock in the Jarvan for Soaz in the top lane. 6 wins out of 6 games for him on that champion. Pretty sure he'll be wanting to make that 7 of 7. And we will have the Thresh for Jezzes as well.
Very early priority of the Orianna for Nagne as well. They banned away the Syndra, so they want to make sure they can guarantee something strong. This raises the priority on champions like the Talia, which we have seen Caps bring out. They don't necessarily have to focus on it now. That's a cheeky hover, but you should never really trust with that's the grin of I'm hovering it, but I ain't locking it in.
That's the grin you do when you think you've told a good joke. It's just like, guys, come on, that was funny. That was funny,
That
guys.
is definitely the grin that I have. 4 seconds left.
I like this. I like that. I like that even more. It's going to be Azir. Bird is the word in the mid lane for Caps.
This is the first time I've ever heard people cheer for an Azir. We had a whole meta of Azir and Victor, and people were happy to see them go, but it has been a while. He did receive some buffs patch 7.15. That's the word I'm looking for. And really, all it boils down to is soldiers do a little bit more damage. At every level, it stacks onto each soldier as well, so he does a fair amount of additional damage. A lot of the other mids in Europe right now do consider him much more of a stronger pick. And right now we're just seeing it. Perhaps this is one of those experimentation things you were discussing. If it doesn't work out, it's fine. Fnatic, they don't lose much out on it if they fall behind, but it gives you that opportunity, a bit of practice, play on stage, see how well it works with the team and against opposition.
Definitely, and I want to delve deeper into that Azir pick and that mid lane matchup as we get into the game. But now we do see the Kayn ban from Fnatic, and NIP will take away the Camille, thinking that this Jarvan could still be flexed into the jungle.
That's very true. Rumble may very well be an additional ban going towards Fnatic, something that is considered a decent matchup into the Gnar. Yasuo is another pick, but we've only seen it once over in the LCK as an answer to Gnar. It did end up winning that game, but since then we haven't really seen many others. Renekton would be something risky. I wonder if they could go for something like a Cho'Gath as well. It would give you a fair amount of sustain. On 7:15, we've seen a lot less priority on the champion, especially up in the top lane. But Fnatic, they still have a lot of options available to them.
Jhin is taken away from them, and that narrows that AD carry pool even more. Kalista gone, Caitlyn gone, Jhin gone, Tristana gone. Where are you looking now if you are Fnatic?
I feel like you want to try and save that possible counter pick in the top lane for last. You want to lock in your AD carry. You have a few options. Oh no, instead they're just going to prioritize the Kled. So as you rightly called out, that Jarvan has the ability to flex into the jungle, which is what he's going to do right now. So they're going to save their AD carry counter till the very end. And this does suggest to Fnatic they're considering running a static AD carry, something like the Ashe or the Varus. So they want to see what is left in the opposition before they guarantee that. And if something like an Alistar comes through, then you're definitely moving away from one of those more static AD carries that doesn't have a dash or an escape.
Spottle, especially on this Alistar, has shown how effective he can be at isolating targets. Enemy AD carries are a great target to go for, and it will be the Sejuani in the jungle as well for NIP. So we've only got the AD carry left for Fnatic, and a lot of options to choose from.
So Sivir is still available, Xayah is still available. Calling them out just as you have us over all of them. The thing about Tristana is there aren't really a huge number of weak matchups, and I feel like Xayah would be the best thing to lock in because it's very safe. You have a fair amount of wave clear, you have your own peeling tool, and it fits very nicely with the composition, which is very much about scaling for Fnatic. Azir and Xayah, very late game orientated champions, very geared towards team fighting, especially when you pair them up with the Jarvan and the Kled engage. They can play a bit of a 1-4, maybe 1-3-1 style. But Fnatic mainly want to be winning through team fights, very similar to what Ninjas in Pyjamas do. The big difference is Ninjas in Pyjamas, they hit a little bit of a spike earlier on with the 2 items. When someone like Orianna, Morello into Ludens, or Morello into Liandry's, 2 very powerful items that give you a lot of damage very early on into the game. And so they could be looking to fight, force fights a little bit earlier with the Sejuani engage and the Alistar follow-up that they have in their comp.
NIP still have a mountain to climb. We'll see if those team fights materialize in the middle of the game. I would love it. 2 team fight compositions, butting horns. And if you want to support one of them, jump onto Twitter at @LolEsports, #NIPwin, if you think the Ninjas in Pyjamas can sabotage Fnatic's hopes of cleaning out the week, and #FNCwin, if you think the #1 team in Group A is just as unstoppable as they look.
We're going to have a lot of fights this game, Medic.
Oh, baby!
It is your job to yell about them, so you better be prepared. The audience has high expectations of your yelling.
That's very high expectations of yelling. I believe that cheering is more for Fnatic than for me, and can you blame them? Fnatic on the best run since summer 2015, and now we get onto the Summoner's Rift once again. And Vedius, I want to come back to a few of these specific matchups while we've got time as these teams settle in, especially the middle lane. Caps on Azir has not played that champion once this split into Nagne's Orianna, a champion he's a lot more comfortable on. How do we expect this matchup to go?
It's not very exciting, unfortunately, Medic. It is very much focused on farming. We talked about how Azir is more towards late game. He scales exceptionally well, which means that his early game doesn't have a huge amount of impact. He's had a number of nerfs over a very long period of time, and basically what it boils down to is extremely effective DPS in these later game teamfights, along with good zoning and playmaking potential. The thing about his ultimate is in early levels, it's not actually that big. You only have 4 shieldsmen, which means that the window to actually make plays is a lot harder. There's a lot more room to get that outplay. Whereas once you get 2 and 3 points in it, that's where you get those additional shields. It starts getting really big, and large areas of the jungle actually becomes very difficult to maneuver around. So that's why levels are extremely important. That's why Caps isn't going to try and force anything during the laning phase. If he can get a few early kills, definitely a benefit to him. But his priority is not winning, it's just going even, or at the very least not falling behind. In terms of trading, Orianna is definitely going to have the advantage. She has the shield, and if Azir wants to block his, he has to get into the face of Ori, who's going to have those empowered order attacks. So he's just going to want to look to push and stay away from Nagne, who's going to look to get as many Qs and Ws on him as possible.
Nagne looking for the harass in the mid lane. That's something Caps has done very well across the split. Actually leads our damage per minute charts out of any player on any champion. He has the most consistent damage in that middle lane. We did see Broxah and Soaz start up at that red buff. It looks like Broxah's going to path down towards the bottom side of the map. Usually we see Broxah and Soaz combining for that first blood. They tend to be together. Soaz actually very good at securing first blood, considering he's a top lane.
Well, he is playing this Kled right now. It will be a little difficult to set up a gank onto a Gnar, given the amount of mobility that Gnar does have. As long as he doesn't use his jump too aggressively, he should be fine. I feel like Jarvan right now is more geared towards making sure that the bottom half of the map is watered up. So you can see he's just taken his blue. He'll now transition that into a Scuttle Crab. And because the bottom lane of Rekkles and Jez is just constantly pushing, having that vision in the river, having the vision also in the Tri-Brush, guarantees an additional bit of safety so they can continue to push into this Tristana Alistar lane and get themselves an early CS lead, while also giving you good control around the Ocean Drake. How we have heard from players like Sven and that this early Ocean Drake is actually extremely valuable during the laning phase.
Hook is going to land on Tahiku, but Jez is just using it for harass more than anything. And having these early leads is something that Fnatic do incredibly well, and NIP were actually doing well themselves at the start of the split. However, over the last few weeks, their early leads have tended to fall off. From weeks 6 to 9, they've only had 50% of first towers, only 33% of those first bloods, and they really struggle at getting that early dragon as well.
So what we're saying is one of the greatest strengths that NIP had for them going through the split no longer seems to be one of their greatest splits, yet they were able to get their first win of the season against Roccat with this slight change in playstyle. And I feel like it's just NIP realizing that they don't have to guarantee an early snowball to really translate into that advantage. All they need is strong laners and presence, as Jez exerts his presence in the mid.
It's just rude, really. That's just rude. Nagne just wanted to back. Caps was pushed back in the lane anyway. Nagne wanted to go back and start picking up those items.
But it's a life lesson for mid laners at home. Don't back in the middle of the lane. You might think that it's a little bit faster, but it is not the safest option. Imagine a jungler just comes out of the jungle right there. Imagine a support roams up mid. Well, boom, you don't have to imagine it. You've got first-hand experience of how your back can be interrupted by a whole 8 seconds.
And Jez does this so well. We've seen him do it time and time again throughout the split.
Interrupting backs.
Interrupting backs, leaving the lane early on, harassing enemy laners. And a lot of the talk around MVP for the split focuses on Rekkles or Caps or Broxah, but I think we both agree that Jez is definitely up there as well as one of the best players on this Fnatic team.
Well, you can't take anything away from him, right? Because he's able to make plays like this.
We'll just flash away there from Nagne, and once again it's Jez, as you say, in that middle lane.
All right, so Jez actually didn't do anything there, but his presence was enough to allow Caps to go into the face of Nagne, force the flash out from Orianna, and now he has the opportunity to look for another roam in the mid lane a little later on. Notice how he went for a very early boots rush, went for an early back. Yes, Rekkles and Jez lose a little bit of pressure down in the bottom lane, but this is so different to the Fnatic that we've been so used to for so long. Yes, we have seen a shift in their playstyle, but now you can see Fnatic's not all about playing towards Rekkles and making sure that he succeeds.
And speaking of difference, just got informed by our wonderful stat team that Broxah, Caps, and Rekkles are all playing these champions for the first time in 2017. We wondered if they'd experiment. Maybe this was planned, or maybe it's as a result of Roccat beating G2 earlier.
Could very well be. So they are experimenting a little bit. They're going outside their comfort zone traditionally, but they're still strong champions. They still fall under the realms of the meta. And so far we are seeing them perform okay, but we're only 6 minutes into the game, man. So I will hold judgment for now to see a bit of trading up top.
Soaz going to charge away. It's a pretty easy escape for him, not as mechanically wonderful an escape as we usually see from Soaz. I'd expect him to dodge through a couple of bushes, then teleport.
Are you trying to imply that other champions that can press R as not impressive to disengage?
Yeah, yes I am. In all honesty, if you only have to press one key to get away from a fight, you have not mechanically outplayed your opponent.
Oh, I'm sorry, guy that can use flash on every champion.
Oh, we'll have to see perhaps if Soaz needs to flash away here, because Shook is waiting in the bush. There is a ward there, but it had been controlled. Shook decides he doesn't want to take the fight. Caps engages, does use the streamer shuffle, and here's Jez once again. Broxah joins the fray. The shockwave brings them back, and Nagne's still alive. Broxah tanks up a couple of tower shots, but Jez will get knocked up by Spraddle. He helps Caps secure the kill in mid.
And this is Fnatic Fnatic repeating the pressure in the middle lane, trying to set up caps for success rather than play around Reckless. And while we have seen so many shifts in Fnatic's playstyle, this investment in mid reminds me of what Cloud9 did to Fnatic during Rift Rivals, where caps struggled so much. Send your support early to the middle lane, punish this low mobility mid lane Nage, as Shook is able to actually get the flash out of caps.
Jez is here once again. Who needs a support in bottom lane? We're going back to Season 2. It's jungle support roaming duos. Alistair from level 1 just joins his jungler. Jez can do the same. And this is what we wanted to see from Fnatic. Cast your mind back to Rift Rivals Vedius, where the Fnatic animal style got totally shut down by the NA teams. Since then, we've seen Reckless move to more meta AD carries, play a very strong role in getting Fnatic these wins, and now we see more experimentation from them working out.
Yeah, and I think it's really worth praising Jez once again, enabling Caps to make this kind of play, enabling him to get this early lead, but also just punishing the correct champion. Orianna is a mid lane mage that does have the advantage early on in this 1 versus 1. When her flash is down, she is extremely susceptible to ganks. And you cannot invest that much in early vision to make sure that she stays alive. And even if you did, Jez has walked behind the turret. There's little that you can do when you're being attacked from 3 sides, when you have no flash, when Caps lands a fantastic ultimate, and Jez doesn't even have to use his hook until after you've used everything to try and get away. It was a great setup from Fnatic. They start off strong, and so far they hold onto a bit of an early lead as Fnatic look for another roam up mid.
About 600 gold ahead, and that first kill, of course. Still no first tower blood for them as Jez once again is around that middle lane. Glacial Prism does not quite connect. Jez will flay them back, but this might be the first blood for NIP as Jez has been caught out by 3 members of the Ninjas. A kill for Nagne in that middle lane will get him back into this matchup against Caps.
Oh. You can't make the same play more than once, unfortunately, Medic. It worked great earlier on. You went for a roam mid, you take away his flash, then you come with the jungler, and great, you're able to get the kill. But NIP responded. They realized, oh, okay, if you're never going to spend any time in the bottom lane, neither am I. We know that our Tristana has the pushing value down in the bottom lane because of our explosive charge, because of what Tristana does. It becomes very difficult for Xayah to really hold her. That means that Strato can get into the river, get these wards down much faster than Jez can. And with Shook hanging around, seeing where Jez is, it's just a matter of time before they're able to get the punish, get the collapse, and get themselves a very valuable early Ocean Dragon.
Ocean Dragon, of course, so good if you get it early on in the game, doesn't give you as much later on in these matchups. And this is something we've seen from Fnatic in the past. They sometimes get this early lead, but then struggle to actually be able to extend it against lower tier teams. If you look at the blue line, that is how Fnatic do against teams that are in the playoffs at the moment. They tend to be able to extend their gold lead in a uniform fashion, whereas the orange line is how they do against the lower tier teams. Caps actually got caught out here by Nagne. Nagne just needs to flash! And that's a kill onto Caps in the mid lane.
And this is why this graph is so relevant right now, because teams below them always find ways to punish Fnatic. Fnatic don't seem to show that same level of respect that they do against opposition that seems to be on equal footing to them, at least from a score or perception standpoint. The fact that Nagne gets a solo kill onto Caps is going to be massive in terms of momentum and getting him back into the lane. We talked about how Orianna early on wins out in that 1 versus 1. She has more damage with fewest or with similar itemization, and that results in Caps dropping. He had no flash, and he gives away a solo kill to Nagne.
As we get to this 11-minute mark, we are going to start to see that first item spike be hit for NIP. What point is it that NIP can really utilize these early spikes when they get... Do they need 2 items on all of their carries, or can they just go with 1 or 1.5 and try and force Fnatic to fight?
So, NIP can easily force a fight when Shook has completed an item. The Cinderhulk is already good to go. So I feel like, depending on what he goes for, I'm expecting a Righteous Glory or maybe a Knight's Vows to come out from him second. Once that is done, NIP are good to make fights happen. But you might not have the damage. It depends on the gap between you and your opposition. Now, if Nagne and Hikyu complete, let's say, a BF Sword and a Morellonomicon, whereas Caps and Reckless are still on their components, best not to fight. That is a great opportunity to fight because you know you're going to have that slight item advantage. You know your champions are a little bit stronger at that point in the game. But if you're both on even items, then it's a bit of a risk. So it's very much about tracking the items and seeing what has been completed for either side before you really try and force a fight.
Alongside that, you can look at kills for gold and towers for gold, but you also have to look at CS for gold. And Profit has a 20 farm lead in that top lane. Reckless had a small CS advantage in the AD carry role, but that's equalized out as NIP have spent a little bit more time down in that bottom lane as a duo.
The thing about Kled up in the top lane, one thing that we heard from North American teams when they did come over to Europe was that Kled has value at all points in the game. Because of his ultimate, because of his trading power, just because of who he is as a champion, he's always going to be useful even if he falls behind. So the fact that he's at a deficit right now is not the biggest end of the world for Fnatic, because he will be able to contribute later into the game, even at a deficit. And I think that's the core thing to take away from Soaz. As long as he can hold on to this tower as long as possible, and if Fnatic can get that bot tower in exchange, then Soaz has done his job. It's just very much now that Soaz, or Fnatic rather, still need to support a little bit more around Soaz, because they do not want to lose that first tower if they can avoid it.
Once again, Caps gets harassed. The shockwave doesn't quite connect. Unless Nagne was just going for that minion, you never know. Makes the CSing easier in that middle lane. And for the time being, Caps is able to keep himself alive. Does have his flash back up, and Nagne does not have his. So we'll see if perhaps Boxer decides that mid lane is ripe for a gank once again.
But look at the difference in vision, Medic. You can see all across the top side. Look at all of these control wards and deep blue wards that have been set up by Shook and Profit and the roaming Spraddle from earlier on. They are littering this top side of the map because they are fully aware that Brox is going to come soon to try and defend this tower, and they want to make sure that Profit has the knowledge to allow him to just keep pushing while both Hiku and Spraddle keep defending their tower in the bottom lane. The Dragon is going to be spawning in about 2 minutes, and I imagine that'll be a big point of contention for both these teams.
It's a second Ocean, of course. Strong, as we mentioned earlier. The quicker you get it in a game, and Fnatic are looking to try and react to this top lane pressure by bringing 4 members down to the bottom side. Not going to go for the engage just quite yet. NIP do, of course, have the Alistair there, and they've got Shook there as well. 2 strong tanks who can lock you up underneath the tower if you go for the dive.
There's always the risk, right? Like, as you rightly said, you don't want to try and force something that isn't guaranteed to go in your favor. Profit has the TP. If Soaz TP'd in, he'd be at a health disadvantage. So there's that additional risk too. And Alistair, Sejuani, there's a lot of crowd control, a lot of disengage, the Tristana ultimate too. Best not risk it, but they had to try and make a play onto that tower because they knew that top lane was going to go down. They want to try and make the trade down bot. And unfortunately for Fnatic, they were unable to do so. So NIP, they've gotten themselves an early lead without the use of snowballing from ganks from Shook. They haven't relied on trying to find these early picks to translate into a big CS or big gold advantage.
And it's a 2,000 gold lead at the 15-minute mark, Vedius. If this was Fnatic, we'd say they were rolling away with the game. NIP now, a strong gold lead, first tower, a big top laner. This is looking very good for NIP.
Oh, it is. But remember what we talked about in terms of item spikes, how they're a good indicator of when a team is likely to fight. Renomicon has been completed for Nagne, along with the Nash's Tooth for Caps. So, to give a bit of context on that, if anyone hasn't seen Azir for a while, this is now the best first item to rush because the attack speed that it gives you, along with the 20% early cooldown reduction. Both stats extremely valuable on a champion like Azir, and it gives you AD ability power. So, sure, you don't have the same level of AP as the Renomicon, but the added attack speed better synergizes with your kit, which makes up for that loss of DPS.
But you promised me team fights, Vedius.
Yeah.
You said to me, Medic, you're going to have to shout a lot. I've yet to shout this game, and I'm getting disappointed
but
here,
I also
Vedius,
said
because you promised me team fights.
I also promised you 2 late game teams. Whose early focus is just going to be on farming, leveling up, completing items, and the 2 item spikes is where I promised you team fights. And we're not there just yet, but we're very quickly edging that way.
There we are. Profit's finished his Black Cleaver, a Renomicon for Nagne to answer that Nash's Tooth. I have had an update from my stats team. Remember earlier on I said that in the last 4 weeks, NIP, when they've had a gold lead at the 15-minute mark, have had a win. That is a 100% record for them. 3 gold leads at 15 minutes and 3 wins. Will this be their 4th? Well, Fnatic say no as they once again bring Boxer and Caps down towards this bottom side. They have a couple of man advantage, but Profit does have teleport if NIP want to fight around this Ocean Dragon.
So looking at some of the map setup right now, the problem is for Fnatic, is that NIP, they have push in mid. Orianna building a healthy CS lead, feeling very strong right now. 4 stacks on the Dark Seal as well. Something that's always important to take into consideration. There's pressure up top, which makes it even easier for Prophet to TP into these lanes too. And Tristana, yet to complete the Infinity Edge, but does still have the pushing advantage in the 2 versus 2 lanes. So NIP, they have strong laners that got a bit of an early lead thanks to a few misplays from Caps that have allowed right now NIP to have control. And this is giving them priority around these big objectives like Drake, but so far not the Rift Herald, which, given the amount of pressure the Prophet's putting in the top lane, that could be a big objective for them to play around, but their focus is on the bottom side.
We're looking for the second Ocean Drake. Roccat is in the vicinity. Pops the Scryer's Bloom. We'll get just a sneaky vision on towards Shook, and perhaps we'll look for the steal. Squattle can knock him away. Fnatic a little bit too slow to react, and the second Ocean Dragon goes to NIP. Great objective control, getting 2 dragons out of 2 this game when they've been averaging 8% of the dragons in the last few weeks.
And this is NIP using pressure extremely well, taking advantage of their advantages, and just punishing the composition of Fnatic, which is very geared towards late game. And this is the thing, when you have 2 compositions that scale extremely well, when one has a slight lead over the other, it's actually a very big gap that allows you to just keep pushing, keep trying to make plays around the map. But we're seeing another 4-man setup from Fnatic in the bottom lane, especially as both Alistar and Tristana have just gone back to base. They're going to make their way mid as Prophet continues to rattle on swords in the top lane.
He's looking towards that Frozen Mallet second as well. Fnatic will eventually take this bot lane tower. They equalize the structure score at 1-for-1, but they are still in a gold deficit of about 1,000 gold. And earlier on we talked about the vision coming out from NIP. Look at how many control wards they have picked up, ready to set up around this Rift Herald and perhaps around the Baron.
Junglers at home, take note. 3 control wards picked up by Shook. This man is not just going to drop his control ward and then leave it there. He's prepared in the event that it gets cleared out. He's also prepared to move the vision later on in the event that NIP win a big fight or gain some kind of objective advantage. And this is smart play from NIP. They took the Ocean Drake. They knew that Fnatic would stick around bot and that their bottom lane wouldn't be able to react to this objective in time. Prophet has now been moved to the bottom lane, and they can look to utilize this Rift Herald either on the tier 2 in the top lane or in the mid against a strong wave clearing as it.
We had some early game around that mid, but since then hasn't really been that much focus. Nagne able to clear out the wave, push Caps back. Caps counter pushes, but perhaps we'll see a little bit more action around it. We have finally got that first completed item, the Jungler. The Jungle Enchant has been upgraded on Shook, so perhaps he will start looking for these team fights that we expect from NIP.
Looking very closely as well at some of the other items being completed across the board. Nothing too significant for the time being. Just a little bit of trading back and forth between wards. And if NIP really want to impress me, then they'll start fighting for vision, because that's definitely a Korean special that you often only ever see in the LCK. Or H2K, believe it or not. And fighting for vision is really a difficult skill to master, because it's about knowing when is a good time to fight and also what vision is worth fighting over. There's no point starting a big fight over wards around Baron if you're not strong enough to actually take the Baron yourself. So right now, NIP, they don't feel confident enough to force the fight. All they care about is just making sure they have as much vision as possible. And look now, still a control ward left on Shook. No control wards left on Fnatic. So if they ever trade a control ward for control ward, it will be NIP that have that vision advantage.
Herald used in the mid in a 4v3. Shockwave onto Jezid, doesn't connect. Herald gets a chunk of damage down onto that mid lane tower, but will not be able to secure the objective as Fnatic react pretty well in that middle lane.
Good use of the Rift Herald though, because all 4 members of Fnatic have now been brought mid. This has allowed Hiku to push up top lane, and Prophet is continuing to push down bottom.
And people might wonder why we're praising NIP. You know, they're bottom of the group, they're going to go to the promotion tournament, but it's so important that they revitalize the early game style they had earlier in the split if they're going to win in promotions. Fnatic have been able to push onto this mid lane tower, not quite able to take it down, but coming back to my point, NIP here are showing us a team that could very well beat out Giants and Schalke in the promotion tournament over the next couple of weeks.
Well, that's their hope. NIP, their goal this split was to stay in the LCS so they can build Caps.
Oh, Caps' goal is to stay on the Rift, but he's not able to enact that as NIP are able to collapse. Jez's doesn't quite get connected by the Sejuani, but Spuddle flashes in. Hiku with the jump as well. The explosive shot is enough. Another kill for NIP, and Fnatic are just rolling over in front of the Ninjas.
And this is the beginning of it, Medic. You can see bot tier 1 goes down, mid tier 1, the map is opening up. Baron is a point of contention. Ocean Drake going to be spawning soon. No, forget that. Baron's going to be a fight right now, Medic, but there's a lot of ultimates still available for the side of NIP.
Still that control ward put down in the pit. We're going to see the teleport in as well from Profit. Here are Soaz and Broxer. They need to duo up to try and steal away the Baron. NIP have it down to 2,000 HP. Soaz jumps in, so does Broxer. 1,000. The Buster. Broxer steals it, and Fnatic are going to be able to take away that objective from NIP. They'll lose Broxer. Soaz with the flash may be able to get out of this one as he jousts his way through the minion line. Jez is there with a hook. The shockwave lands onto 2 though, and NIP are not quite done yet. But Fnatic want this fight. They've got Baron, and they have a taste for blood.
You may lose Broxer, but 4 members of your team walk away with the Baron. NIP, they go for a risky play. They know that the enemy jungler is still alive, yet they go for it anyway. And rather than stopping, they feel confident to force Broxer out of the pit. They fail, and now they're going to lose a lot of the early game that they have so cleanly built up for themselves.
A 2,000 gold lead disappears in minutes when the enemy team has a Baron. Another objective for Fnatic as they group up towards the mid, and this is only going to get them towards that team fight composition they want so much quicker.
Woof.
Woof,
Rough
indeed.
situation for NIP. So let's have a look. Broxer. You can see the position of Sproul. They just want to knock him back. EQ as well. Has his ulti. But the EQ combo still comes through. They're too late. Sproul gets knocked up, so his knockback gets interrupted. It feels like Tristana missed it as well. They tried to focus down the Baron instead. Well, their focus turns onto Broxer rather than the Baron. And they should have just gone over the wall sooner. They should have never given him the opportunity to get close enough to land that QE. And then we see the following fight afterwards where NIP are just forced to disengage. So I feel like NIP, the execution there was a little bit greedy. They should have just tunneled onto Broxer, maybe even just turned to get the kill. Because really, the goal there was to prevent Fnatic from getting the Baron as much as it was getting it for yourself.
Meager desserts for NIP as they will take the 3rd Ocean Drake of the game, but you just have to look at Fnatic, and this is the reason we say they have that MVP quality. Broxer with the steal, Soaz with the distraction, Jez's with the hooks afterwards as well to help Fnatic re-engage that fight. Every single member of this team steps up when they're needed, and that's the reason they are first in Group A. Fnatic are going to be able to push in this top lane as well. That's 3 towers they've taken off just this Baron buff. They've got a minute left on it. And how important is it for Soaz in this side lane to have a Baron as well? Because Profit has been continually pushing him back, but Soaz with those empowered minions can actually hold the wave a little bit better.
Oh, look at Soaz. He's now level 15. As he rightly says, he has a lot of wave clear to, at the very least, hold Profit much better than he could before. But he's also going to have much easier value in these team fights. The ultimate's going to nicely set up Fnatic to force these fights. You have a Jarvan follow-up too, as they try to force a fight down the bottom lane.
Soaz runs a little bit wide there. He doesn't understand where the track is. Profit trying to track up towards the top side. A great feather storm from Reckless. Dodges out the Gnar and roots up Profit. Reckless with his first kill and his first contribution to the game.
Beautiful kill from Reckless, utilizing his skills perfectly. Landing the root, staying just out of range of Profit, dodging all the skills. Caps, he's not in any danger because of his mobility. And everything now going in the favor of Fnatic after a fantastic Baron steal from Broxer. There was such a big tower advantage in favor of NIP, which has now swung so rapidly in Fnatic's favor. Hiku is not with the team, so Fnatic are going to keep their push.
Almost a 4,000 gold swing with that Baron buff. From 2,000 ahead, NIP are now 2,000 behind. However, Vedius, they have hit this 2-item spike we discussed in Picks and Bans. We said NIP might be slightly stronger if they get to those 2 items. Fnatic are sitting on the same, except for Reckless, who has now picked up his 3rd completed item.
And that's the key difference. Yes, it's great when you get to the 2 items. You may very well just be a little bit stronger, but it depends on the opposition's itemization, and if you're at 2 items while they're at 2.5, those fights look a lot more even, or if nothing else, more Fnatic favored in those kind of exchanges. So I think that right now it's difficult for NIP to try and force a fight. They're looking to get themselves a pick, wait for someone to be caught out of position. But the only person that's likely to be overextended and in an isolated spot is Caps, but he's now got himself an early Banshee's Veil, and now he's completed the Rylai's. So this guy has so many disengage tools, he becomes extremely difficult to catch. And things are becoming harder and harder for NIP. That Baron has really swung so much in the favor of Fnatic.
Sprotter getting harassed down by Caps a little bit there. I slightly underestimated the gold swing with Baron. It was a 6,500 gold power play for them. And it just allows Fnatic to get to this late game, get to these team fights. Although we haven't seen too many 5v5s. Fnatic trying to rectify that as Soaz jumps in. The hook does not connect, but Sprotter is pulled back by the bear trap on a rope. NIP going to be able to reset this fight as Fnatic decide they just want to put down a Disc of the Sun.
No TP used from Profit. He's going to continue his pushes. He knows his team can disengage. Reckless off onto a side lane. Very more conventional from what we see of the Fnatic squad.
Give him a new champion, but he still does the same things on this Saya.
Just clearing out the sideways, guys. I'm not a split pusher, I promise.
The ninjas here actually practicing a traditional ninja strategy from the 15th century. I did my research before this. I thought I'll look up some ninja war strategies, some sabotage and infiltration strategies.
Right.
And they had one called Hitsuke. And what Hitsuke meant was if you were trying to infiltrate a building, you would light a fire somewhere else. And the guards would be distracted by the fire, and then you'd be able to infiltrate the building. So what NIP have done, if they said, Prophet, you will be our fire. You will distract Fnatic in a side lane, and then we'll try and take the fight somewhere else.
Wow. Who would have thought that the distraction had the name of Hitsuke? If only we had more fire in this game.
Exactly. If it was a brand or something, it would work a little bit better.
That would have been the key. That's what the NIP are lacking right now. Instead, they do have a giant snow ice boar who can act as another form of engagement, right? You know, as much as you want to get into the building, sure, you can use a fire and you can distract and say, hey, look over there. But while they're all looking over there, you need some kind of battering ram to say, surprise! And you hit them in the face with a giant block of ice.
Or a shockwave to knock down the walls as well, if you're trying to get into the building.
So that clearly NIP, going back to their heritage and their classical arts.
Well, it might explain why they've lost so many games this split if they're using 15th century tactics.
That could
a lot of
be
people
true, yes.
have had some time to research those. But NIP have been able to stall out this game a little bit here, Vedius. Still only a 2,500 gold lead for Fnatic. We are getting towards that later game portion where we said the team fights are going to be more Fnatic favored.
Yes, they have an extremely powerful late game comp. That doesn't mean that NIP's composition isn't strong in the late game. It's just much harder to execute, right? Orianna getting into the thick of things, utilizing that ball, compared to the range of Azir, much harder to execute. Tristana has a lot of mobility, and compared to Reckless, yes, but in terms of ability to self-peel and utility, Xayah arguably offers a little bit more. And we talked a lot about how Kled always offers teamfight value, whereas Gnar has the Gnar bar that you always have to play around. It's just easier to execute as Nagne's been caught.
Boxer jumps in with the Cataclysm, needs the Shockwave to knock down those walls. Here comes Shook as well, and NIP look for the re-engage, but Fnatic have them pincered between two sides of this fight. Fnatic not quite going any further. Boxer is going to get pushed back by Prophet, who's trying to build up that Gnar bar.
NIP, they just forced the disengage right now. They didn't lose any members. Heal was used from PQ along with Nagne. But aside from that, no other summoners were used. Fnatic still feeling healthy on the summon account. Soaz just waiting for an opportunity to engage. Here is the classic Fnatic brush.
NIP have just pushed way too far up. Their vision in the early game was good, but they're going to look for the engage. NIP actually go on the front foot as Jesus gets chunked down to half. Shook caught off in the backline by Soaz. Prophet's killed Jesus. Soaz knocked up. Sprattle there as well. He will get the stun, and NIP now running to the wrong base, guys. You can infiltrate, but you need to take down the towers first. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to get any further into Fnatic's base. However, Fnatic not going to go for a full-on engage here.
Look at the power of the Ocean Drake along with the Warmogs on Shook. He's regenerating so much HP after Fnatic did lose their support. TP coming back in from Soaz, but he doesn't have his ulti. I don't know if Fnatic can get this re-engage.
Reckless went down and got the Dragon by himself.
Fnatic doing the Hitsuke right there, getting themselves a surprise Drake.
And it's a fire on the other side as well, the Infernal Drake for them. So Fnatic pick up their first Dragon of the game and now can set up vision around that river once again. NIP have shown that they know how to play these fights. They're kiting in and kiting back well. Fnatic keep going for this pincer strategy that doesn't quite seem to be connecting.
It's difficult for Fnatic to really force the engagement. They want to dive onto Nagne, but so far there's always been some blocker on the side of NIP. that makes it difficult for Fnatic to get onto that target, whether it be Spraddle standing in the way, Shook waiting for that perfect ulti. So many key ultimates available to disengage as Fnatic now start off the Baron as NIP, they're looking to go back.
They destroy the Disc of the Sun, but that's not the tower you want to be taking down at this point. Fnatic will secure themselves a 32-minute Baron, their second of the game. And if they can utilize this one as effectively as they utilize the first, it may spell the end of NIP.
Big oversight there from NIP. They thought that they could go back to base. They thought that with just having a fight with Fnatic, they would want to go back, reset. But instead, Fnatic, they're more than happy to force another one.
So as with the mind-reading strategies, not straight into the bush with the charge, and NIP are perhaps looking for a re-engage here, as Boxer is low on the front line. He has to jump out.
Fnatic, they're forced back.
Oh, Dreamer Shuffle doesn't connect, and now we'll see the re-engage. A great shot by Hiku's jumped up towards the side. Watch Hiku! He's going to do so much damage in this fight. Profit with the Gnar into the wall, and Hiku gets one. He's looking for more. Reckless still alive, but now he's dead. It's a triple for Hiku. Can he get the Penta? Soaz gets chunked out. Boxer jumps away, and NIP not quite able to get the ace, but they win the fight against Fnatic.
I promised you team fights, and you finally get one.
Oh,
man.
baby.
Super late into the game, 4 for 3 in favor of NIP. They will be able to infiltrate onto Fnatic's base. They still hold on to the kill lead, but that is a lot of Baroned up members that will now be deceased. With these death timers, NIP, they could look to continue their push.
Hiku's going to jump away, so I'm gonna say they'll disengage for the time being. Now, Vedias, I want to come back to the win conditions we discussed earlier on. We said NIP in team fights are looking for these messy team fights against Fnatic.
Well, you have to be careful of the 280 carries because they both scale extremely well, along with the Shockwave. Now, the big thing here is the fact that Caps misses the ulti. Imagine a 5-man ulti right now. No, he doesn't. He waits for Nagne to overstep. The idea was good, but the execution was poor. That allows a good Shockwave to come off the back end. Caps then drops, a lot of the DPS disappears while Hiku is still alive. Nagne had already done his job, so it doesn't matter if he drops. And now you're in this situation where Hiku has no threats in the backline. He's able to shred through the front line of Fnatic, even get the kill down onto Reckless, who did get a triple kill in that fight, but it was not enough to swing things in their favor.
It's the first time he's played Xayah this year, so we'll give him a little bit of the benefit of the doubt, especially since he did 8,000 damage in that last fight. However, NIP have shown us that they can win these fights if they engage them on their terms. If Profit is able to get in there with a big Gnar. Gold is perfectly even. We've seen swings, and this Baron buff has actually been bad for Fnatic. Last one, they got 6,000 gold. This time, they have bled 3,000 gold, and we're getting to the late game portion where we thought Fnatic would be the stronger team.
Well, we are full late game right now, and these fights are all about execution. So as his engage was decent, Broxer engage was decent, but the follow-up wasn't there. Fnatic, they need to be engaging together. They need to be utilizing this Caps ulti, Jez's ulti, to really get the proper strength of their 5v5 composition, which so far they are not doing. They're a little bit too sporadic, a little bit too broken. As NIP take advantage of that, they thrive in the chaos. This is a team that was nurtured mainly from solo queue tactics for a long time. We criticized their ability to work as a team, and their teamwork has now become better while also having that background behind them, knowing how to succeed in a situation that doesn't look initially in their favor.
This is the perfect conglomeration of the NIP teams we've seen across the split. Their early game was strong. They had a 2,000 gold lead at the 15-minute mark, and now we'll let them off with a couple of Barons that they lost out on, but their late game seems to have rounded out a little bit more as well. They are challenging what many people think is the best team in Europe at the 35-minute mark, when Fnatic are known to be this incredible team-fighting powerhouse.
And the only caveat to that is Fnatic are playing some champions that are not in their own comfortable wheelhouse. So don't take anything away from NIP. They are playing very well. But this is also arguably not the strongest form of Fnatic that does exist. Regardless, very close game between these two teams. When you are 1-11 in the regular season versus a 10-1 team, I don't care if you're playing new champions, I would expect you to have a much more dominant performance. And that just goes to show how much NIP are doing in this game.
Fnatic only able to take a small amount of gold off that last Baron play, and once again we see Fnatic set up this bush in the side. Kled is a little bit of a way away, but he has of course got the charge. Jez's does not connect with the hook, and perhaps the game is up for Fnatic. Trying to play ninjas against the ninjas, they couldn't quite do it. Spotto runs in, they use the talisman. Look at Prophet on the backliners. Reckless wrecks his way through his HP. The Disc of the Sun falls. And NIP have not quite found the engage they'd like. Prophet goes into Mega, does have the teleport if they want to join up, but Fnatic are going down towards the bottom lane.
Now, Fnatic, they have the path advantage, which will allow Caps to get there quickly. He has to be careful of not getting cut off, though, as Soaz trying to make the pathing for NIP a little awkward, so that they cannot cut off their AD carry. Now, Dragon is the focus for Fnatic. They started it off.
Shook gets hooked. Dragon down to 7,000. This is a game-ending moment.
No Mega Gnar on Prophet, but he will start charging it as the Elder Drake getting very low.
Here we go, they're looking for the fight. Elder down to 2,000, Sputtle in the front line, it's reset, but perhaps NIP can take the fight. Sputtle has to flash Ask, Soaz is gonna jump straight back in. Nagne caught up with the bear trap, and Soaz is all by himself. The Elder Drake, oh shit, you stole it away, and NIP are gonna take the fight as well. Rox is gonna get melted by Hiku. NIP just rolling their way through this Fnatic squad. Soaz is on the backline as well, and NIP are going to try and chase him down. He wants to kill the cow, but no beef for you today, Soaz. NIP with a superb team fight around the Elder Drake.
Hiku walks away with the triple kill. They walk away with the Elder and win out a team fight versus the rank 1 team in Europe. NIP looking convincing as they infiltrate the base of Fnatic and take down the inhibitor.
And imagine if you are a challenger team at the moment at Vedius. Imagine if you're Giants or Schalke or even Mysterious Monkeys, and you look at this NIP roster and you say, how do we face this? How do we fight against a team that can take down Fnatic?
This is the top lane that we expected from SKT. But bringing it back onto the team fight, so it gets started off by Fnatic. Their focus is the Elder Drake. They then move away because they actually want to go for the fight rather than the objective. The problem is they can't really decide on who they want to engage on. Caps still holding on to his ultimate. Once NIP back away, they think that they can go for it, but this time around, Shook wins out on the smite fight, and the moment they lose that Elder Drake, that is 3 Drakes stacking on top of the Elder, which means that NIP have suddenly so much more damage. Fnatic realize they have to disengage, and now they're going to use it to force the Baron.
It's a Baron as well for NIP. This is the late game team fighting team we wanted to see. Hiku has performed exemplary on this Tristana this game. And I have been buzzed by my stats team. Reckless with this build now has a 100% critical strike chance, but Hiku is still able to outdamage him in fights.
That's just because, one, the range advantage that Tristana has over his opposition, but also how difficult it is for Reckless to get into these fights. Yes, he has a lot of strong self-peel with the feathers and with his ultimate, but when those are down, it becomes very difficult, whereas Hiku, he gets reset. If a single member drops, he has another jump. He can use it to disengage, he can use it to re-engage, and his ulti is a much more effective tool at pushing the opposition away, and maybe even setting up his allies to shut down their opposition. Now, Fnatic, they realize they can't go for a base race because they are definitely going to lose against the Baron Elder Dragon team. So they're going to go back to base, and this is where NIP could look to get themselves a game over Fnatic.
Huge minion wave here to help them out. Shook in the front line. There's the turret falling. Inhib tower down. Inhib down in the mid as well. Reckless with no ultimate now as NIP push forward into the base. These are no ninja tactics, Vedius. This is brute force from the ninjas in Pyjamas as they look for their second inhibitor and perhaps the game.
Things looking tense right now. NIP, they don't want to overcommit. They don't want to throw this fight. We've seen Fnatic in this position before. Backs against the wall. One team fight could swing it, and they've done it. So NIP showing the respect. They take the inhib, they walk away. 2 inhibs down, only 1 left to fall. 2 minutes left on the Baron. They only have to make their way up top and continue the siege as Fnatic are crumbling under the pressure.
NIP as well now have a 7,000 gold lead over Fnatic. The biggest margin we have seen this game, and one of the biggest margins I'm sure Fnatic have faced in a long, long time. They are fully built, apart from a couple of items here or there. NIP looks strong.
And that's why this gold lead is impressive. It means so little at this point in the game, because so many of the major items are completed. Both these AD carries are effectively at full build. Only a death cap remains for either of these mid laners before they can become fully fledged wizards, but they already deal a huge amount of damage. You can just see Azir, yes, Cap, his impact in these fights has not been massive, but he's been dealing some serious damage. And unfortunately for him, he just hasn't been able to get that one Shurima shuffle that can swing the fight in his favor. He can still do it, though. Keep your eyes on that man, because he will be the one to turn this game if there's anyone going to do it for Fnatic.
This is the moment for an MVP play from one of these Fnatic members. Caps, Broxer, Reckless, they've all stood up, so has Jez's, they've all made plays across the split, but if you want to go out on a win, this is the time you have to do it. NIP looking for only their second series win across the course of the split, and they already have 2 inhibitors down, remember. Those waves are going to push in bot and in the mid lane.
NIP, they just have to be patient, don't overcommit. TQ, it takes a large chunk of damage, but they know that bottom mid will eventually push in. They have good vision control around the flanks. They know what Fnatic is trying to do. Nagne, interesting passing there from the Orianna, backing away very far from his team.
Gets the Baron buff on the minions here, brings them there a little bit quicker.
Good spot there.
But it doesn't matter because NIP want to go in for the fight. They force Jez's back, and here come the minions as well. Caps flashes away from the Glacial Prism. The hook does not connect, and NIP will take their 3rd inhibitor tower of the game. They're looking for the inhib as well. There's a flank opportunity for SOAS. He's coming in, gets onto the back line. Jez is there as well. As Fnatic try and make the final fight, they take one. Spraddle's dead, SOAS low. Shook, Nagne and Hiku are still alive in that back line, though, and Prophet is doing work. Fnatic, the shockwave connects, but Hiku's not there to deal any more damage. Here jumps Caps, but the Shurima shuffle is dodged by the Tristana, and NIP will be able to back away, but Hiku does not want to. SOAS in the front line has got a shield. He gets back onto Scar, he gets knocked off, and that's a dead SOAS for the time being.
Look at the base!
Nexus Tower's going down, Caps builds another one. It's just going to make as many Nexus Towers as he needs. 2 members of Fnatic are dead.
It looked bad for NIP at the start, but Hiku saves it in the end. They're going to get themselves another inhibitor. They have the man advantage. There is little that stands in their way. NIP, they're looking to end the game now.
The old kings and the new may both fall on the same day. G2 lost earlier. Fnatic are staring down the barrel of a loss in the first game of this series. NIP, unable to close it out, will retreat and pull themselves away from the base of Fnatic.
So now we just have to calm ourselves, Medic. Many a great fights have happened on this fight.
Thank you, Reyes. Thank you for predicting team fights.
So let's have a look at how this happened. The flank from SOAS, you called it, Medic. You're waiting for it to happen, but it goes onto the front line of Spraddle and Shook. Those two melt like paper. They are nothing to the damage of Caps and Reckless at this point in the game, and it could end in disaster if Prophet does not get that 4-man ultimate, followed by the 4-man shockwave of Nagne to turn it in their favor. Just such small outplays coming out from both sides keep eventually resulting in NIP's success, result in a beautiful team fight that could have gone either way if just a few crucial abilities landed. If there was just a little bit more damage, Nagne could have dropped. If there was just a little bit more better positioning from Fnatic, that stun wouldn't have locked up from Prophet. Such subtle things that could have swung the fight either way.
And a member of NIP that has definitely swung this game is Hiku. Pumping out the damage in these fights. He's yet to be killed in an incredibly bloody affair between these two teams. Hiku has been on point with his positioning and been aggressive at times you wouldn't expect a member of the bottom place team in Group A.
And it's so bittersweet that all these bottom teams are now stepping up right at the last hurdle where they gain nothing from it. They are yet to close the game. If Fnatic win a fight, they can still take it. Remember that there is very little standing between NIP and their Nexus 2. But let's see which team will come out on top. Right now, it is looking NIP favored. They have the minions, they have the pressure, they have everything they need to close out the game. Will they be able to jump that last hurdle standing in their way?
It's a hurdle they've only jumped a few times before this split. Shook perhaps looking for Jez's. Here comes the charge from SOAS. He wants to get onto NIP, jumps onto Spraddle, and immediately Fnatic back off. They can't go on the cow. Here comes the engage, and that is a dead Jez's once again, but SOAS does get onto the back line. Can he catch out anyone? No! NIP with 2, and Fnatic have to run back to the fountain because Hiku is on a rampage. He's on the warpath. NIP will collapse onto Fnatic. They'll take the win. They'll take the kills, and they will take the Nexus as well. NIP defeat the old Kings and go 1-0 up. Massive victory for the Ninjas in Pyjamas.
Medic, I hate to say I told you so.
You did not tell me so.
Last week, I said on a cast with Quickshot that Roccat gave Fnatic a hard time. And because NIP defeated Roccat 2-0, they were in fact a step above the team. Roccat were able to take down G2, and now we're seeing the fruit of the labor. NIP really doing what Roccat could not do and taking down Fnatic in game 1.
G2 also pushed SKT at MSI, so you're now telling me that NIP are better than Roccat, who are better than SKT, who are better than G2, who are better than Fnatic.
In fact, what I'm telling
Excellent, good to know, Reddy, it's good to know. What an incredible game from NIP, and you can see Fnatic, you know, they experimented a little bit, but they're definitely rocked onto their heels here, with NIP being able to take the game against them in a portion of the game where you'd think Fnatic would be stronger.
I feel like my eyes were just very heavily on Caps. When you look at the Azir, he didn't play the Azir badly, he just wasn't able to make that game-changing play on it compared to what we saw from Nagne. The number of huge shockwaves that swung a fight in NIP's favor was so much more significant than any Azir ultis that we saw throughout the game. I don't even know if Caps in the late game landed that ulti onto multiple members of NIP or even a single member because flashes were always up. There was a dodge ready and available. Just Caps could not have that same level of impact that Nagne could. And I feel like when you pair that up with the 280 carries as well, that was the big deciding factor in these late game fights. And Azir, he is a champion that we have not seen for a while. He has an extremely high skill cap. He takes a while to get used to, and by no means am I saying that Caps cannot play this champion, but in this sort of a scenario, in this level of tension, it is much harder to execute than that of Orianna's Nagne.
That it is. Ninjas in Pyjamas came up with a shocking victory in a dramatic game 1. Let's send it to the analyst desk to break it down.
Thank you very much, Medic. And we also have G2's coach, Youngbuck, joining us for this series, who I can only imagine must be a broken man after not winning the series and seeing that NIP can beat Fnatic. Or am I wrong? You still seem pretty jolly.
It's pretty bitter now realizing that maybe we had a chance at actually getting first place on Saturday.
But you were telling me beforehand that mentally the team had already taken into account that probably quarterfinals would be where you guys would end up.
Yeah, already a few weeks ago, we pretty much thought to ourselves that we were going to finish second. And when they beat Misfits 2-0, that was pretty much the final nail in the coffin for our hopes. So in the end, it's not that big of a deal that we lost to Roccat mentally. However, now that they're losing to NIP, that might be very bitter.
Now it's turning into a bigger mental blow. Good thing we had that Telestrator segment about how Fnatic is crushing it in every category. That is a caster curse if I have ever seen one. But let's take a look at how both teams approach this game, and especially Fnatic, because their manager, Quay, he tweeted, well, the best way to approach these games that don't matter is trying new things, but not trolling. And we will see that reflected in the draft as well. We saw for 3 of the members the first champion picks of this year for them. And you guys were discussing about the 2 compositions, especially for NIP. It's good that they take something that is easy or simple to execute, right? So you were differing in opinion on what exactly was easier to execute.
Well, we had a long discussion on how the team fight can start and how you end up playing it out. In my opinion, Tristana, and I think you agree with me, is way easier to play in a team fight than a Xayah. And I think that's one thing that we'll get to replace in a little bit that we end up seeing really work for NIP.
Right. I think the real deal here is that Fnatic has to win team fights by isolating Orianna and hopefully find Orianna when she doesn't have flash with the Jarvan, follow up with the Kled ult, which is pretty difficult to get to her if she's actually she's the only target in her team that can get flashed on by Jarvan, because Tristana can't be jumped on, Narc can't be jumped on. So Orianna just has to be really careful. And if he recognizes that, which he did because he didn't get ulted by Jarvan in every team fight, then it's pretty easy for NIP to just execute their team comp.
And I think that's where the difficulty of Fnatic ends up being in the execution, is they basically are relying on Broxah to engage at all points. And Broxah, he builds tanky, he's got himself items, but you look at the other members of the team that ended up trying to engage. Soaz tries to get the flanks. We saw Caps attempt on the Azir a few times to get the engage, and it's not necessarily their job as such, and it's very difficult to actually get those engages to work against what NIP were bringing to the table.
I'd also love to get your opinion on Azir. We did see the W buff in 7.15, but we have seen him arise a bit more. Senkux just picked him last week as well. What is the the verdict on the viability of Azir, Joey?
I think Azir is not tier 1, but he is viable. He's pretty good against some of the new supports, like Alistar is very prominent, against which Azir is very good. And also some of the tanks, like Maokai, is very difficult to play against Azir, so that's why we're seeing more of him.
I think one thing that makes Azir a little more difficult than the last time we saw Azir in the meta is last time Rylai's was super strong and you just go Rylai's Nash's and you would take over every team fight because nobody could ever get close to you at all. Rylai's got nerfed, Azir has some difficult matchups, and you saw later on, like, Caps had damage, but wasn't confident moving forward enough because the rest of his team wasn't providing quite that front line. So Azir does still have a place against tanks specifically. It's just a little less easy as when Azir could just slow everybody for a million years.
A lot of talk about the compositions. Let's see them in action. Let's take a look at a couple of team fights. We've seen in the last couple of weeks that NIP's early game had deteriorated, but they were closing out games better. However, in this game, they also start out really well.
Yeah, this is one of the ways that NIP end up playing the mid game quite well, and Fnatic play into their hands. Caps gets picked off, and this results in the Baron attempt out of NIP, which gets stolen away. But it's these kind of plays which meant Fnatic really struggled, and Shook actually capitalized on that kind of play where he's starting the fight, catching out Caps. Fnatic just didn't seem prepared for it.
No, they didn't. NIP do pull out that early Baron call. I don't think that was a wrong call per se, but it is quite difficult to execute. They keep winning fights. Do you think, Joey, that the fact that from Fnatic, they said they tried new things, of course, Caps first time on Azir, for instance, Zaya the first time for Reckless, do you think that was kind of to blame for the fact that Fnatic didn't seem as comfortable in the map rotations and in the engages?
No, I don't think they're playing anything that they haven't practiced or that isn't viable. And I know that Caps has played more Azir in solo queue and in scrims, and Reckless has played a lot of Zaya and solo queue throughout the split. They just had a very difficult to execute team composition, and we just saw a clip where they made a very fatal mistake because they got caught in a moment where both their bot lane and their top lane were pushed into their towers. So if you get caught at that moment, you're going to lose a lot. And NIP had a really very simple opportunity to just get the Baron for free if they wanted to use Alistar to headbutt the Jarvan away, or they could have just chosen to recall and just get vision everywhere on the map because they had the opportunity to do that and just control the game very slowly. However, the Baron steal was the only reason that kept them in the game.
Yeah, Broxa, hero move, he steals it. Fnatic, they swing it back in their favor a little bit. Was NIP knew that they had the upper hand in the team fights, and when those came along, they were able to pull the trigger.
Exactly, and it's HiQ's good positioning in a couple of team fights that we really want to highlight. A lot of it is Fnatic reaching for engages. As we look at the next replay, it's the fight that happened in the jungle around the red buff. And Joey, I know you were impressed by HiQ, specifically in this fight.
Yeah, so it starts off with Jarvan not finding Orianna, which is exactly what NIP wants. And then we can see HiQ just jumping over the wall in a second, finding a really good angle to shoot everyone from. And he can keep jumping and he just gets kill after kill after kill because no one can touch him.
And importantly, he manages to shut down Reckless as well. Nice ult comes from Prophet, who had a good game on Nah. As you said, early on in the fight, the flash out from Orianna is so key because it then soaks Fnatic into the rest of the fight. And this is where Tristana is just so much easier because you have the rocket jump to reset. And we saw exactly the same thing happen again. NIP actually secure this Elder Drake. And then it looks like HiQ is in a lot of trouble once he kites up the ramp. But the first kill of the fight, I believe, gives him that first reset to be able to get into a safe position and end up taking the fight. I think this is the kind of game that means HiQ through the promotion tournament probably not getting his hands on Tristana.
Well, even if they lose the series in the end for NIP, Joey, NIP is going to the promotion tournament, and a win like this, which is now their 6th game win of the split, they must try and take something from that because these compositions work for them and they know that they can beat top teams. So it must give them confidence.
Yeah, the drafts are solid. The early games looked really fine. They were playing to their win condition, and they make a few mistakes here and there, but it looks like they are better than the relegation teams.
Yeah. Now, we were very harsh on G2 when you guys didn't manage to beat Roccat. So do we have any foregone conclusions about Fnatic, Stress?
No, I don't think there are any foregone conclusions. I think it's a small excuse to say they've locked first place. You still expect Fnatic to beat NIP. I still expect them to come back 2-1. If they don't, I would be very surprised.
Well, we will see what happens. The Ninjas in Pyjamas, they are looking to end the split with a great win against Fnatic. We'll see if they can close it out when we return.
Fnatic on the best run since summer 2015, and Quick brings them back, and Nagney's still alive. Roccat takes off a couple of tower shots, but Jez's will get knocked up by Spraddle. He helps 2,000 HP, so as jumps in, so does Roccat. 1,000, the Buster, Roccat steals it, and Fnatic, he's going to do so much damage in this fight. Prophet with the Gnar into the wall, and HiQ gets what he's looking for, more. still for Hiku. Can he get the Pentas?
Fuck, man.
Trapper Soas is all by himself. The Elder Drake. Oh, shit, you stole it away, and NIP are going to take the fight as well. EQ is on a rampage. He's on the warpath. NIP will collapse onto Fnatic. They'll take the win. They'll take the kills, and they will take the Nexus as well. NIP defeat the old Kings and go 1-0 up. Welcome back to this series between Ninjas in Pyjamas and Fnatic. NIP surprisingly have a 1-0 lead, Vedius, and are looking to complete the upset with a win in Game 2. Fnatic, trying to fight back, have selected the blue side. No surprises there.
I always believed in the Medic. Ever since the start of the series, I said NIP 2-0 Fnatic. It's difficult to challenge that, you know, when you have no video evidence or any of the like, but also with the performance that we saw from NIP. Exceptional laning phase, the fact that Nagane got a solo kill onto Caps, the way in which they executed a lot of those team fights. a lot of impressive things happened, but you have to have the caveat that Fnatic did try a few new things. A lot of them are on champions that they're not used to, and I feel like that we saw an essence of that from some of their players.
I agree, but they were also trying things that are relatively meta. It wasn't too far out of the book. It's not like a Heimerdinger mid or something crazy. It was picks that we expect to see, apart from perhaps the Azir, and Fnatic should be expected to be able to play at their highest standard. We said it in the game, if you can't beat the team that have gone 1-10, you're struggling.
Yes, that is a valid observation. And looking into game 2 now, I wonder how Fnatic will adapt. Will they stick to what they tried in game 1? Will they just say, you know what, we play bad, we can play better. Let's keep going with this different set of champions that we know are not right now in our wheelhouse, but we really want to add them to our pool to fall back on them a little bit later? Or do they say, you know what, we want to win. We do not want to lose to the 1-11 team. We do not wish to join Roccat to be alongside the team that has only lost to NIP this split. And maybe they go back to comfort. Maybe we see Caps on something more like the Orianna, maybe the Kayn. Maybe we see, hopefully for them, I'm sure they want to get their hands on the Gragas again for Broxah, something that he's had a lot of success and comfort with not too long ago. And maybe they go back to that comfort. You never know.
I agree with you that perhaps going back to comfort would be better for them. I think we can all agree that Fnatic seem like very competitive players as well. They will want to win. They want to do their fans proud as well, who have all come here to watch them beat NIP this week and watch them beat G2 later in the week as well. Have to remember that match is coming up on Saturday. It's going to be a very big one, even though Fnatic have secured that first spot in the standings. We're going to get into Champion Select. Fnatic on the blue side, as we said, and we're not going to see Caps on the Orianna of EDS because it has been removed by Fnatic themselves.
Respect going towards Nagne. Fnatic realized that NIP are forced into the red side bands of Caitlyn, Kalista, and Zac has been the recent adaptation, and usually the blue side will always ban away the Elise because that is not what their eyes are on first picking. It could be so for Broxah, at least even after a few minor nerfs that she has received, still considered a very strong jungler because she is still one of the best at setting up early leads and early snowballs. And it is something that Broxah made a bit of a name for himself on alongside Lee Sin upon his arrival in the LCS, so I'm sure he'd be happy to get his hands on it if it was free to do so.
And I'd like to see Fnatic have a bit more of that early game impact. They were behind NIP at that 15-minute mark, and NIP continue their 100% win record when they are ahead at 15 minutes in the latter half of this split. More respect from Fnatic towards Sprattle, specifically from the NIP with the Alistar ban, and it's a Caitlyn ban from NIP.
And Jarvan being banned away, this forces Ninjas into a bit of a tricky situation. Do they ban away the Kalista to give Elise and Thresh over to Fnatic, or do they ban away the Elise, giving away the Kalista to Fnatic? I feel like banning away the Kalista makes the most sense. Reckless is an individual that, even if he plays a champion for the first time, still pretty good at it. And what we saw from Hyunan's performance earlier on in the day, I feel like that is not a champion you want to afford to give away.
Purely from the numbers, giving Fnatic Kalista is not a bad thing. They have played one game on it, and they lost that game. So perhaps NIP are in the minds of Fnatic. They do ban out the LeBlanc instead, which will give the Elise across to Fnatic, but this opens up a world of opportunities for NIP.
Yeah, I think it does. This will give them the Kalista, and they have a wealth of options here. You can go for the Alistar, you can go for the Rakan. My apologies, Alistar has been banned away, but it does raise the value of Kalista and Rakan especially. Thresh as well is another great combo. Right now, Kalista is just such a great AD carry that pairs so well with a bunch of different supports that locking it in is definitely a safe thing to do, especially after Hiku's great performance. But now you're looking at Fnatic going for something like a Tristana themselves, because it is a great answer to the Kalista and is one of the few AD carries that have been left available.
See, Fnatic really prioritizing that at least 100% win rate for Broxah on it across the course of the split. There's going to be a Gnar here for Profit in the top lane, so no Thresh lock here for NIP. They've left that support pool a little bit more open as Fnatic get to their second set of picks.
Thing is, if you go for an early Thresh, that runs the risk of enemy Fnatic going for a Tristana Braum or a Tristana Tahm Kench, which means that you can't get that same level of early snowball that you typically want from a Kalista lane. Therefore, they're holding onto it for a little while. They want to see what gets locked in, and then that can they can pivot on where they go with their support choices. So I think if Fnatic locked in a Braum now, you're very likely to see something like the Rakan come out from the side of NIP.
Fnatic have a track record as well of holding their top lane pick until later on in the draft. They have 100% top lane counter rate, and once again that will be enacted in this game, as we see already the top laner for NIP. It's going to be a Cassiopeia for Caps in the mid lane, we expect. Could of course go tops. Last time we saw that out of Fnatic, it was Huni playing it in that 2015 summer split.
I'm expecting it to be in the middle lane. If it is locked in, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw the Talia come out from Nagnate. Azir is a fine matchup into it as well. A little bit risky, of course, because the early weaknesses that Azir does have. But instead, Nagnate's shifting his priorities onto one of the more powerful mid laners that we have in the game, in the current meta. Syndra, very, very potent. And now we're looking at a lot of support bans from Fnatic. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a few from Ninjas in Pyjamas as well. But alternatively, they could look to ban away things like the Camille, who does relatively well into the Gnar. And they may even choose to ban away the Kled, but it wasn't that much of a threat in game one.
Have to wait and see. A little bit of different composition from both of these teams coming into the second ban phase. It is a Thresh taken away from Fnatic, as you predicted. Alongside that, NIP removed the Camille from Soaz in that top lane.
Just thinking about some of the additional supports that are available again, like looking at things like the Roccat. The other one is the possibility of a cannon. But you really want to be careful about when you pick the cannon up with the Kalista, because it is a very powerful all-in lane in the bottom lane, but into certain matchups it can be a little difficult. Like Janna will make a cannon's life hell. So you want to make sure that you don't just blind pick it, and it will make things a little more difficult. But Ninjas, I'm sure they'd be very comfortable locking in their jungler right now. They could go for the Kayn is still available. It was banned in game one. It was something that Shook brought out against Misfits, and they were able to get a win on that champion. Alternatively, they could just go for the Sejuani once again. Have that front line. Have someone who can soak up the damage and act as a tank. And I'm super surprised that we haven't talked about it at all. Gragas is something that we thought would have a lot of priority in this game, but we were so distracted because of the early priority on the Elise from the side of Fnatic.
And it gets through the second ban phase as well, because Fnatic put that support focus, and now we'll see Fnatic having to pick their own support and NIP having the support counter to round it out. It's so important for Fnatic to have a strong bot lane, because Jesus, we praised him at the start of the last game, but he ended up going 0-7-4 on that Thresh in game one.
So he had a great early game, but his later game impact significantly less. So we'll have to see if he can change that up with the Braum now. Very much what we expected in our discussions. And when you look at some of the top lanes available, wouldn't be surprised to see something like a Kled again. But maybe they want something a little bit more early game to pair it with the Elise to try and have that early dive potential. But you're kind of limited in terms of your options. Cho'Gath is a possibility. Rumble is another option. And it will look like that will be the additional threat. But there is a lot of AP right now on the side of Fnatic.
Yeah, Elise, Cassiopeia, and the Rumble. Usually Rumble picked if you have more AD coming out from the rest of your team. NIP have a few options here for support. Could go for the Janna themselves if they want a bit of disengage. Could, of course, go for the Lulu as well. These more utility supports rather than the melee engage supports we tend to see.
With Unsensor on the rise, Lulu and Janna have become more popular support picks. Here in Europe, we've favored more towards the Janna, but this will be picked up by Spraddle in the bottom lane. It provides a good amount of peel, synergizes fairly well with the Kalista, can't fully utilize the ultimate as effectively as a melee support could, but because of the range advantages that you have, it means that you can bully around this Tristana and Braum during the laning phase, especially once you get a few levels under your belt.
So once again, NIP with the bullying bottom lane. We saw it with the Tristana in the last game. They were able to push up Fnatic. Compositionally, Fnatic seem to have a bit of scaling and a bit of early game. NIP going for a similar but slightly different composition from the last game. What are these teams looking to do?
I think for NIP, they're much more focused now on getting an early lead compared to what we saw last game. They had a Triss before, now they have a Kalista. Late into the game, Kalista can still do damage, but from a relative standpoint, Triss is going to do a lot more. So you want to try and get an early lead, hit that 2-item spike, force the snowball, pair that up with the Syndra 2, who excels around the 2-3 items as well, and you want to try and run away with things using these two carries from Hikyu and Nagni, whereas Fnatic, they're more than happy to scale into the late game. They have early threat from the Elise, but it doesn't matter if they aren't able to quite get that early snowball. At least there's many there to shut down the early snowball attempts from the side of NIP.
Once again, we're going to get onto the Summoners Rift. Fnatic looking to maintain their single defeat across the split. NIP looking to improve their single win. across the summer split. It is the last game of the split for NIP. Fnatic have one more foe to face after this, and that will be G2 on Saturday.
And it's very convenient that in game one we talked about how conventionally Fnatic struggle against the bottom tier teams, whereas they have much better performance and much steady gold advantages when they go up against the top teams. And we discussed, could that be due to a lack of respect? Maybe it's just because they don't anticipate what the non-playoff teams will be able to pull off. It could be also that they show them too much respect, and as a result, they end up giving them a lot of advantages. There are a lot of possibilities, but in game one, what we saw was, I feel, just a slight failure in execution on the side of Fnatic, along with NIP effectively playing the champions very, very well. Like Nagne landing a lot of great shockwaves, Hiku's positioning was always on point, Prophet had fantastic ultimates, and he utilized a combination of split pushing and team fighting, which is great for NIP. Given that one of our main narratives for the majority of the split was maybe just let Prophet split push to victory. So it's nice to see this kind of evolution from the team of NIP.
And it's an evolution we've seen across the last few weeks as well, especially from Prophet. He's getting so much more involved with his team, and although he could split push in the last game, his real power came down to when he was landing those 4-man Nars in fights, when he was helping the team in the team fights later on. Fnatic are going to start at the red. No super leash for them, just going to secure that first Bramble back for Roxa. And meanwhile, NIP, Shook will start over to his blue side, allowing both these junglers to get a big camp to start them off.
So, not too long ago, Rumble had a few nerfs to the cooldown on his Flame Spitter, which meant that early pushing and early trading, not as strong, but still exists. Which means that when you're going up against a Gnar who naturally pushes during the early game, it's something that you want to be mindful of when you're a jungler. So what you'll see is Shook started bot side along with Broxah. Shook is very mindful of the fact that Prophet could push in, he could overextend, and he wants to make sure that he's there so that he can help his top laner in the event that a 2 versus 2 breaks out, or to just zone Broxah away from any potential engages. That's why he's decided to start bot side, and I expect him to move towards the river or the top side of the map just to get a bit of vision down, along with Prophet, putting a good river ward in there, also showing respect to this early game focused at least.
Speaking of zone control, Cap's got control of the mid lane and it's allowed him to place a ward at the Razorbeaks, which means Fnatic know that Shook has gone straight to his red buff and then up towards the Cogs as well. Brox has gone for a little invade, but meanwhile in the bottom lane, Hiku's being jumped on. Ignite comes down, concussive flows as well, and this might be first blood for Fnatic. Reckless jumps in once again, Hiku punches away, but it's a kill for Fnatic. Jezz secures that one.
Level 2 power spike for Fnatic. Utilizing the passive from Jezz's along with the early burst power from Reckless of the explosive shot. Or the E, I forget the name.
Explosive shot is right.
Wonderful. But that was fantastic from Fnatic, fully understanding the strength of their 2 versus 2 and just punishing one of the reasons why Lulu fell out of the meta. She had a nerf to her base HP, she's super squishy in the early game. One of the reasons why people were picking so much Thresh into her was because you could just all in. And that's exactly what they did. Spralo could do very little, and it results in Hiku falling behind. And this is very detrimental to NIP, whose main focus in the early game is to try and get Hiku and Nagne ahead.
Instead, in picks and downs, we thought EQ and Sprosel would have the advantage in that lane, be able to force back Jezz's and Reckless, but that level 2 power spike means they have a CS lead, a double dagger for Reckless as well. He's got that attack speed stacking up, and they can look to force Hiku and Sprosel back. Only a flash left on the Lulu. No other summoners for NIP in the bottom lane, and perhaps that would even spell a Broxah gank down towards that bottom side. Elise very good at tower diving.
Oh, she certainly is. Would not be a bad thing for Fnatic to invest in the bottom side of the map. Try and get Reckless ahead on this Tristana. Cassio exerting a lot of dominance in the laning phase. You can already see CS advantages building across the board. Prophet not wanting to try and push too hard, showing a lot of caution towards this Elise. Does not want to risk giving away any early kills. And while there is a big minion wave stacking up, he'll close that gap a fair amount. Fnatic already off to a phenomenal start, only 5 minutes into the game.
And one of the members of NIP that we highlighted in the first game was Hiku. He went unkilled throughout the entire course of the game and was able to push Reckless and Jezz's back in this lane. He just played it incredibly well. Look at it, 12 kills, no deaths at all. And now we're going to start to see the converse of that coin. We're going to start to see why Reckless is respected as one of the best AD carries in the West, because even off a loss, he's able to make these early aggressive plays and secure a lead for his team in the lane.
Well, now they're looking to extend that lead with Broxah hanging around. You called it earlier, Medic. The possibility of a investment from Broxah down to the bottom side. His flash is down for the time being.
But he has snuck into this bush, but you see how safe NIP are playing. You set up towards the top side. Prophet standing back from Soaz because of the possibility of this gank. Sprossel and Hiku are standing so far back because they know they have no summoners and they know Broxah is a very strong early jungler. Has yet to lose a game on this Elise across the split. And the reason for that is because he's so good at setting up early ganks and early kills.
And this is resulting just the pressure of Broxah, the aura that he brings by playing this champion is resulting in these CS deficits happening across the board. NIP being forced back. They wanted to play towards the win conditions of getting early advantages. But right now, things definitely not going the way they want. Nagne now hitting level 6. This will help him a lot in the 1 versus 1. And notice how much he's playing towards the top side of his lane. That's where the vision exists. They know the Broxah is not on the top side of the jungle, so Nagne doesn't want to venture down towards that bottom side. Again, due to the possible risk of a gank.
But even after early aggression from Caps, Nagne is able to equalize this lane out. Has got the cleanse to keep himself a little bit safer in the lane, but we saw this in game 1 as well. Nagne actually was able to get Caps' number, especially in the laning phase. Something we don't always expect from Caps, who is known as a very strong, mechanical mid laner.
I think a bit of disrespect being shown last game, but Nagne showing a lot this game.
Unleash power onto Caps. Shook is just around the corner. Does not have 6. Broxah nowhere near. And Caps will be able to retreat away. Did burn barrier, but did not have to use his flash.
Nagne was able to get the barrier out. And now Caps still actually very low on HP. Stun lands.
Nagne won't be able to get enough damage down with that Dark Sphere. NIP have looked good in the early games, a few of these games, Vedius, and you have to think about the teams they're going to face in the next couple of weeks as well. The challenger lineups of Schalke and Giants and Mysterious Monkeys as well from Group B. If NIP continue to play like that first game, these other teams will be very, very concerned.
Yeah, it's one of those things where every split, the casters who cover Challenger are always like, oh, these Challenger teams, yeah, ace, 10 out of 10. They look amazing. They're going to dumpster the bottom LCS teams. No way will they be able to challenge. And last split, I feel was the only time where that actually came to fruition, because time and time again, the experience that you gain from playing on an LCS stage and playing against the best teams in Europe just has so much value that even if you're at the bottom of the LCS, you're still able to challenge the top of Challenger.
You have to remember, last split was the first time I cast Challenger as well,
yes.
So maybe it's just better analysts in the Challenger series.
Maybe
who are
the quality of
now.
our predicting skills has just reached a new level. But there'll be plenty of time to talk about the Challenger teams as the quarterfinals will begin next week, along with the promotion tournament.
And it will. Going to be some incredible games across the next few weeks, of course, culminating in Paris as well for those finals and the 3rd place match. I want to look at item builds here for a second, Vedius. Caps has gone back, he's picked up his tier and his catalyst of Aeons. He's talked about scaling in picks and bans. He's starting to get that scaling ball rolling on this Cassiopeia.
It's a good back there from Caps, being able to pick up both those. One of the interesting things about Cassiopeia is, for a champion that builds only mana items as the first few things, she does a lot of damage. You know, like if you're playing like a Lux or an Anivia and they go tier, you sit there and think, nah, I don't have to worry about that. Like, they're not going to be any real threat. I still have pressure in the lane. But Cassio, it's just because of the speed of which that she can damage you with her E, the low cooldown, and the poison ticks that do bonus damage, that she's able to trade so effectively with very few AP, which is why she does so much damage in the later game, as we see another dive now standing up in the bottom.
Fnatic love this 4-man dive towards the bottom lane. Fate's Call will pull back Sprossel. They're underneath the tower. They still have exhaust. Sprossel is not 6, and the teleport's coming in as well. Fnatic going for the 5-man dive, and they will get 1. They're looking for 2. That's a double for Caps, and should be a tower for Fnatic as well.
And Fnatic continuing to shut down this Lulu. such great understanding of the weaknesses of this champion. And a champion like Kalista that wants to try and snowball is being prevented from doing so because Lulu cannot support it. Every opportunity, Fnatic are trying to go all in, all in, all in, and they are succeeding time and time again.
And so much of it comes back to how well Reckless and Jezz played that level 2. They had a level advantage on Sprattle. They were able to go aggressive. Shook will be able to just back away here, but coming back to that bottom lane, there's now a 30 CS lead for Reckless over HeQ, and we said HeQ stepped up in the last game. Reckless has shown that he can step up in this one.
And look at the vision setup that you can see from Fnatic prior to this exchange. 3 control wards in the river, plenty of little blue wards set up at the entrances to the jungle. They know exactly where NIP is. They know they can make this roam down to the bottom side of the map, and they can very easily pick up 2 kills. They even are able to, they use the TP from Soaz, they realize they don't need it, Prophet isn't able to match it. Everything just so beautifully executed by the team of Fnatic.
NIP will get the Rift Herald for the second time in the series. We saw them use it mid last time, got a chunk of damage on the tower. Fnatic will secure only their second dragon, though. It is a mountain, which they will be very happy with early on, especially with a Cassio and a Trist. Taking Baron is going to become even easier for them.
Now, bear in mind the Rift Herald available. There's a fair amount of wave throw on Nogni, but he's been completely zoned away from the lane. Fnatic, they can just run up to this using Reckless as the main siege tool. Take this tower down to a third of its HP. Fnatic looking completely different to their Game 1 performance. You can see the difference when they're able to get themselves those comfort picks. When Caps is on something like a Cassio, Reckless on the Tristana, Broxah on the Elise. They certainly have not played these champions never before this game. That was a bad sentence.
It's all right, I will correct it for you, Vedius, it's fine. That's why we're a team here. A lot more experience for Fnatic on these champions across the course of the split. So it has actually not played Rumble yet this split, so this is his first time, but he's played it a lot.
He's doing a great job.
A lot in his history, yeah, and this is something I wanted to come to, because in the last game, Prophet was able to get a lead over Soaz in that top lane. We saw he took first tower, and this game, he just hasn't been able to do that to Soaz, and we haven't seen too much pressure from either of the junglers up there as well, so it seems to be much more of a matchup thing, or perhaps Soaz is just playing that much better.
Well, in the early game, Prophet was very aware of not pushing up, where he could use the range advantage, the slightly longer cooldowns on the Rumble, where he would be weaker and he could start zoning him away from farm and experience and all that jazz. But because of the presence of Elise and the risk of the gank, Prophet played defensive. He actually went even. And then when Soaz went back, got himself a lot of armor, that meant that the threat was lower. And all Soaz had to do is keep pushing. As you see a bit of trading in mid.
Barrier used by Caps. Does take the Grievous wounds from the Morello Nomicon as well. And of course that does affect Cassiopeia because you get the healing off the Twin Fangs. So you can shut down some of her sustain in the lane. We've seen HeQ and Sprattle come up towards the top side now because they lost that bottom tower. And Fnatic, after taking that tower, have been able to extend about a 3,000 gold lead over NIP early on in this match.
So you can actually see Shook hanging around the bottom lane. Prophet is there as well.
There's a tower there. And so as respect flashes.
I think you have to. There was the risk of Shook going for a flash himself, using the cast to knock back. They are aware that Nogne's in mid. It would have been a 2 versus 1, but if he gets forced back from the tower, that's an advantage that Fnatic gives away that they don't want to, because they're going to secure themselves to top tier 1, extend the goal lead even more, and continue to play very clean early game.
And look at how strong this bot lane has been for Fnatic. They have a 50 CS lead at the 14-minute mark. They have a huge gold income coming out from Tristana and from Jezz. We said we wanted to see Jezz step up, and he has definitely done that. Fnatic with the 3rd tower of the game. NIP trying to answer in the bottom lane. Should be able to with this Rift Herald, because Soaz won't take it down too quickly and isn't even able to pop the eye on the back. So NIP will answer with a structure of their own, and Prophet wants to answer with a little bit more as Soaz gets jumped on by Shook. Of course, he does not have the flash. NIP should be able to secure themselves their first kill of this matchup. Spuddle's going to use the Wild Growth to jump away, and NIP will be safe in the top lane for the time being.
But pressure continues to mount from Fnatic. Taking down that mid-tier 1 is huge, even though NIP are able to answer. If they can get themselves this tier 2, this will be a good response from NIP, giving them a little bit more pressure on the map. Roger is here to answer.
We'll try and respond to this, and Shook, of course, doesn't have the flash, doesn't have the explosive cast. Prophet does still have Gnar. with Caps on his way down. NIP need to be wary as to how they escape from Broxah in this bottom lane, because Caps is slithering his way down through the river. Prophet's now gone into Mini. He has flash, Shook does not. That's up a body slam, will try and get the barrel slow, but the Miasma grounds him. The Cocoon's gonna land as well, and Shook should go down. Caps on a killing spree, 3-0 on the Cassiopeia.
Good map movement there from Caps. NIP, they wanted to try and get that tier 2 tower. They overstayed their welcome a little bit, and because of the presence of Broxah, they weren't allowed to back, so they could only walk away, allowing Caps to get the rotation, get the kill, and now be 3-0-0 on this Cass, who already completed the Rod of Ages. Just want to check how many stacks he had. Only 2, so he's done it fairly recently, but to get that, the earlier, the better.
And Fnatic's early game this game has been so much better than in the last game of this series. They have a 5,000 gold lead 15 minutes in. This is the Fnatic we expected to see in game 1, and sadly, this is the NIP we expected to see as well.
Well, it all comes back down to that 2 versus 2 in the bottom lane. We said it in the moment, but we have to emphasize it. This is part of the reason why Lulu fell out of competitive. She is super squishy. She's extremely easy to shut down. We have seen some teams over in North America pick her as an answer to things like Janna, where it's not as easy to shut her down, but when you can send 4 members bot, you don't have the same disengage tools as a Janna. You don't have the same level of peel. And so it becomes easy to just all in, dive on your face, and if not kill you, kill your AD carry, which so far HiQ has been the brunt of. Didn't die a single time in game 1, already at 2 in game 2.
It's a sad time to be an AD carry. 2017, perhaps not their year, but Reckless is trying to disprove that as he continues to push in the top lane. This is the Fnatic we wanted to see, and part of this is their adaptability. Since Rift Rivals, they have been so much better at changing the way they play to make sure they're going to win the game. It's not always about playing the animal style. It's not always about playing the meta they want to play. Rather, they adapt and they adjust to make sure that they can beat their opponents on that given series.
Yeah, I think we've talked a lot over the split, or the second half of the split, how Fnatic have evolved. We don't have time to talk about that because Broxah, he is going to switch Brawl out.
Cocoon does land. Lulu is just so squishy. That's through an exhaust. But Spottle is taken down to 1/3 HP. However, NIP with this Hitsuki style once again, light a fire on the Lulu and steal a Mountain Drake for yourselves.
Well, cost you an exhaust, so that was quite an expensive fire. Because next time Broxah will just one-shot you. So you're going to have to respect that as Reckless.
Oh, Reckless, this is beautiful. HiQ doesn't even realize it's happening. And Broxah, KS.
That was actually a KS. He clearly wanted the assist. He was like, yo, wait. Let me just hit him. So I can get a bit of extra gold there,
Let me just hit him with my fangs when he's on 100 HP.
Insta-kill. So we can see here, no vision from the side of NIP. Reckless just going to jump over the wall. Hello there. I have a pumpkin for you, good sir. Fairly well.
It's not quite October, but already Halloween as a spooky Broxah jumps in and secures the kill for Fnatic. And it just looks like HiQ wasn't quite reacting. Perhaps slightly off kilter after the early game where they got harassed down so much. Perhaps not as comfortable on this Kalista as he was on the Tristana. And it's starting to show. Fnatic is starting to work out where the cracks are in the NIP armor. They are utilizing them to great effect.
So you're getting to a point now where NIP, they kind of need a big mistake from Fnatic. Whether it be a Baron throw, an overextend underneath the turret, someone warding by themselves. Something big has to happen for NIP because we talked about the scaling, we talked about how NIP's reliance is very much on getting an early lead. And right now, they do not have that early lead, especially on these 2 carries. Prophet is still relatively strong. Maybe you fall back on the, Prophet can split push to success. But it's looking very unlikely when you can just have the 5-man unit of Fnatic group up mid, throw the Rumble ulti down, have the Siege from Tristana. Things definitely looking bleak right now for the boys in Pyjamas.
Picks and bans, we said Fnatic are happy just to scale up. Well, they'll be very happy to have a strong early game as well. 2 items finished onto Reckless with the Static Shiv and the Infinity Edge complete, whereas HiQ is still only sitting on a Blade of the Blue King. Nagne has completed his Morellonomicon, but once again, Caps is almost an entire item ahead with the Rod of Ages and the Morello for himself. It seems to me that there may possibly become a point where Fnatic's weakness in having too much AP comes back to bite them. You can build Locket of the Iron Solara, you can build full Mercury Treads. It's going to take a while, but NIP perhaps have a little bit of hope to hold on to.
Maybe, but how are you going to build that magic resistance if you got no gold? Right now, NIP, they can barely step into their own jungle. They're just taking the scraps of the farm that Fnatic choose to leave them. And while NIP for the now hold onto their top side of the jungle, that's because Fnatic are all grouped up there. They're not trying to fight over the vision right now. Their focus is actually just going to be on the Baron. Now, this is the big risk that we talked about.
We've seen a Baron throw in game 1 already, or a Baron stolen away.
Step back.
Yeah, stolen away by Broxer, but then Shook was able to steal away the Elder Drake. So 1-for-1 steals. Spuzzle once again in that front line. Needs to realize he's not playing Alistar this game. He's not as tanky as he was in the last. However, Nagne still sitting in an okay position on this Cinder. Fnatic have set up a good vision line here, Vedius. They've got control wards, they've got a couple of deep wards in the NIP jungle.
Aye, that they do. I'm looking across some of the itemization that has been finished now. Morello also done for Caps. Capsiopeia. It's alright. I just thought of that. Wanted to share. You mentioned earlier the 2-item spike for Tristan.
No!
Thanks, man. Thank you.
No!
Don't give me that thumbs down.
That is not allowed. Capsiopeia is an awful pun.
That's great. They laughed when you said it.
I never said Capsiopeia.
That's not fair. You gotta steal my puns, then make them cool.
Okay, speaking of Capsiopeia, though, in that middle lane, this is the sort of performance we expect from an MVP of the split. This is the sort of performance we expect from the player with the highest damage
you've already
per minute
given him MVP
across
of
the
you.
split. A possible MVP.
Possible. Okay, all right.
He wasn't actually at the top of my list, I will be honest.
That's fair. And I mean, we heard from many mid laners that Caps is rated extremely highly on their tier. There's a lot of debate. If you ask all the mid laners, they naturally say, well, it's me and then whoever comes after them.
Such a mid lane mentality.
Caps is always up there, and I think that's the most important thing is Nagne.
Chunked down with the equalizer and has to flash away from the Electro Harpoon. This is the problem with Nagne here. He's not able to build those Mercury Treads. He needs the extra damage because the rest of his team is lagging so far behind that if Fnatic take a fight, he needs to be on that front line.
Okay, here we go. Shook, this is your time. This is your moment.
Oh, baby, here we go. Baron steals! No way does that happen! Profit split pushing as well with a wave! Hitsuke strategies. He's actually dead. You've actually died. God damn.
I mean, when I said it earlier, I was like, well, maybe they can steal the Baron, right? Maybe it can be a possibility. And then Shook walks in and he's like, pop, smite, I'm out. Damn.
Okay, let's have a look at this Baron swing, though, because when Fnatic stole it, it was 6,500 gold.
All right, so if we can get the slow-mo, boom. The smite comes in a little too early, and then he gets the bot, the barrel bot, to secure the Baron. And, oh, okay, my mistake. So it actually...
Broxer didn't smite.
Yeah, he didn't smite.
That is Shook smiting, and
That's
then
a great
popping.
face
And Caps
from
is
Caps.
like, guys,
I see. Interesting.
However, Fnatic is still 3,000 gold ahead, Vedius. They're still in a good position. This is going to delay the game a little bit. In picks and bans, we said NIP have a good mid-game, but their late game isn't as strong as Fnatic.
Yeah, so if they tried to force a fight now, would definitely still be very, very risky. But as you rightly said, stalling NIP. If they can just equalize the items, 3 items, there's still a good opportunity for them to fight. Nagne. Ooh, I wonder, like, he could go for a Void Staff. Right now, there's not a huge amount of MR on the side of Fnatic, but once he hits 3 items, like, he will be able to just shred through Reckless. He has to be mindful of the Brawl, of course. But look at Prophet, look at his sneaky positioning. Going full ninja as he's behind Soaz.
Soaz will get a balance to the face. Fnatic are going to try and collapse, though. Shook did use the explosive cast there and was not able to connect. There's the Kalista in the top lane, split pushing. Heq's cosplaying his inner Reckless for the time being, as he is in a side lane, and we'll get a tower for NIP, closing that gold gap bit by bit. And Vedius, in game 1, Fnatic didn't have an outright tank in the same way that NIP did, and once again, you look down their lineup and you look down especially Broxer's build, I'm struggling to find a pure tank coming out from Fnatic.
Yeah, there's no real front line aside from Jez's, who will naturally get tanked, especially once he completes the quest from his Targons. But aside from that, you're right, there's no real front line. And NIP, they do have the Gragas, they do have the Gnar, but it's always about that damage threat, right? When you have this many damage threats that have a lot of mobility and can threaten the backline, even without even diving onto them, that's something that you always have to respect as well. And sure, this Elise will fall off, but if she lands that cocoon onto Hikyu, that will be a dead Kalista.
PQ does have the wild growth to help him out.
He
does
does
have the polymorph as well, and does have our favorite item in the game at the moment. Ardent Sensor, baby.
He does.
I hate it.
Wait, is it called Ardent Sensor, baby?
Yeah, well, I blame this item for my demotion from Diamond Fight. Because I'm a support man, right? And I refuse to play Ardent Sensor champions because I find them really boring. And then I lose 2 games at 0 LP, and I'm in Plat 1. I know a lot of people feel my pain.
Hello.
I know it happens to people.
You can just run, is it Stoneborn Pact? Is that the...
Yeah, but I don't want to build the Ardent Sensor itself.
It's a good item.
It's boring.
And but the argument you're using is boring champions. Trundle's not a boring champion.
That's true, actually,
He's
yeah.
super
Trundle and
fun
Thresh.
supports.
Perhaps I should just give in to the masses and build the Ardent Sensor as many supports have done before.
It's all about your perspective. Do you want to win?
No, I want to have fun.
See, that's your problem, right? You don't play ranked games to have fun, right? See? You don't play ranked to have fun. If we were all playing for fun right now, this would be like Yasuo versus Zed. No. You play to win in rank. You play with me if you want to have fun, right? When we do...
Yeah, because we're never going to win if we play together,
If we do the Kayn Pantheon bot lane, that's fun right there, my friend. That's what you need with a bit of fun.
You are the king of the ha-ha. It's definitely a lot of fun to play with you. Fnatic do have a gold lead still, but it's only 1,000 now. It has shrunk since NIP got that Baron profit. Now we're ahead in CS in that top lane as well. We saw how strong he could be on this Gnar in a split push role, and against a Rumble who only falls off in a 1v1 as we get later on into the game. I really want to see what the former SKT member can do for NIP.
Just keeping track of the vision as well, because there's no big objective for either team to take advantage of for the time being. So you can just see wars littered across the map from NIP particularly. They haven't really focused their vision. They've just put it around where they've allowed TQ to push. You can see a deep pink ward down in the bottom lane. You can see one deep control ward rather near the top as well. And NIP, they're just trying to help EQ get back into the game. 0-3, not the best scoreline for any AD carry, but they're just investing, funneling as much gold and experience into him as possible. He's now been able to equalize that experience gap. He is now slowly closing the itemization difference. And we did talk about how Reckless, regardless, will do way more damage in the late game. That doesn't mean that a Kalista suddenly becomes useless because there are so many squishy targets. And it just comes back to what you were saying when it comes to tanks. Kalista does struggle when you have a lot of high HP targets because you can't fully utilize the wrench. You can get a lot of stacks in, but because it scales with AD, armor is a good mitigator of that kind of burst. Whereas when you have all these squishy targets who have low HP, that Ren becomes a big threat that in an extended trade can definitely work out in your favor. So it's going to be exciting how these fights play out, especially once Hiku is able to fully complete his third item. As we do see Nagne now continue going for a Leandries instead rather than the Void Staff. And I love that shift as well. He's recognizing there's not a huge amount of magic resistance that he has to hit through. So he's just going for an alternative build path. Current health percentage down. A lot of good poke value that he gains as things like the Baron and Dragon will be respawning in the near future.
40 seconds on the Baron, 50 seconds on a Mountain Drake. Fnatic did pick up a Cloud while we were discussing other things. Not the best Dragon for them to have, but still impactful. We say this every time a Cloud Drake gets picked up.
I love Cloud.
Well, play-by-play say this every time. Because basically we can't see the value in them, so we have to just pretend that they can be good.
It adds a lot to the Elder Drake too. We saw how impactful that was in game one. The more Drakes you have, it's always going to contribute towards that later game objective as well. And the fact that NIP were able to steal away a Mountain from Fnatic is great. Because one of the things you always have to look at between both teams is how quickly they take down Baron. Tristana and Acacio, huge Baron taking potential. Along with Kalista, also another big threat for taking down this Baron later into the game. So if either of these teams get the good setup for that big objective, it could very swiftly turn in one team's favor.
Vedia, so often as well, we talk about vision control around these objectives, and I want to just highlight one specific ward. I hope the observers follow me down here, because Soaz and Reckless have walked over this ward near the Fnatic red buff twice, and it allows Profit just to be so much safer down towards this bottom lane. I'm sure we'll go down there in just a little bit to see that control ward, because it is so vital for Profit in that side lane. Fnatic are going to start up this Baron.
Can he do it again?
Shook. Oh, come on, baby. Come on, Shook. Do it for the fans. Do it for the adoring public. Do it to count yourself as a Kingslayer. Can't get there. The Buster Shot knocks him back, and Fnatic do secure the Baron. The Equalizer comes out as well. That catches onto Nagne. Reckless gets a crit, the Cocoon, the Cleanse, the Unleashed Power. Doesn't even get through half Reckless's health. Profit is still split pushing, did not teleport to join the fight.
Exquisite ultimate there from Reckless, knocking Shook over 2 walls. Well, 1 wall to basically keep him away. But keeping him away from the Baron pit to avoid any risk of a steal was massive for Fnatic. Profit now continuing his split push in the bottom lane. Trading an inhibitor for inhibitor here would be great for NIP, but Fnatic, their eyes are set on the base of their opposition.
Yeah, if Fnatic get one fight here, they can perhaps even end the game. Profit still down towards that bottom lane, looking for the inhibitor. Fnatic secure themselves their first. Hiku, Reckless jumps in, has the QSS if he wants to get out, and Hiku's going to take a chunk. Reckless just about survives. The Rend would have killed him. And NIP are able to defend their AD carry. They do not get an inhibitor. Shook jumps in, knocks Caps back, and Fnatic will escape with their lives.
Reckless just able to base Profit. He couldn't get the inhibitor. He was too afraid of the other Fnatic members collapsing, but also the damage potential of Soaz in that 1 versus 1. He's still hanging around though. He knows that he's overextended. Look at the rest of NIP, they're coming for the collapse.
Soaz is going to take a little bit of damage from Profit. The Frozen Mallet will slow him down as well, but Profit isn't able to go any further. A second Mountain Drake steal would be great for NIP. Gives them extra damage, of course, to the Baron. With the Callista, they have a great Baron taking composition.
But also the Elder Drake as well, which now will be a big point of contention. Fnatic, though, they've started to group up already. They want to take full advantage of this Baron buff that they have. 1.5 minutes left on top of it. They have a minion wave set up top. Notice Caps walking through the mid lane to push those minions into the base of NIP so that they have to respond. I love the fact that Fnatic are not slowing down. They know that they want to keep the pressure going. They don't want to have to rely on another Baron in order to take the rest of NIP's base.
And so many strong performances from Fnatic members in this game. We said we wanted to see them play more like MVPs. Caps is yet to die. Reckless is yet to die. And this would be them being able to equalize the series if they can close out this game. Have to remember how strong NIP were in that game 1, Vedius, especially when we got to these later game team fights. And although the scaling may be in Fnatic's favor, NIP have shown us they do not give up without a fight.
I think it's worth highlighting that this is only game 2. We still, if Fnatic win, are guaranteed a game 3. Both these teams have been playing very well, and even though NIP have been on the back foot for the majority of this game, they've held on. They have not made this an easy challenge for Fnatic. This has not just been a one-sided stomp. I love the fact that NIP, in their final game of the season against the best performing team in Group A, some argue the best team currently in Europe, are making them work for their wins.
Do not get fed for free in the EU LCS. You have to work for your supper, and Fnatic are working incredibly hard to try and shut down NIP. They're pushing in towards this bottom lane. Just want to focus very quickly on the AD carry itemizations. Only 3 completed items for Hiku, whereas Reckless is so far ahead on this Tristana. He's got 4 items and a QSS. He is almost completely built on Tristana.
He's about to flame Horizon his opposition as well. Level 17 on the Trist. Reckless has had a phenomenal game 2. Here comes the Equalizer, zoning him away from the tower.
Pushes him back, and Nagne takes a Cocoon as well. That's a cleanse burn. He has no flash as well. NIP as a team are flashless apart from Profit, which means they have to be that much more defensive in their holding of these inhibitor towers.
So Fnatic have now successfully taken every Tier 2 tower of NIP that stands in their way. 1 inhibitor has been taken in the middle lane, and there's top and bot left remaining. So Fnatic still maintain full control over the map. Those 2 control wards from NIP still remaining. At this point in the game, slightly less value because Fnatic are going to be spending more time in your half of the jungle than in their own. And as Reckless approaches full build, I'm keeping my eyes on the spawning of that Elder Drake. It is going to be so impactful. 2 dragons either side. If either team can get it, it can swing the turn of a fight in an instant. And it will mean so much moving forward.
There's beautiful symmetry as well between the G2 Roccat series and this one. Roccat went ahead, G2 played a very strong second game, and then Roccat were able to win it in the end. I'm sure Fnatic will not want that final game to replay itself in this series, but this is what we want from the top team in Europe. This is the more considerate, the more patient, the playing around your composition, around your power positions in the game. Now Caps is basically fully built, only sitting a little bit off that final couple of items. Reckless is almost fully built, and NIP, they have to find a perfect fight. It has to be point perfect for them to win. Spruttle has to use Exhaust on Broxah, who doesn't even engage for the full fight. Fnatic have NIP by the scruff of the neck. They put down another equalizer. They're looking for this final, for this inhibitor in the top lane. Redemption comes down as well. There's the tower down. Prophet still in the bottom lane, looking for an inhibitor of his own. NIP will be able to answer without giving up an inhibitor yet.
But keep your eyes on the mid lane as well, because there are a lot of minions that are just knocking onto the Nexus tower doors. And here comes a TP from Prophet.
Gonna jump in, Shook jumps straight to the back line. He's gonna get grounded up. Wild Growth comes out as well, but they cannot keep him alive. Prophet trying to get in with the flank on the back line, but Soaz has jumped straight onto Hiku. The Unleashed power will knock back Soaz. Prophet gets a huge stun. That's a shutdown on Caps, and Soaz is dead. Hiku, this is your time to shine, but Reckless, Jezz, and Broxah will get away.
NIP, they need to get back to the mid lane. That was a great fight for them, 1 for 2. But if they lose an inhibitor, could very well all be for naught. They're able to keep their remaining base alive. They forced the Fnatic squad back. The setup looked promising, but the execution was poor from NIP. The TP flank from Prophet is what I want you to keep your eyes on. Look at how far away Prophet joins the fight from. You can see he is so far from this fight, but that by the time the channel completes, the front line is already dead. And the only reason why NIP are able to turn this is because Jezz jumps in, and then Nagne gets a beautiful 4-man stun off with the ulti into E combo. Multiple members get locked up. Hiku is free to deal DPS in the backline. We talked about how there are multiple squishy units, and you're able to see the damage that they throw out now. Soaz is in base. He does have the TP. They don't know that this Baron is going on. It's dead.
Another Baron snuck under the eyes of Fnatic. This is something our bottom team seems so good at doing. Roccat first, and now NIP, the second Baron of the game for NIP. And actually, Fnatic did this in game 1. They stole a Baron, then they got the second one, and they lost the game. NIP may be trying to do that, or trying not to do that in this second game. The Elder Drake is on the cards. NIP pushing down the middle lane with their Baron-empowered minions. Fnatic setting up a death push once again, and Shook is going to check straight into it. The Cocoon comes out, not able to connect onto any members of Fnatic, as NIP perhaps just forced down mid here. They do have mid priority.
Yeah, they're just rushing it down mid. Bear in mind that you have to notice Prophet, he got the bottom inhibitor as well, so there's minions pushing in favor of NIP. Remember what happened last time? Shook stole this, and Fnatic lost the fight.
Shook's up towards the top side, does have his smite. He's looking for it, they can't get it. Fnatic secure the Elder Drake, and they want the fight. A superb equalizer onto the back line of NIP as Fnatic now push forward. Prophet stunned up, he's gonna go down. A second stun, can't get to the blast cone, and Reckless is gonna hop forward. He wants these resets, he wants these kills, he wants this win, as do the rest of Fnatic. But Nagne knocks him back, and NIP are able to disengage. They do still have the Baron buff.
But now, with Prophet dead, Fnatic, they have the numbers advantage. They have the Elder Drake. They can take themselves a mid lane inhibitor, and they can send someone back to answer the big minion wave bot that is stacking for NIP. Game 2 turning into a close affair. One big fight for NIP results in a Baron. An Elder Drake traded on the side of Fnatic. This time they do not allow it to be stolen away. And this is just very reminiscent of what we saw in Game 1. Except now everything seems to be reversed. And if things continue the way they are, it will result in one big fight going in the favor of Fnatic, resulting in them being able to close out the game, but there is still a lot of the game left. Kalista at 4 items, many squishy targets, so many items being completed. This game is still wide open.
We even have the same gold lead as we had in the last game. It's 6,000 gold ahead for Fnatic at the moment. However, as we get later into the game, that counts less and less. NIP, you have to remember, came into this series as very much the underdogs, expected to get clean swept. And going into promotion this week and next, they will have such a confidence boost against Giants, against Schalke, against Mysterious Monkeys to some part, who are much more later game teams who fight in this late portion where NIP have been able to challenge Fnatic.
Tell your friends at home, European LCS is one crazy show right in their final week. We've had so many exciting games, all three for big ulti.
Petrifying Gaze is going to land, and that is not quite the kill on Hikyu. It will eventually pop down with the poison. A great kill from Caps. It looked like the gaze would not quite connect, but he manages to get just the tip of it to hit onto Hikyu. Spottle goes low as well with the equalizer, so as jumps in, Spottle has to flash. Profit there, almost mega. He might look for the re-engage. Knock back, Jesus in the front line. Glacial Fisher hits two. Profit hopping away as much as he can. Nagne does have a bit of a flank here, but cannot connect as much as he would like onto Fnatic. Now, Fnatic look for their second inhibitor and perhaps look to close out this game.
Hikyu is only just started building his QSS. This is the first time that he gets hit by Caps' ulti. He was 0-3 for so long, and that crucial death will give Fnatic priority over the base, but they do not want to hard commit. They do not want to run the risk. They still show respect towards Nagne. Their bottom inhibitor has respawned, and they want to go catch the wave so that it doesn't take it. And everything resets. Fnatic return to full control over the map, and it is now NIP that have to fight their way back.
And once again, Bedius, it's a story of the AD carries in this game. Reckless, unkilled, 305, fully built on this Tristana, is just pumping out damage after damage in these fights. But this was all on Caps.
Just very unfortunate there from Hikyu. He wanted to throw the spear in to see if anyone was in there. They could have used the Scryer's Bloom, rather, to check that brush, but they used it southwards rather than southwesterly.
Bedius the weatherman. We've got southwesterly winds from our Scryer's Blooms today.
Well,
be careful for poison trails that might get blown into your path.
And also creepy snake ladies that turn you to stone.
I've never heard that on the weather report before. I don't usually get warned about monsters.
Those are the worst in Wales, man. They are super annoying. Going for some bread in the morning and then
not a snake lady. Oh dear.
Anyway, so Fnatic, they have mid and top. Bear in mind, NIP were able to push that out, so for a while that will take some time before it threatens the NIP base. So NIP, they can group up as a multi-man unit in the bottom lane. They're keeping Fnatic out for now. Let's see if they can find this great fight. They've done it before, can they do it again?
Profit much more grouped with the team now as well. He's not going for that split push and then teleporting in. He's there from the start of the fight, as is Soaz. All ultimates available on either side. Most of the flashes up as well. This is going to be a barnstormer of a fight. NIP have to defend against the two inhibitors that will push in those waves of super minions in the top lane and in the mid. And Fnatic waiting for them to have to react and then looking for the push. So as with the Zhonyas, as NIP went aggressive, doesn't have flash.
It's a good cooldown to burn. On the side of NIP, Fnatic, they're getting a little hesitant. They're afraid to push up that hard. They have two waves of supers pushing in, and now they feel confident to work their way towards that tower. A few members of NIP going back to base. They all can't go together. Otherwise, that will be the go signal for Fnatic.
The minion wave is still a little while away in this bottom lane, so it looks like Nagne will get back to the tower in time. However, the other waves are pushing in, Bedius.
Inhibitor respawning soon. I heard the announcement. I think it's in the middle lane. Here comes the equalizer. The siege is starting.
Spraddle's low. Explosive shot comes out as Jesus puts up the Unbreakable. That's the tower down. Profit just turns into Mega, and Fnatic back away because of it. NIP still unable to find the engage. There are minions in the top lane pushing on these Nexus towers.
Fnatic, they're happy with the tower. They want to disengage. Baron spawning soon. They do not want to run the risk of losing a fight and allowing NIP to get themselves that objective. Smart, respectful play coming out from Fnatic. They realize the power of NIP. They realize that this is not a team that they can afford to underestimate anymore. And things will boil down to what could be a big game-ending team fight. NIP have no idea who is back at base right now, who is active on the map. All they know is that Baron is alive. and that Fnatic won it.
Comes down to vision once again. Sprattle and NIP trying to set up some vision in their red side jungle, but the rest of the map belongs to Fnatic. The late game belongs to Fnatic. Scaling in the Cassio, scaling in the Tristana. NIP fighting very much an uphill battle here. 4 towers down. 7,000, almost 8,000 gold behind as well.
And you know what? Scaling's good and all, but what's Scaling gonna do against a Nagne ultimate in your face? If Reckless gets barreled back into the rest of the team, and Nagne is able to dish out the DH that he's been so vigilantly building up, that could be the win condition for NIP as a fight starts.
So as down to half, Hiku trying to kite back dodges out the cocoon as well. And Soaz is squishy. No tank, remember, on this Fnatic lineup, apart from Jez's, who really only has the locket in the face of the mountain. Fnatic do have to be incredibly careful as to how they engage and when they take these
This is going to be fast. This is really fast.
Holy moly, it's already down to half. As Shook looks for the engage, will get the ward in. Is he going to go? Sprattle there off towards the side as well. The Miasma comes down. It's still on 2,000. Shook's going to jump in. He does not get it. Reckless is low, and now NIP have to take this fight. They need to win this one out, but Fnatic are looking to disengage. Prophet gets stunned up, and Reckless opens up the guns. Jump in from Shook, looking for the knockback. Soaz down to half. Caps off towards the top side, still has a blast going. Look at Prophet, he's low. Has a GA though. Jump in from Soaz with the flash. As Fnatic are able to re-engage the fight and force NIP back. Fnatic still want a little piece of this. Reckless especially. Oh baby, there's your MVP. He jumps in once again, perhaps seeing if he can catch out another member of NIP. Nagne, Jez is going to walk straight into him. Soaz TP's in for the flank. Is this it? Jez is dead to Hiku. The kill on the GA as well, but now Soaz is going to get knocked back, and that's a dead Rumble. Only 3 members of Fnatic left alive. With this Baron buff, they can push in, but they have to be so cautious as to how they fight NIP.
They're just about able to keep their mid inhib alive, but it doesn't matter as Reckless is in debate. Fnatic, they've lost 2 members, but they walk away with the objective that they want. Now, can NIP get the re-engage?
Shook doesn't have flash, but Prophet cannot quite land the Gnar. That could be it. That could be Fnatic being able to reset and take this fight, because Caps wants this bot lane inhibitor. Fnatic want these inhibs down. They want people to know that the old kings still live in Europe.
They go back.
That was boring.
Wow.
I built it up. I built up this huge hype moment, and Fnatic like
that was boring.
Yeah,
that was a great series of events. Fnatic, NIP, so clutch, so close. This time it is Shook goes in, he smites. Notice how Fnatic, they just stop. Reckless takes a huge chunk of damage, and there comes the early smite out from Shook. Brox is this time able to get the smite down. He does not lose out in the smite battle. They are now 2-2. And Shook, he tries to go for the re-engage, but that miasma acted such a strong zoning tool that NIP did not feel confident committing to the engagement. The barrel was used so early from Shook, trying to force Broxah out from the pit that he couldn't afford to commit anymore. The Gnar ultimate wasn't available for Prophet. And it ended up in... Oh, Jez, okay, he overcommitted a little bit. They thought that with the Soaz flank they could try and go for something in their favor. But Soaz ends up dying as well with only 3 members. Fnatic, they cannot close out the game. 48 minutes in. The gold don't matter anymore, Medic.
But coming back to that play, that's not something you expect from the best team in Europe. You don't expect them to overextend like that. You want a little bit more patience. You want a little bit more composure in these late game fights.
But it's this late into the game. You've been playing for a very long time now. You also have in the back of your mind that you might even have to play another one. And if you can get that pick, if you can get that game in, sometimes your brain tunnel visions. And it happens. I don't want to criticize him too much for it. The blue buff will reset. It looks like NIP will not get to the Elder Drake fast enough to contest. Will they even choose to fight? There are a lot of pings coming out right now.
They back away. Fnatic have the Elder Drake on everyone and the Baron on 3. They're looking for the bot lane in here. In 10 seconds, Vedius, this will be the longest game that either Fnatic or NIP have played this split. And perhaps we are getting to that point where it's a little bit unknown. You're not used to having to play this late into the game, and so decisions can go awry at times. NIP is still with the defense, though. This has been so strong from them, and you have to give them credit. As a lower tier team, as the bottom team in Group A, they have held off the league's best in many people's eyes for an incredibly long time, even when Fnatic have had 4, 5, 6, 7,000 gold leads, a 10,000 gold lead now, and as much as it doesn't matter, that has to impact you and your motivation. Prophet's going to jump onto Soaz. He's low. Soaz burning through him. The Wild Growth comes out. Prophet looking for the Mega. Soaz with the Zhonya's back up once again. And Jezis so much better on this support this game. EQ dodges out the Petrifying Gaze, uses as well the Mercurial Scimitar. Fnatic will take their third inhibitor of this push. And it's just the Nexus Towers between them and a game 3 in this series.
Fnatic, they have everything. There is only 2 Nexus Towers standing in their way and an NIP squad that is full of motivation to get a series win to end the split. That's a lot of damage onto HiQ, but the ulti's down. Here they go. They're going for the fight.
Soaz is down to 400 HP as well, and Nugnet.
I think they're gone. They're out.
Fnatic not quite able to close it out yet. However, Soaz has got teleport. He can rejoin.
Yeah.
He won't have the equalizer. No Petrifying Gaze. Buster Shot is available for Reckless, as is that Glacial Fissure. But look at NIP. All of the ultimates are available. They have to choose their moment to strike.
Meganar on its way. Reckless takes a fair chunk of damage from HiQ. Into building. The tension is rising. The TP comes in the bottom lane from Soaz. At this point, now this is out the window. It's all about who lands that key ultimate. It's all about down to player skill. Late game, full builds, everyone playing in this tense moment. NIP, they have to deal with the minions. They have to deal with Fnatic. The Fnatic, they don't feel confident enough to commit with 2 towers standing in their way. They're yet to pull the trigger.
We've got so far in this game as well that Reckless has broken a record for the split. The most CS of anyone on any champion across the course of the EU LCS Summer Split. It's only apt that in week 10, Reckless, the man of the split, will break that CS record. And now they are looking to push in once again. EQ so aggressive, considering how bad he played early on. He dodges out the Petrifying Gaze. This is not the EQ that went 0-2 in laning phase. This is the EQ that went unkilled in game 1. NIP do not give an inch to Fnatic.
He is playing so far up on the front line. That is a dangerous way to play, but he does get the ultimate out from Caps. EQ takes a chunk of damage, but remember the lifesteal that he has available. The Iron Sensor as well.
Stun onto Jezis.
Here we go.
Here comes Shook. The Equalizer's going to split. That's a from the team. That's huge. However, HiQ will be able to back away into the redemption. Nugget. Huge stun! And an unleashed power to the face of Soaz.
Look at Caps. Look at Caps.
He's going to not quite die. He survives.
He's dead.
NIP! NIP! Venius!
Huge team fight for NIP, but look at the base, look at the base. There's still a lot of minions
Prophet's
from
going
Fnatic.
back. Prophet's going back. Can he save the base?
Oh, Fnatic.
No way, Reckless. If they backdoor this, I will eat a shoe.
They've done this before. Oh my god, there's no base. They have to back. They have to back.
NIP have to back, and they're doing it. They're leaving 2 members to continue the push. Prophet trying to defend. 3 members of NIP are back here. Nagne always has that unleashed power back up
They're
again.
backing 2. They're backing
Fnatic
2.
realize that
Stop
NIP
the ports.
Stop the ports. Stop them getting back if you want to win. NIP, they're going to look to break the base. 30 seconds on Soaz, 30 seconds on Caps, 30 seconds on Jezis. Can NIP win?
Can they even defend their own Nexus? Look at Nagne. He's doing his best to hold the line, but the pressure is mounting. There they are. NIP, they're on the base. The backs are coming in from Reckless. NIP, they have to disengage. They win a huge fight against Fnatic. Oh my words.
What a game to see NIP off. They are in such a proud position at the moment that they're going
they're
for the
going,
ban.
they're going.
But 5 members of Fnatic will be left alive. Let's see if there's a ward in the NIP base they can get to. No, there is not. No backdoor from Soaz today. The Baron's going to fall. NIP will secure it, and perhaps Fnatic will woo the fact they did not pull the trigger earlier on, because NIP are right back in this game.
Fnatic, when they lost to Roccat, the 0-14 Jarvan, was when they could not pull the trigger. They could not do it fast enough. And in this situation, they were showing so much respect. They know the late game power that they have, but they have no reliable engaged tools. Something that we barely talked about in this game is that how do they really start the fight? And NIP, they have the disengage tools. If Fnatic ever hard commit, it becomes difficult. They've drafted a composition that, with the Elise...
Oh, Fnatic, don't do this. It's a death push again, Vedius.
It is.
It's what Fnatic do when they can't work out a way to engage. It's exactly what you're saying. What they've been doing up until these Nexus towers was they put down an equalizer behind the turret and said, either you stand there and fight us and take a huge chunk of damage, or we are able to take the tower anyway. NIP now pushing down the bottom lane. It's the only lane with an inhibitor still down for them. Fnatic looking to see perhaps if they can catch someone out in the jungle. Not going to be the case for now, but Prophet will spot them. NIP, of course, have the empowered recalls.
I'm going to be so sad if someone just dies. I want a 5v5
Just a bad
fight.
catch.
Yeah, I want the final deciding fight to determine this game. I don't want anyone to get caught. I want it to be mechanics on mechanics, team fighting on team fighting. NIP have fought so bravely, and while Fnatic fans are desperate, well, they're not desperate, like this is a dominant team, this is the best split that Fnatic's had since 2015. I can hear the crowd. They still cheer for NIP though. There is so much support for this squad because they have worked so hard this split to get this point. Their final game. There's just, you want to see them succeed, but you also want Fnatic, like it's such a tense game.
NIP have delayed Fnatic so long that this is the longest game of the split. They're looking for the inhibitor in the bottom lane. Fnatic have all 5 members back to defend.
Can NIP pull the trigger?
5 MVP candidates on Fnatic against 5 members of NIP that are heading to the promotion tournament. NIP take their second inhibitor of the game, and Fnatic continue to look for the defense. Miasma pushes Hiku back. Explosive cast does not connect as Shook would have liked.
So, a little trigger happy there, Shook. At least we know he's willing to engage. NIP, they know they have the Baron. They feel the confidence welling up inside them, but a gold at this point means nothing. It's all about the fighting.
Sorry, Banner of Command on the minion to help it try and push into the inhibitor towers. We haven't even talked about 6 item builds because everyone has been there for so long.
Forget the items, Fnatic.
Hiku has caught up. That is important. He can now stand even further on that front line. Soaz trying to get the harpoons to hit, but Hiku is dodging them like a crafty whale.
Okay, but we talked about the items. I want to come back. There is one important item, and that's this ardent sensor. That is what is allowing Kalista to do so much damage in this late game. Keep your eyes on Nagne, because he's going to be the big determiner in this late game fight.
That tower is so low, almost falls. There is, of course, still the possibility that Soaz builds full AD and TPs into the back to try and get a backdoor
look
attempt.
at that ward. Look at it.
There's a ward there. Full AD rumble. It's a thing. NIP looking to close out a 2-0 over Fnatic.
Here's the bot lane in minion wave.
Huge wave, but Baron falls off Bedius, and now perhaps NIP do not have the pressure to advance. No Banner on command. The Petrifying Gaze hits onto Prophet. Here he goes. He gets the knock on 2. Caus is knocked up. Caus is dead, and so's the first Nexus tower. Nagne kills Reckless, but the Nexus towers are falling. Reckless is going to have to jump away as NIP look for the win. They'll get the stun. Shook there. Reckless is dead. NIP. 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 Bedius, you predicted it. 2-0 for NIP. I bow to your prediction powers, because that was one of the most impressive wins I have seen against Fnatic. In fact, one of only 2 wins I've seen against Fnatic across the entire split.
Oh my word. NIP, what a performance. Fnatic looked so dominant. We thought it was going to be a quick game 2 into an exciting game 3, but no. NIP, they held the line. They defended the gate. They kept their Nexus alive until the very end. And you can't focus in on one player. So many did so much in the late game fights. Prophet had so many monumental ultimates. Shook getting those clutch barrels to get someone just at the right time. Nagne with phenomenal stuns. Just such an impressive performance from the team that went 1-11 during the regular season. Now 2-11. They can end their heads held high.
NIP, that is one of the most impressive performances I have seen in my career as a caster, never mind across the EU LCS, to hold on for so long against a force that has been dominant throughout the rest of the split. We talked time and time again, who's the Fnatic MVP? We said, is it Soaz, is it Broxah, is it Jezz? And all of them have a claim to lay on that title. But today, on this ground, NIP are the MVPs.
And it's super important to take into consideration the fact that in game one there was a discussion like, oh well, Fnatic, they weren't playing their comfort champions, they were trying some new things, they wanted to add things to their repertoire. And that's fair, I understand that. You still had a good performance, a lot of strong individuals that maybe you couldn't quite work. But then you come into game two, Tristana, comfort pick on the AD carry. In the middle lane, you've got the Cassio for Cap, something that he has played time and time again. At least the first loss for Broxah on that champion. And sure, the Rumble, this is something that Soros has brought on in the past. He hasn't played much of it this season, but it's something that he's very well known for. Like, these were not new picks. These were comfort. This was Fnatic playing at their best. And at the very end, their composition just made it too difficult for them to engage. They couldn't find the fight. NIP were not falling for the traps. And they were able to get the win. And I don't want to take anything away from Fnatic. I think they played the majority of that game exceptionally well. They shut down the Kalista. They prevented that snowballing win condition. They showed maybe a little too much respect to their opponents, but at the end of the day, it was NIP that came out on top, and it was just such a thrilling series. It's a bit of a shame that it ends in a 2-0.
That it is. Player of the series, I don't think there's much doubt as to this. Hiku in game one was unstoppable. In game two, a poor early game, but then the ability to step forward time and time again, to step past the miasma, was just absolutely beautiful to watch. We'll soon hear from their support, Spratel. I believe an interview is being set up as we speak, so we'll get into that as soon as possible. Vedius, I want to come back to what this means for the two teams as well. I'm going to focus on NIP, because Fnatic are already top of Group 1, top of Group A. We know that they're going into the semi-final berth. We know they're going to Paris in either the final or that third-place match. But NIP have promotion tournament to face, and it's not like last split where it was Origin and Giants and everyone said they're going to get beaten. It's such a great performance by them, and the rest of the teams will be struggling to face up against that.
That's very true, and to add to that, it's going to be even more bittersweet for G2 as well, because if they had beaten Roccat, that Fnatic versus G2 would have determined first place.
Didn't even think of that. NIP proved that Kings can bleed and pick up their second series of the split. Let's head over to Pyro with a word from their support.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And wow, Spratel, you not only 2-0'd Fnatic, it was on the last day of the split for you guys. It was the longest game of the split. Is that how you imagine beating a team like Fnatic?
Not necessarily. Like, honestly, I didn't really expect to beat them at all, you know? But it feels good to just, like, get a 2-0. Even if it doesn't matter at all, it's like, it's still nice to just win games, you know? So, yeah, it feels good. It feels good.
It has to feel good when you get that big victory, even though you guys are going to be promotion bound. I'll get to that in a minute. But it seems like the team is improving so much over the last several weeks. This is now your second victory. And I noticed a lot of the times it's coming from these Baron calls or Elder Dragon calls, and you guys are just coming up very clutch in objective fights. Is that something you've been focusing on?
Not necessarily. I think it's more about us just actually taking some risks going on stages. Like game one today, we went for a 50-50 Baron where we want to like just stop Jarvan from like getting Baron. But it's still risky, and like we lost the Baron at that point, and it's like fine, we just had to wait 7 minutes and we try again, you know. But it's not something we've been focusing on. It's just more getting used to the stage. Like, we have 2 Koreans in the team who doesn't speak a lick of English before getting here. So, like, everyone has to get used to each other, and we're just a new team, you know. So it takes time to just get used to things, I would say. So it's not something we've been working on, but it just comes with time, I think, like small things.
It seems like it is finally starting to come together and not a moment too soon. Now, who is the one who's really making a lot of those calls? Is it democratic, or is it one particular person that's telling you guys to go in for the 50-50?
I think it's a bit mixed. Like, I guess it's mostly me, because I have the how do I say it? I speak the most in the team, like shot calling wise. But usually somebody just brings it up, like, hey, can we do Baron? And then it's like, yeah, just go for it, you know, as a team effort. So like, I wouldn't like say anyone particularly, but I would say everyone just calls it out. And if we agree as a team it's a good call, we just go for it, you know.
It seems to be working out more often than not. Now, you guys are going to be heading into the promotion tournament. However, you've now taken out the Kings of Europe. So, I mean, how's your confidence that you're going to be able to survive those promos?
I'm not sure about confidence, but like we're not like worried about it or like scared at all. Like I think it's going to be good games, honestly. Like maybe like bad good games. And I don't think it's going to be clean like maybe this last game, but I think all 4 teams are honestly quite even, like in some ways. I don't think like there is anyone who's like the favorite, you know, and I don't think anyone is like the worst. So I can't say like I have a favorite to face. I think it's gonna be fun to play against everyone. Like I have Gilius as my old teammate in Giants, and and like Schalke is my old like organization. So I have like, it's just gonna be fun games, I think.
I think so too, and I think I like the way you put it. Good, bad games. We definitely have a lot of those. Thank you very much, Spraddle. Congrats on the win.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and send it out to the analysts to close out the day.
Wow, lovely interview there with Spraddle. Lovely shoes as well, very hip and happening. And well, great to see NIP racking up that victory, which we didn't see coming. I definitely didn't see coming. And just with the promotion tournament around the corner, I can't even imagine the confidence boost that these guys must be getting.
Yeah, just winning against Fnatic must be a huge confidence boost, and also has to put a lot of fear into the challenger teams.
Yeah, that's true. If they see how NIP can perform in a high pressure situation, I want to take a look at the final fight that turned it all around, because we thought, yeah, it all comes down to one fight, but realistically, are they going to turn it? And this is how it happens.
Yeah, so Shook goes in, and I believe it's Nagne actually catches a big stun in the amount of damage that comes on Soaz as this fight opens up. And from here, NIP already see it, and we have that funny back and forth moment where they're trying to rush it down. But at this point, Joey, we've been talking for like the last 15 minutes about Fnatic not having any engage. How critical is that to this NIP being able to take the game in the end?
Well, in the end, it's very important. However, they had their opportunity. They had 3 inhibitors down. They had Baron, I think, so they could have just waited and relaxed and didn't need engage in the game, because they had the tools to win the game without engaging. But when you're on the back foot and when someone catches a teammate, the rumble dies, then suddenly you're on the back foot, you're in your base, and now you need to find that catch. And you can't do it anymore because you don't have any engage, you don't have any follow-up. And then the team suddenly looks really bad.
I want to take a moment to appreciate Nico de Pico and his reaction. I can only imagine with the history that he has with that organization as well, that this must mean a lot to him. And well, he must find a way now to keep this going with this team. You know, they have a couple of game wins under their belt. They have a very important series win over their belt. That doesn't mean anything today on the Rift, specifically for the EU LCS standings. But he's got to find a way to retain what happened here today.
Absolutely. And to talk about the history, Nico's a guy that's been dragged, you know, over the hot coals by a lot of the fans from Fnatic and that. And this has to be feeling a little bit of, you know, redemption almost. The fact
Symbolic
that you can come out.
victory.
Yeah, exactly. Beat the Fnatic as a lineup. But I think the important part is the fact you've now taken down the #1 team in Group A right before you take on some challenger teams, which is no disrespect to them. But Fnatic, we broke down earlier why they're so strong in Europe. You get a win there, despite any other circumstances, that is still a massive confidence boost up against like Giants and Schalke. That definitely makes them a scary opponent.
As we take a look at some of the highlights of this series specifically, maybe let's identify some of the strong suits for NIP. We have to call out Hiku, especially in that game 1 and also in game 3. And overall, he's been a good factor for the team. So he might be or become a very important player. Is there any other players that you guys would want to highlight that really stepped up today?
I think Nagne played very good. He got a solo kill on Caps in a difficult lane matchup in game 1. And in game 2, he held his own. He had a good matchup, however, the enemy had Elise, so he had to play very defensive. However, he played the team fights really well and really set EQ up for success.
I think I was glad to see Prophet show a little bit more. The Nara, very strong pick, allows him to continue having side lane pressure. And I know you said game 3, Ifir, I'm not calling you out, but it was only 2 games. Yes, they were very long games, but that's a 2-0 for NIP for anybody that did manage to miss it. So, I mean, Prophet opening up a couple of angles, getting inhibitors in the bottom side to keep NIP in the game was just enough to allow NIP back into it.
Yeah, also tracking NIP's development throughout the split. They did get a lot of early leads early on in the split, where Prophet was oftentimes kind of on his own. We remember a lot of Jarvan games, but it does seem like a heavy teamfight champion like Gnar is something that should be taken away from him. They have the most victories with Prophet on Gnar than all their others combined. 3, by the way.
I think that's because it's this hybrid champion where you can have teamfight presence, but if you're a world-class, maybe a little too strong to say for Prophet, if you are an experienced top laner like that you can control a side lane and then have teamfight presence, it's a perfect pick, really.
Also, it's a champion you can leave alone, which NIP really likes to do with Prophet.
Yeah. And Gnar is just super, super strong overall. Before we move on, I do want to think of what could have been. So on Saturday, we have our still amazing, fantastic clash between Fnatic and G2. And at the beginning of the day, if G2 beat Roccat and Fnatic lost to NIP, that would have been for the first place decider, that matchup. Whatever, nobody thought that was going to happen. And then we come into the day, and the Kingslayer's Roccat once again pulled off the miracle. They beat G2, Joey, and I know that we've been talking about, yeah, we already mentally had prepared for the quarterfinal, and will this be a bit of a mental blow, the fact that it could have still been there, the fight for first place?
Honestly, it's very bittersweet, but it's not that big of a mental blow. I think us losing does less to us than Fnatic losing to NIP mentally, so you know, we have to go to the quarterfinals just like we expected, not the way we wanted to do it by losing to Roccat, but in the end, we're going to go where we thought we were going to go from the start, so we'll recover.
Yeah, interesting one there, the fact that it will influence Fnatic harder. Stress last week around, Fnatic had a tough time against Roccat, now they have a tough time against NIP. Joey might be right in the fact that it might be a bit more worrisome from the side of Fnatic.
Yeah, it might be. I can tell by watching Fnatic against teams like Roccat and NIP, there is a bit of hubris where they feel overconfident. I feel like Fnatic going into a series against any other top contender is a little bit more focused. I don't think we would have got a Xayah Azir draft if you guys unfortunately hadn't already lost to Roccat. Now, that's not an excuse for Fnatic. They should still be able to deal with NIP. Whether you're giving it 90%, 100%, you always have to assume that a team like Fnatic is going to give it 100%. Yeah. So NIP coming up with a win, you can't take anything away from that. But that draft in game one, I think Finley tweeted out about how it was time to try some picks to see if they work.
Why not?
I don't think it would have happened that way unless they were secured first place.
No, it's a difficult balance between trying to not be too harsh on the top teams that lost and seeing it in the context of not really having to win. However, we have some individuals that for, Roccat, who was already safe, stepped up. Yarnan and 2 of the player of the series today were 80 carries.
Yeah.
In 2017?
I think for different reasons, actually. For me, Yarnan was very good in the early laning phase in some of the matchups against Ven and Mithy, and then kind of switched it around where they were playing this defensive style with the Janna a lot, a very disengaged style where Yarnan could take over later on in the game. And I think that was the impressive thing from Roccat is they had this different play style that you guys struggled with.
Yeah, they had 2 good matchups in the first 2 games, and they played it well. And then in the 3rd game, they had a really tough matchup. They lost a tower, but they recovered very well. So, yeah, he deserves to be the player to get the series.
Well, and with all of that, Fnatic still facing G2. And you did say there is still something on the line. So much talk about Kings.
I mean, I've decided that we are the Kings until we lose in the playoffs, if we lose.
Yeah.
But Fnatic can take the interim title from us on Saturday.
So if Fnatic beats G2 on Saturday, the interim crown will be on their heads. But of course, it only gets decided in the finals. Maybe we'll get a good preview. And that also means with today's results that Group A is now locked, but there's still a lot to fight for in the top of Group B. However, that also means that G2 Esports in the quarterfinal will be facing Splyce.
So for the first time.
For the first time, and for the first time that you guys play a quarterfinal. So what are the thoughts going into that?
Well, we have played Splyce in the finals last year in summer, and we've scrimmed against them a decent amount. I think we're favorites. There's no real surprise there, so I'm guessing 3-1, maybe a 3-0. But Splyce is a team that can surprise very well, especially with Wunder. He sometimes picks champions that you don't see coming, and then they can take a game or 2 off of you.
I'm definitely, as a viewer, it's exciting. We were talking about this to see kind of a different order of things, to see G2 in the quarterfinals, to see Fnatic get that bye. It's a mix-up, because otherwise it would have been G2 steamrolling everyone. And I'm sorry, Joey, but sometimes we want to see something else.
Yeah, on the lead up to Worlds as well, you get to see the likes of Fnatic on the up. I think the G2 Splyce matchup, bottom lane, is super interesting. You get the Mickey-Cobby duo against Ven and Mithy, who's not to take anything away from them, but Ven and Mithy don't look like the unbeatables Ven and Mithy that have splits gone by. So very fun matchup.
Anything to comment?
I disagree. No comment.
Yeah, they'll be happy that you said that as the coach.
Yeah.
We took a look there at the standings, and Group B is up tomorrow, and there's still stuff to be decided. Mysterious Monkeys, H2K, and Unicorns of Love Vitality. Much like today, if everything goes as planned, that means that the H2K Unicorns of Love matchup of Sunday will be influential for the first place. However, is there an upset on the cards?
Well, Kikis is trying to make it out like there's going to be an upset, signaling to Odo Amne at this point. Just like today, I don't think the upset is going to come through, but we saw if you take your eyes off the prize, then the upsets can come through. I'm anticipating that matchup between H2K and Unicorns to be for first place on Sunday.
For first place.
I actually think there is upset potential on the cards. I think Mysterious Monkeys has improved a lot since their roster swaps. And also Vitality looks like a pretty decent team, so there's definitely a potential for a shake-up there.
So you're saying there's a chance. We will see. Joey, now that we have you here, can we get a little playoff prediction outside of G2 winning the whole thing? But who will end up in the semifinals together with Fnatic?
G2 beats Splice. Misfits loses to Unicorns. Then we beat H2K. Fnatic beats Unicorns. And then we beat Fnatic.
That would be one of the beautiful avenues to
that would be a finals where it's like the old and the new kings.
All the new kings,
but
all the storylines.
There's always the H2K that I don't want to believe in them, but they're looking good right now.
Well, Wadid and Hjarnan did say that they had a lot of trust in H2K as well, so we can only hope that all of our top teams are in great shape come playoffs. But if you missed some of the action from today, there will be an EU LCS rebroadcast from 5 p.m. Pacific Summer Time. That is at midnight Central European Summer Time. For now, though, it is time for us to log off for the night. Thank you very much for watching, and join us tomorrow as Week 10 continues with 2 clashes in Group B. See you then.
It's been a wild ride!
Kingslayers, they might have fallen off the horse this split, but they just might be able to play Kingmaker. Yarden says, yes, we can. Perks around the side, a triple kill, just like that for the Kalista. And it's gonna be the Quadra right now, but they are certainly starting to put a damper on G2's dreams. Bottom lane right now. Knock the Tristana back. He's out, and he's out, but Foxy wanted to finish it. Mithy says, get back over here. They earned their nickname as Kingslayers, and they have one more chance. Taunted in his trick as he tried to get the finishing blow, but did though is caught out. The Galio's coming just in time for a heroic entrance. The tower finishes out Perks, and this just might be the start of the turnaround.
Right, a big win for themselves. Roccat at the end of the split, earn another victory over G2.
And that is going to be it. That is the final fight. Down goes the last Nexus turn, and Roccat recognize no royalty. They bow to no one.
Fnatic on the best run since summer 2015 and 2000 HP. Soros jumps in, so does Roxman. 1000. The Buster Roxman steals it, and Fnatic. He gets what he's looking for more. Reckless still alive, but now he's dead. It's a triple for Hiku. Can he get the Pentas?
Fuck, man.
Trapper Soros is all by himself. The Elder Drake. Oh, shit, you stole it away, and NIP are going to take the fight as well. They'll take the win. They'll take the kills, and they will take the Nexus as well. NIP defeat the old Kings and go 1-0 up.
Okay, here we go. Shook, this is your time. This is your moment.
Oh, baby, here we go. Vamesty. No way does that happen. Profit split pushing as well with a wave. Hitsuke! Hitsuke strategy. You will be able to back away into the redemption. Not stun! And an unleashed power to the face of Soa. He's gonna not quite die. He survives. He's dead! NIP! NIP! Benny and I! Martin kills Reckless, but the Nexus towers are falling. Reckless is gonna have